Nana has arrived. Without wasting any time, the prince directs Nana to tend to the alchemist's injuries. Nana confidently declares that small wounds like these are no problem for her. She activates her abilities, and the alchemist's face begins to heal. The skin on his fingers, which had been severely damaged, starts to recover and come together. It's pretty surprising that Nana is actually healing the alchemist's missing fingers, especially since she wasn't able to do this before. Even the soldier is a bit puzzled because there were 3 fingers missing before, but now everything is healed up. The prince asks Nana since when she's been able to do this. In response, the girl explains that she discovered this ability about a week ago. She was experimenting with chickens and realized she didn't need the severed limbs to patch them up once again with body. If she focused enough magic, the lost limbs would slowly grow back by themselves. She proudly mentions that she can pull up this miracle thanks to what the prince taught her in class about the human body being composed of cells. Injuries or amputated limbs are like lost cells, and since magic can fix these losses, she was sure that it should work for amputated limbs too. It's a bit mana-draining task, but growing back a finger is manageable, while regenerating an entire arm is more challenging. Once the alchemist is fully healed, he opens his eyes and jolts awake. He quickly reports that he has finally created what the prince assigned him to make. Curious, the prince asks if he's talking about mercury fulminate. The alchemist confirms with a frantic yes. He explains that the missing catalyst turned out to be alcohol. At first, he tried dozens of different ingredients, but none of them worked. After this streak of bad luck, he bought some alcohol to lift his spirits, and remembered from the chemistry book that alcohol is an organic product and an important ingredient for some reactions. He extracted the alcohol from the spirit and conducted a new test, which surprisingly succeeded on the 6th try. He rambles on about some scientific details that aren't crucial right now. In a nutshell, while experimenting with alcohol, he accidentally had a blast, not the fun kind, but a pretty brutal one. Prince is pretty happy for the discovery, but he is also pretty sad and tells the alchemist to don't pull these kind of risky stunts for the next time, because he is not Rick. The prince tells the old alchemist that if it weren't for Nana, he'd be dead by now. The alchemist's eyes light up in amazement, and he asks if witches can heal wounds caused by experimenting. When he hears the answer, he goes completely wild with joy, excited that he can now experiment without worrying about dying. The prince and Nana are a bit lost on how to handle the frenzied old man. But then, Roland's mind starts racing about their successful experiment, which leaves him grinning from ear to ear, because he's got a great idea for making a bullet cartridge's primer, all thanks to the mercury fulminate discovery. But before he can dive into his exciting experiments, the prince has some boring ruler duties to handle, and he's not too thrilled about it. Just when the prince was hoping for some free time to experiment, a letter arrives from Longsong Fortress about a plague hitting the entire fortress. He also has to check in on Anna and the smith's shop. After finally managing to find some time, he sits down to respond to his sister. Meanwhile, the ships from the King's City have finally arrived. In his letter, the prince writes that he's thrilled about their alliance and is determined to destroy the church at all costs. He promises to expand his territory to allow witches to live freely, and is excited about the new witches arriving next month. He's also mapped out a safe route from the fjords to the border town to avoid the church and ensure a secure journey for the witches. He assures his sister that he'll teach the witches the basics once they arrive at the border town, and every witch who evolves will boost their chances of defeating the church. Lastly, he includes the names of the 5 witches he's picked, and hopes to see them soon. The first is Lotus, with earth formation powers. The second is Kande, specializing in state preservation. The third is Evelyn, with alcohol transmutation. The fourth is Honey, a beast handler. And the fifth is Sylvie, known as the Eye of Magic. Once he finishes the letter, he tells Nightingale to get some rest, as everyone is exhausted from the trip to Longsong Fortress to fight the plague. It seems Nightingale is still troubled by something, so the prince asks if it's about the witch she killed in the King's City. Nightingale admits that she didn't want to kill her, but the witch was radiating such intense malice that she knew the only way to stop her was to take her life. The prince reassures her, saying that shit happens, and it's not her fault. He explains that since she was raised by the church, she likely saw everyone as traitors, and changing that mindset would be extremely difficult without years of interaction. Not only that, he also gives her credit for saving Wendy's life. Nightingale nods and acknowledges that she's done her best to save her other sisters, and that's what matters to her. Seeing her resolve, the prince is fascinated that she's moved past it instead of dwelling on it. Then Nightingale tries to ask a question, and the prince asks what it is. She asks if he's been doing anything with Anna while everyone was away in the King's City. The question catches the prince off guard, and he meekly asks what she's implying. He explains that he's been busy with the refugees and hasn't had much time alone with Anna, so he hasn't been clapping with her. It seems he forgot that Nightingale can see through lies, and she isn't shy about pointing that out. Then, in a surprising move, she kisses him deeply. After their intense lip lock, She says that if the prince wants to be with Anna, she's okay with it. All she wants is to stay by his side. The prince, completely embarrassed, blushes and smiles faintly. With those final words, Nightingale begins to dissolve into her fog, leaving the prince alone. The scene shifts to Anna, who's busy prepping some mushrooms. As she's walking around, Nightingale suddenly pops up behind her. Anna offers the mushrooms to Nightingale and explains she's making snacks for the prince. Maggie picked these bird-kiss mushrooms from the misty forest today, and they're super fresh. Since the prince has been working so hard lately, she thought some snacks would be a nice treat. Anna asks if Nightingale wants to try some once she's done. Nightingale asks if Anna can show her how to make them, and Anna's all too happy to teach her. The two ladies get into their cooking groove. Anna places the mushrooms on a plate after cleaning them, with some dip sauce to bring out their flavor. She grills them until they turn a golden color, and they both enjoy their cooking time together. While they're cooking, Anna asks her senior if she's missed the prince. Nightingale goes silent and looks pretty embarrassed. Anna reassures her that she's not the only one who missed him, because everyone who went to the king's city felt the same way. Noticing Nightingale's unusual behavior, the junior asks what's wrong. Nightingale just says it's nothing but admits that she missed him too. Anna then points out that if she were in Nightingale's place, she'd be dying to reunite with the prince. Nightingale gets a bit somber hearing this, but then Anna snaps her back to the moment, reminding her that the mushrooms are burning. Once they're done, Nightingale takes a bite and finds them delicious. Anna can't stop praising how amazing these mushrooms are when cooked just right. After finishing up, Anna brings a plate of perfectly roasted mushrooms to the prince. She mentions that Nightingale helped with the cooking but felt a bit awkward, so she didn't come along. The prince's mind flashes back to the kiss with Nightingale, and he's momentarily freaked out. Trying to focus, he grabs a mushroom, still thinking about that kiss, and takes a bite. Instantly, there's an explosion of flavor in his mouth. He goes totally nuts, like he's in a Food Wars anime. The mushrooms are perfectly salted and have a soft texture that takes the taste to the next level. The prince asks if there are a lot more of these mushrooms. Anna says they can harvest more since Maggie only made one trip and brought back a big bag. He mentions wanting to cook some veggies too since he's getting tired of meat. He grabs another mushroom, and as soon as he takes a bite, his face goes pale. He's hit with an overwhelming rush of salt, and tears start flowing involuntarily from the saltiness. Anna charmingly explains that this batch was made by Nightingale, who really paid attention to every step. The prince can tell these mushrooms are from Nightingale, especially because they're a bit clumsy but endearing. He reflects on how he spent most of his life working on blueprints and never really had a chance to enjoy simple things like this, making him unsure how to respond to their feelings. He puts the plate back on the table, and Anna asks if he'd like to have some more mushrooms another day. He assures her he definitely will, and they were absolutely delicious. A few days later, it's the day of the award ceremony in Bordertown, where people will be honored for their significant contributions. The prince reflects on the achievements they've made, like fighting demons, taking on Longsong Fortress, and everything else. He acknowledges that these accomplishments were all thanks to the efforts of everyone involved. These aren't just elites or artists, but ordinary people who made a huge difference. As a token of appreciation, everyone will receive a generous reward, a special medal designed by the prince himself, along with 100 golden royals and 5 acres of land. The crowd bursts into cheers at the prospect of rewards, while the prince kicks off the ceremony by inviting Iron Axe, the First Army's commander, to the stage. As Sister Echo sings a beautiful song to add a special touch to the ceremony, Iron Axe seems pretty anxious in front of the whole crowd. While the prince praises Iron Axe for his successful missions, like escorting people from the king's city and other heroic acts, Iron Axe is visibly nervous. But as the medal is placed over his chest, the crowd erupts in applause and cheers once more for their commander. While barely keeping his stage fright under control, Iron Axe gives a final salute, kneeling before the prince and nervously banging his head against the floor, thanking the prince for the recognition and rewards he feels he doesn't deserve. As he walks off, Knight Carter and the old advisor notice the genuine happiness shining on Iron Axe's face. The next person called up is Kyle Sichi, the renowned mad scientist who traveled all the way from Redwater City. Everyone is surprised that someone of his stature has come to Bordertown after leaving the Redwater Alchemy Center. Prince Roland explains that while Sichi didn't participate in combat, his continuous improvements in firearms played a crucial role in their victories. He also takes a moment to flex the chemistry laboratory flyer, mentioning that they're recruiting people who have completed elementary education. The old man seems pretty annoyed that he was pulled from the lab for this, but the prince reassures him that it's a great chance to get more help for the lab. Once it expands, they'll have a bigger crew called Chemistry 201. The old man's mood brightens, and he starts bowing his head in gratitude. Next up is Nana, who's being rewarded for her healing work. As she steps onto the stage, the crowd starts singing her praises. Everyone thanks her for the times she's healed them, and it completely melts Nana's heart. Overwhelmed by emotion, she reflects on all the hard work she's put in and comes close to tears, realizing she's finally being acknowledged. The prince tells her to calm down and just respond to everyone's enthusiasm. She wipes her tears, stands tall on the stage, and thanks everyone for their generous praise. Once the ceremony wraps up, the prince looks completely worn out from all the speeches and activities. Just when he's about to sink into some well-deserved rest, Nana shows up, puts a finger to his lips, and shushes him. Startled, the prince follows her into his office, where he sees all the witches lined up in the hallway. Lady Scroll steps forward, offering her respects and praising him for his incredible hard work. She struggles to find the right words to express her gratitude. The prince, a bit nervous, listens as the witches explain they've finally found the holy mountain they were searching for. As long as he doesn't send them away, they're more than happy to stay and work with him. The prince shrugs off their flattery, telling them that all he's achieved is thanks to their support, so they don't need to feel indebted. Wendy then steps in, announcing that everyone should head to the dining hall, and the prince will join them soon after changing his clothes. Once the crowd has dispersed, Sister Scroll pulls the prince aside, reminding him that he's been burning the candle at both ends. She notices how tired he looks and suggests he needs to take better care of himself. The prince brushes it off, insisting he's perfectly fine, but his tired eyes give him away. Meanwhile, the witches walking down the corridor are buzzing with excitement about the feast ahead. They're all curious about what delicious offerings await them at the dining table. Back in his quarters, Anna is still with the prince. She thanks him personally, her words failing to capture the depth of her gratitude. The prince, now starting to change into more comfortable attire, casually asks why she's so determined to stay in Border Town. Anna, with a touch of shyness, admits she doesn't have a specific reason, but makes it clear that she'll follow him wherever he goes. She places her head against his chest, seeking comfort and reassurance. While the prince and Nana are getting all emotional, that church guy, whom I forget the name of, stands outside the door, looking forward to discussing some bridge blueprints with the prince. But after peeking through the gate, realizes it's not the best time to interrupt and decides to figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, in the city outskirts at Grey Castle Capital, we catch up with Theo. Fox has brought his circus crew, and he introduces the first guy as a magician who's been undercover in Dreamwater, gathering juicy intel during the naval port barricade. The magician reports that he entered Dreamwater pretending to be an amnesiac, but most people either died or fled. Even the leader, Tanis, was executed by the Judgment Army, and everyone was scrambling to fill the power vacuum. The mention of the Judgment Army grabs Theo's attention. He remembers that this is the church's secret weapon and takes note of the significance. The magician confirms Theo's suspicions. He adds that Tanis's attempt to seize the port failed spectacularly. After retreating to the Eastern District, they were ambushed by the Skeleton Fingers, leaving them with just about 10 people. In a desperate bid to find the church, Tanis and a few of his subordinates set off, but only 2 or 3 of them made it back. They reported that Tanis had a heated argument with the bishop and ended up impaled by the Judgment Army. Theo connects the dots and realizes that Tanis's downfall was likely due to being cut off from church support. The church's refusal to assist him led to his demise. Dreamwater is in serious trouble, and Theo can see how the pieces are falling into place. Man, all this high-stakes political stuff between the kingdoms is a lot to handle, but honestly, who cares? What really matters is watching Roland wipe the floor with everyone. Theo steps in and announces that he serves under Roland Wimbledon and is in charge of gathering reports for him across the kingdom. With his voice raised, he asks if anyone's interested in working for Prince Roland. The whole circus crew gets fired up and makes it clear they're in as long as Timothy is brought to justice. Theo tells them they'll meet once a week at this time and place, and if anyone has urgent reports, they should leave a pot of purple flowers at the door. They'll knock 3 times long, then 2 short. Everyone agrees, and Theo reminds them that a good informant keeps their identity hidden, so they need to keep a low profile. He tells them to cooperate, and they'll make sure Timothy goes down. Theo asks if anyone has anything to add. That's when Fox chimes in, saying Timothy is already on his way back from the eastern region. He shares rumors from the Black Mallet that Timothy seems to be recruiting a lot of rats into his army. The promise is that these rats can become free citizens if they join, and some members of the Skeleton Fingers have gone to the capital to check it out, and it looks like it's legit. Theo quickly realizes that rats can't be real soldiers, so Timothy is probably planning to use those church pills to make them fight, just like they did before. Theo tells everyone to keep a close eye on the rats and report any updates. This will be their first task. The next scene takes us back to the border town, where we see all the refugees lined down, and the person on the counter is taking all the information about each person, and according to their skill set, they are being assigned to a job. A refugee then comes in front of the desk, saying he's illiterate but a skilled woodworker. The attendant starts asking him the usual questions about the job, and the guy answers confidently but nervously. So the receptionist eventually hands him a form to fill out. Just then, Old Man Barov comes from behind, and with his eyes cold as ice, he asks the receptionist why they're doing such a sloppy job. Then, Barov turns to the alleged woodworker and tells him to show his hands. The man reluctantly holds them out. Barov points out that if this guy was a real woodworker, his hands wouldn't be so rough. They should be shiny and tough from handling wood, and stained black from drawing outlines, which is hard to wash off. Plus, the guy keeps avoiding eye contact, which is a dead giveaway that he's faking it. Most people act like that when they're trying to remember something they never actually experienced. The alleged woodworker starts to panic after being exposed. Faced with the punishment of either being sent to the mines or banished from the western region, Barov asks him one last time if he can confirm his story. The man's face goes pale as he realizes the gravity of his situation and quickly starts banging his head against the floor, confessing that he learned everything by watching his neighbor. The guards take the faker away, and the receptionist, amazed by Barov's insight, comments on his impressive knowledge of woodworking. Barov dismisses the praise, explaining that he picked up these skills during a recruitment drive in the months of demons. Barov advises the receptionist to pay close attention to individuals when they're answering questions. Only those who answer confidently and accurately deserve to be personally evaluated by the prince. He also emphasizes discouraging others from lying by warning them about the severe punishments. Back in the office, Barov reports to the prince that each refugee is expensive, and if they don't work in border town for at least a decade, they won't offset the expense it took to bring them here. The prince reveals his plans, acknowledging that it took 3 days to process the 6,000 refugees. Currently, housing in the town is tight, so he will prioritize the 1,500 skilled artisans first. The other refugees without skills will have to live outside the walls for another 2 or 3 months. The prince instructs Barov to accommodate all the artisans, regardless of whether they are married or not, ensuring they at least get a room. Barov asks what they should do with the spare houses after accommodating the artisans. The prince replies that they should rent them out, giving the refugees a reason to work hard and save money to either buy the house or continue renting it. Prince then asks how many people have left since the ceremony where they introduced the witches to everyone. The old man reports that 0 native villagers and only 6 farm workers have left. Well, it seems like it's a win for our prince, noting that his plan of establishing the theater has convinced many people to accept the witches. However, the old man adds that 110 refugees have left because of their fear of witches, even though they were treated by these very witches. The old man gets all worked up and suggests executing all of them for not showing faith in their prince and to prevent them from returning to the church. But the prince shakes his head, pointing out that the real hardcore church followers were probably among those 300 refugees who stuck around in the capital, even with the plague. They're too stubborn to change their views on witches. All they wanted was to leave, and he is not about to start executing people just because their beliefs are outdated. The scene shifts to the gathered crowd, where the prince unveils an unexpected innovation, which is a bicycle. The core members of the castle look at the strange 2-wheeled contraption with curiosity. Knight Carter raises an eyebrow and remarks that balancing on those wheels seems tricky, and questions how it could ever replace horses. The prince just casually hops onto the bicycle and demonstrates how it works. As he pedals around, he enthusiastically explains that he plans to mass-produce these bikes. He's even called in Sister Soraya to sketch out riding positions so they can teach the townspeople. His goal is to make this new mode of transport accessible to everyone, promising that even common folk will get a taste of this luxury, and it'll cost just a couple of royals. The prince's excitement is contagious, and he's clearly eager to see the bicycles become a common sight in Border Town. Shortly after, Knight Carter decides to give the bicycle a spin himself. He's completely impressed by the sleek design and rides it around with a big grin, asking Sister Soraya if she did the drawing for his riding position. She nods proudly, and Carter's eyes widen when he sees the detailed and handsome painting of himself. As everyone enjoys their time with the new invention, Prince Roland watches with a satisfied smile. He then turns his attention back to alchemist Kyle, ready to dive into their next big project. The prince explains that he's going to need a lot more acid than the lab can currently produce. To solve this, he plans to design a chemical system that will churn out acid efficiently and in large quantities. Kyle looks puzzled, never having heard of such a system before. Roland explains that it will involve multiple reaction mechanisms, with the product flowing continuously as long as they keep feeding it the basic ingredients. Kyle's intrigued but admits it's new territory for him. He's up for the challenge and is determined to make it work. Roland also mentions his plans to expand to 3 more labs by the Redwater River next month and bring in qualified staff to keep things running smoothly. Outside, the old man takes a tumble as he tries out the bicycle for the first time. He dusts himself off, sighing and muttering about how he's getting too old for this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Prince Roland is deep in thought, mulling over the advancements in weaponry thanks to their recent breakthroughs. With the new mercuric fulminate in play, he needs large quantities of fuming nitric acid. Since his current labs can't meet the demand, he's considering asking Sister Lucia for help. Because the only way to win these upcoming wars against the Church, he will need more than a few cannons and firearms. As he's lost in these thoughts, he reaches for some dried fish to snack on. Before he can even get a bite, Nightingale appears and mischievously stuffs a piece of fried fish into his mouth. Her gesture is both unexpected and warmly received, pulling him out of his deep contemplation. The scene cuts to outside where Prince introduces himself to these little kids and congratulates them for completing their basic education and becoming the town's first graduates. The kids are ecstatic to be speaking directly with the prince, and their excitement is off the charts. He praises Karl von Bate for his significant role in their education and announces that everyone will receive a generous reward based on their performance, regardless of their career choice. The kids cheer and celebrate, thrilled at the prospect of a bright future, and start dreaming about their new salaries and the bicycles they'll soon be able to ride. They excitedly discuss applying for positions at the city hall, envisioning a better life ahead. The prince then decides to distribute the degrees, instructing everyone to come forward when their name is called. A girl playfully pushes her friend to take his degree first. The boy reluctantly steps forward, and the prince hands him his degree, congratulating him on graduating. Feeling a surge of confidence, the boy expresses his eagerness to sign up for the chemistry laboratory and follow in the footsteps of Kyle Sichi. Meanwhile, back in the Holy City, the archbishops are in a heated discussion about Roland. Priest Main is stunned to learn that the plague the church spread was caused by microscopic demons specifically bred to be invisible. He has no idea how Roland managed to cure it, suspecting he might be using witches' magic instead of the holy medicine. They also discuss the long-range crossbows that Roland's forces have, which shoot relentlessly. Priest Main recalls Priest Tylo mentioning these crossbows before, as he is stationed at Longsong Fortress. This revelation also sheds light on why Duke Ryan was defeated by the commoners from Border Town. The church leaders are both baffled and concerned about Roland's growing influence and capabilities. Another old man in the church is absolutely shocked to learn that their witch, known as Faceless, has been killed. He is certain that Heather will be furious when she returns from the Everwinter capital, because pure witches are extremely rare and very expensive to raise. Scratch that, a pure witch is even more valuable than the Judgment Army. The old man goes absolutely mad upon hearing that Timothy's soldiers ambushed the Longsong Fortress Church and killed the head priest of that place. If you can't recall, this happened when Timothy sent those soldiers to attack Border Town after making them take those church pills. Priest Main quickly realizes that Timothy just wanted to steal those pills stashed in the church. However, he still can't believe the audacity of Timothy to kill the head of the church. But it is true, as I can remember. Timothy indeed stole those 2,000 pills and fed them to his army of common people to attack Border Town. After mulling over it, Priest Main quickly understands that Prince Roland is actually planning to acquire this group of refugees as cheap labor. He can arrange for his witches to cure them and ship them to the western region. The old man agrees, saying if they were not fighting Wolfheart right now, the church would put a stop to Roland immediately. And most of all, the witches in the western regions deserve to be swept clean. But Priest Main tells his old fellow to read this letter before getting riled up. The old man is absolutely blown away to realize that a large number of witches have appeared at the bay, and they have destroyed all the current churches. The priests, still in the dark about Princess Tilly's involvement, are puzzled if the witches are migrating from the mainland to the sea. But Priest Main just shrugs them off, saying that they are far away in the ocean and shouldn't affect their grand plans. The current mission of the church is to acquire more land and labor to expand their Judgment Army. It seems like these priests have finally recognized this once dumb and goofy fourth prince as the greatest threat to the church. Priest Main has decided to lead 100 Judgment Army soldiers and pure witches to permanently wipe out the western region, and decides to deal with the witches at the sea later. The old man is shocked at the idea of Main going himself, especially since the battle at Wolfheart is still ongoing, and Heather has not returned from Everwinter. But, as if on cue, a soldier arrives with urgent news from Heather. Apparently, a huge fleet has docked at Everwinter, and many enemies are attacking the capital. When the message was sent, 2 city gates had already been lost. Archbishop Heather is currently trying to defend as much as she can, but there are too many enemies, and they are using berserker pills. All the ships are flying the same black flag, the Black Sail Fleet of Garcia Wimbledon. The scene transitions to the castle of Everwinter, where Garcia has taken control and captured Heather. Garcia, standing in the grand castle, tells Heather to start praying to her god before she begins her gruesome work. She plans to cut off Heather's fingers and limbs one by one to make her feel the pain and helplessness that the people of Clearwater have suffered. Heather, however, remains steadfast, showing no hint of fear or apprehension. She defiantly asks Garcia if she plans to curse herself with the church's wrath, or if she intends to drift at sea forever without ever docking. Garcia does not seem to like this nonsense talk and simply snaps her fingers. Right on cue, her goons pin Heather to the ground and hold her hand out. They proceed to cut off her fingers with the cold efficiency of slicing cucumbers. As the pain begins to overwhelm Heather, her face twists with agony. Despite the relentless torment, her eyes well up with tears, but she remains determined not to give in. Garcia's soldiers continue their gruesome task, chopping off her remaining fingers, but Heather's resolve seems unshaken even as her body trembles from the pain. Chief Kabbalah of the Sandstone clan looks at Garcia and asks if this is really necessary, since suffering is usually only needed for intimidation or interrogation. Garcia, clearly annoyed, responds with a sharp question about whether Chief Kabbalah even understands how the church tortures witches. Then Heather's chuckle breaks through, quickly escalating into maniacal laughter. She tells them that they clearly don't grasp the church's power or the importance of its work. Heather makes it clear that Garcia has stuck her hand into a lion's jaws and that the church's enemies will be obliterated. But Garcia just laughs it off and says she'll be more than happy to wait for that day to come. The scene opens with Anna happily digging into her ice cream, her enthusiasm as sweet as the treat she's savoring. The prince couldn't help but feel creeped out, convinced that no matter what era they came from, girls always enjoyed ice cream. It turns out the prince had come up with a simple recipe using just sugar, water, yolks, butter, and milk to make the ice cream. Perfect timing, as the other girls soon joined the scene. Maggie walks in with her hair playfully tousled by leaves, and the prince jokes that they must have been looting bird nests again. He pulls out a letter and mentions that summer begins tomorrow, and before she prepares to head back to the bay, he asks Maggie to deliver the letter to Tilly. Maggie accepts the letter confidently. Meanwhile, Lightning remembers that with the end of the month approaching, Maggie will be leaving the palace soon. The prince then gives Lightning a mission, revealing that the map she's looking at is one she drew herself. He asks if she remembers the shallow beach by the mountains. Lightning quickly points to the spot on the map. The prince tells her to take Maggie and fly out there, plant 2 flags at the spot where the beach meets the mountains, and mark it on the map. Turning to Maggie, he explains that if Tilly agrees to send the witches, Maggie will need to guide the ship to this spot, where everyone from Border Town will welcome them with hot air balloons. Lightning perks up with happiness as she realizes that more witches are apparently going to be joining Border Town soon. The prince nods confidently, saying he believes in his sister and that she will eventually join him. Shortly after, we see the balloons soaring through the air. All the girls are absolutely amazed to see that they're actually flying. The prince has named the balloon the Overlook, and Anna gives all the credit to Soraya for helping paint it. The prince agrees, saying the paint's stickiness is exceptional because it needs to adhere closely to the base layer to support such a massive balloon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and tension. The prince quickly starts imagining that, since he has acquired DC motors, he can use electrolyzed water to create hydrogen gas. It won't be long before he can build a famous Zeppelin airship. As long as he can find lightweight materials for the frame, a monster like this could soar thousands of meters above the ground. Although the feasibility of dropping bombs from such heights is questionable, it's thrilling to think about invading the church's holy city by land, sea, and air combined. The girls notice the prince smiling, and Lily points out that he's probably excited about the prospect of new witches. The prince keeps grinning, clearly enjoying the excitement of new possibilities. Wendy, meanwhile, is blown away that Princess Tilly and her friends managed to gather so many witches on Slumber Island. The prince nods, adding that Tilly didn't just pull witches from Grey Castle, she also invited witches from the other 3 kingdoms. He even thinks she might have been in talks with the Old Witch Association at some point. Wendy mentions that Kara, their former leader, never mentioned anything about Tilly, but the prince points out that if Kara had revealed Tilly's invitation, no witch would have joined Kara's quest for the Holy Mountain. Wendy agrees, saying that this unexpected turn of events has actually worked out in their favor. They're now living with such a down-to-earth prince while enjoying a pretty luxurious life. Lily, always the arrogant one, chimes in, suggesting that Bay witches might be better since there are so many witches around, making it easier to walk through town without feeling anxious. As their banter continues and laughter fills the air, and that is when Roland's attention drifts to something a bit awkward. He can't help but notice Wendy's rather prominent pair of hooters. Later that day, the prince sits in his office, mulling over the idea that women with larger breasts often experience sore shoulders, and that's why bras were invented. While it's not a well-verified fact, he figures it's worth trying out to create some undergarments. He thinks about how, as Anna gets older, she might face similar issues, and he'd rather avoid the problem of saggy breasts. He starts designing some bras, marking another innovative leap in this old era. The next day, the balloon soars through the sky once again. This time, it carries not only witches, but also Margaret and a merchant. They're all thrilled and amazed to be flying for the first time. Lightning mentions that she's explored the area and marked it down on the map. Margaret gives her a thumbs up for the work well done. The prince turns to Merchant Marlin, teasing him about whether he's about to crap his pants due to the height. Marlin admits it's really terrifying looking down from so high up and feels like he's on the verge of a panic attack. The prince tells him to calm down, explaining that it's a natural response for someone whose feet are off the ground for the first time, much like how people can get seasick on their first ship voyage. Margaret, meanwhile, is fascinated by the giant balloon, but Marlin remains skeptical. He wonders if witches are controlling it with their powers. But the blondie calmly corrects him, saying that Anna is only managing the flames, and the balloon floats because as long as you keep supplying it with hot air, it will rise naturally. The prince agrees, and adds that hot air rises and cold air sinks, which is why it's called a hot air balloon. They continue chatting about this and other random topics. Eventually, Margaret expresses interest in buying a few hot air balloons from the prince. She mentions that they don't have to be big, just large enough to carry one person. The prince quickly catches on to what Margaret intends to use the balloons for. She confirms that if she attaches the small hot air balloons to their ships, the lookouts will be able to spot pirates from far away, as pirates are a much bigger threat to merchants than storms or tornadoes. The prince flashes a grin and informs her that the price won't be cheap, estimating it will be in the thousands of golden royals. Margaret agrees to pay 1,000 golden royals for one balloon right away. She promises that if the balloons become popular, every merchant in the bay will be eager to buy one or two for themselves. The other merchant nods in agreement, noting that while he hasn't fully gotten used to the idea yet, it's clear that this could be a crucial exploration tool for the Crescent Moon Merchant Guild. If the prince can make them, he's certain everyone at the bay will want to buy them, even if it means paying a premium. The prince quickly starts calculating the potential profit, realizing that his markup is almost 500% of his estimated product cost. Plus, since he plans to use hydrogen gas to make the balloons float, customers will need to bring them back to Bordertown for refills, creating another source of income. He can almost see himself swimming in golden royals from these balloons. I remember when the entire town's budget was only a few hundred gold royals, and now he's on the brink of making thousands from just one balloon. As you can imagine, he shakes hands and quickly seals the deal. Meanwhile, back at the fjords, Ash is surprised that Roland chose one of the witches known as Sylvie. She wonders if Roland isn't worried about being exposed, given that Sylvie can easily detect lies and see through fake identities. Princess Tilly, however, is also out of the loop and speculates that perhaps Roland doesn't care about hiding his identity and just wants to work with them on honest terms. Ash then brings up another possibility. What if Roland is actually her brother? And if that's the case, he might not be worried about Sylvie's ability at all. Princess Tilly thinks it's a slim chance, though, because she knows her brother well. Roland Wimbledon would never take on the church for the witches. He's always been better at running from challenges or problems, and he even protested when the king sent him to Bordertown. Ash then asks if sending their witches to the west is really necessary. Tilly reassures her that it's perfectly fine. But Ash reminds her that Sister Lotus is one of the most important witches at Slumber Island. Without her transformation abilities, it'll be tough to fix any broken mud houses or make significant changes to the island's geography. Sister Honey is also crucial. She can command hawks to catch fish, ensuring everyone enjoys delicious seafood. Ash suggests denying the request and swapping out some less useful witches instead. That's when Princess Tilly's patience wears thin. She stands up dramatically and coldly tells Ash that she's sending the witches to Bordertown to form an alliance and won't mess up this opportunity. She reminds her that they're creating a sanctuary for all witches, and she prefers not to label anyone as useful or useless. Ash quickly drops to his knees, apologizing for questioning Princess's intentions. Tilly reminds her friend that Roland picked these witches out of hundreds, including Evelyn and Candle, who are supposedly the least useful. She asks why Roland would choose them if they were truly useless. She's confident that working with these witches will help them understand Roland's choices and how he plans to use their powers. Tilly makes it clear that the witches are not just tools and warns Ash not to say anything like that again. Ash admits her mistake and agrees. Tilly also wants the books they found in the ruins deciphered as quickly as possible. She felt uneasy after her last visit to the ruins and heard that the old association started in Seabreeze Town, with ruins in the eastern forest. She hopes that if the texts in the books match those from both locations, it might reveal a connection. Well, it seems like Tilly is absolutely right. The former leader of the Witch Association, Kara, had that creepy book, which she used in her quest to find the Holy Mountain, but she ended up getting killed by demons. Tilly then apologizes to Ash for scolding her so harshly. While she still doesn't agree with labeling the witches as useless, she acknowledges that if Lotus is away for too long, it will affect the island. Tilly plans to have Lotus return to the bay before winter arrives. In exchange, She will send a few battle witches to Border Town to fend off monsters and months of demons. She is pretty sure that Ash will also go with her in Border Town during the winter. And of course, our tall, scar-faced lady quickly agrees to tag along with Princess Tilly. After all, their relationship seems more like that of a loving couple than just comrades. The next scene takes us to the open sea, where a lone boat is sailing through the waters. On board are Maggie and her fellow witches, making their way towards the border town. Maggie seems to be having a blast as a seagull, and the boat's captain is blown away by Maggie's ability to transform into different birds. He's especially surprised that she can also inherit each bird's skills, like how seagulls can navigate the sea effortlessly and even detect storms. Sylvie, a charming witch with green silky hair, agrees and notes that without Maggie's help, they wouldn't have had the courage to take a new route around the endless cape and dock south of Grey Castle. That's when the captain bursts out laughing, saying that even though Maggie looks exactly like a seagull, he can still tell her apart by the shape of her body. Sylvie raises an eyebrow and notes that she never noticed it, because she claims that she tends to observe things more directly. Well, considering she's one of the witches who can see through fake identities, lies, and all that stuff, it's obvious she does not distinguish between people through their body features. Sylvie then glances at the ship's crew and notices that they look exhausted, so she politely asks the captain to switch their shifts. The captain is amazed that she can pick up on such subtle details. It seems nothing escapes the sharp eyes of Sylvie. As the captain rushes over to get his crew to stop slacking off, Sylvie's mind drifts back to the last conversation she had with Princess Tilly. Tilly had told her that their trip to the border town wouldn't just be about connecting with their sisters and offering help. Sylvie also had a task to uncover Roland Wimbledon's true identity. If there was anything suspicious about him, Tilly had ordered Sylvie to work with the Witch Union to expose his true self. Right now, Sylvie's worried that in the worst-case scenario, the Witch Union might not cooperate with her. They could end up imprisoning her and her crew just to keep Roland's false identity under wraps. She notices other witches goofing around on the ship. Even though everyone seems happy, Sylvie can't shake the feeling that things might not be as easy as they appear. We also spot Molly, who's having a blast and is excited that they're almost at their destination. On the other hand, a little witch with 2 ponytails looks miserable. She can hardly believe they've been swaying on this boat for a week and is amazed she's still holding on. The captain reassures her, saying she'll feel better once they hit solid ground. He adds that he's never seen anyone die from seasickness before and tells her to hang in there. Ash then turns to the little girl and comforts her, saying that Maggie has already alerted everyone in the border town, so everyone should be here to pick them up soon. The little girl curiously asks if Ash and Molly aren't going to the border town, to which Ash explains that she and Molly just tagged along to ensure their safety at sea. After dropping them off, they'll head back immediately since Princess Tilly needs their help on the island as well. Ash warns the girls to stay away from Roland Wimbledon as much as possible. The little witch then curiously asks her senior why they should be afraid of him since he's just Princess Tilly's brother. Ash agrees he's her brother, but makes it clear that being royalty doesn't mean the prince isn't a creep who likes groping witches. While everyone's busy chatting about the prince, Sylvie notices something rising into the sky from the mountains, and she's absolutely shocked by what she sees. The crew's expressions are priceless as they wonder what kind of giant bird it could be. The little witches turn to their senior, asking if she's ever seen anything like it before. The senior admits that this is the first time she's come across something like this. As they approach, Sylvie's heart swells when she sees a welcome banner fluttering in the air. It's clear the Witch Union is greeting them warmly, and the banner's message clearly says, "Border Town welcomes everyone," which just leaves Sylvie momentarily speechless. When the ship finally reaches the shore, Wendy takes the opportunity to greet everyone warmly and welcome them into Border Town. While Ash remains calm and composed around Wendy, the other witches behind Ash still look quite nervous. Wendy and Ash exchange greetings, and Anna soon arrives on the scene. As Sylvie's eyes land on Anna, she notices that all the magic around the witches seems to be gravitating towards her. The sheer amount of power radiating from Anna blows her mind, making her realize just how extraordinarily powerful our girl Anna truly is. While some witches are busy exchanging greetings, others are eyeing the giant hot air balloon with curiosity. Wendy takes the opportunity to fill them in on all the details about hot air balloons. Wendy then asks Ash if she's sure she won't come to town, since the prince is eager to see them again. Ash laughs it off, joking that the prince definitely won't be thrilled to see someone who plans on poaching his witches. She says she's leaving the kids in her friend's capable hands. Wendy, ever the big-hearted woman, or I dare say big booba lady, quickly agrees and assures Ash she'll take good care of them. With that, lightning pushes all the new witches into the balloon. While Sylvie is still feeling a bit anxious, Anna simply snaps her fingers, and black fire erupts, propelling them up into the sky. Molly waves a final goodbye from the ground, and the girls above in the air take off, heading toward their new home. Up in the sky, Lightning quickly asks the newcomers to show off their powers, while Wendy checks in with Sylvie to see if she's feeling alright. Sylvie replies that she's fine, but admits to having a bit of a headache. Well, it seems like she is feeling more than a surge of pain inside her. She curses herself for instinctively activating her magic eye. She hadn't expected to see so much land at once, and it's the first time she's taken in such a wide view, overwhelming her magic. Wendy advises her to take a few deep breaths, reminding her that everyone feels a bit strange the first time they lift off into the air. Sylvie thanks her and reassures Wendy that she's feeling better already. Meanwhile, the other girls are having a blast as Lightning enthusiastically sings about their prince's heroic deeds, cheerfully narrating all the adventures they've had together. Seems like Sylvie has finally started to relax, realizing the mood is more laid back and fun than she expected, and she hopes it stays that way forever. When they finally arrive above Bordertown, the balloon lands near the castle, and the girls are absolutely shocked when they hear the resounding boom of cannons firing. Lightning quickly reassures them, explaining that the prince fired the cannons just to welcome them. Soon after, witches from the Witch Union arrive to greet the newcomers. Sylvie is blown away by the fact that their magic is completely different from what she had expected. She can't help but take note of how friendly the Union sisters have been so far, though she reminds herself to stay on guard just in case. Once they enter the dining hall, they see a feast already laid out on the table. The prince warmly welcomes everyone to Bordertown, introducing himself as the ruler of the western region, and tells them to make themselves at home. While the other ladies are overjoyed to see the feast before them, Sylvie is absolutely blown away by what she is seeing before her. She notices that the prince isn't wearing any stone of divine judgment, and there's no trace of magic inside him. This tells her that the man in front of them is indeed Roland himself, not disguised or controlled by magic. After a hectic day, we find the prince gulping down some delicious wine, letting out a satisfying burp as he leans back on his bed. He's so excited about the witch's arrival that he can't even sleep, so he's drinking to help himself doze off. The prince addresses the newcomers as sisters and asks if their accommodations have been arranged. However, Nightingale isn't too thrilled about him calling them sisters right off the bat, warning him that he shouldn't trust them so quickly. The prince asks Nightingale why she's so cautious, to which she reveals that the witch named Sylvie was speaking half-truths. Although there was nothing malicious in her words, she was very careful in how she chose them. The prince nods, understanding her point. He speculates that Sylvie is likely trying to determine if he really is the true Roland Wimbledon. He reminds Nightingale that if one of her family members completely changed their personality, she'd also wonder if they had been replaced or controlled. This is exactly what Tilly thinks of him, since back in the capital, Roland was notorious for being a lousy slacker and an easy target for bullying. This makes Nightingale curious as well, wondering if the prince is truly Roland Wimbledon. The prince responds that he is indeed Roland, but at the same time, he's not. Nightingale, with her keen sense, quickly sees that the prince isn't lying and asks him why he isn't. The prince grins and simply says that this is just how it is, and there's nothing to lie about. Nightingale just shrugs and says that as long as he remains the Roland she knows, she's fine with it. The prince nods plainly, saying he's always been himself since the day he met her. The next morning, all the newcomer witches are lined up before the prince, greeting him with an anxious, "Good morning." The prince tells them to relax, assuring them that he's not big on formalities, so they can call him whatever they call Tilly. He then explains that he won't assign them any work during their first week. They should take the time to get accustomed to the town's environment and explore Bordertown as much as they want. He guarantees that no one will mistreat them or kidnap them for being witches. He reassures the nervous ladies that he has already removed the church's influence from the western region, so this place is as free as Slumber Island, a place of freedom for everyone. The prince continues by assuming the newcomers already know the basics of anti-phase and maturity, so he directly explains that there will be basic lessons after dinner, covering reading, writing, mathematics, and natural sciences. Their salary will be 1 golden royal per month, with weekends off and paid vacations. If they have any questions, they can ask Wendy for clarification. Once the administrative details are out of the way, the prince dives into the most exciting part of the meeting. He's eager to see the witch's abilities firsthand, as Tilly's description was a bit vague. He decides to go outside to start the demonstrations. As he stands up from his seat, Sylvie interrupts to add something. She presents a few pieces of paper and explains that Princess Tilly discovered these ancient texts at a ruin site near the bay, and there's also a letter included with them. The prince starts reading the letter and quickly becomes anxious. As we already know, the letter reveals some serious and concerning information related to what Tilly encountered at the ancient ruins near the bay. Once Prince is done reading, Lady Scroll confirms that the text in the letters matches exactly with the book Kara retrieved from the Eastern Forest ruins. This revelation piques everyone's curiosity, including the prince's, who reflects on the details in the letter about the man-made island with unpredictable tides, the ancient telescope, and the stone door on the sheer cliff. He finds these elements incredible and is puzzled by the existence of such strange ruins at the bay. Lady Scroll agrees with Princess Tilly's assessment, pointing out that the ruins were created by the same people, given the consistent scripture and language. She's concerned about why the church would have built these structures and then abandoned them. Wendy adds that it's not just these ruins that are mysterious. Records older than 450 years have been wiped out. She's baffled about what might be hidden there, or why there's such a concerted effort to erase these historical records. The prince says that since Tilly's already been working on deciphering the texts, he's pretty sure she can crack them. To give her a hand, he'll tell her about the holy city of Tequila and send her some photos of the devils Soraya took, as those might help with the translation. He points out that keeping this info hidden is pointless, and it's better to be prepared and understand what's going on, which might even reveal some weaknesses of the church. Because if the church did not care about these ruins, they'd have buried their history even deeper. He also suggests checking out the stone tower in the misty forest again, where lightning once found a devil. Maybe there are more clues there. He adds that once the armies got their new weapons, they'll clear out the forest just in case there are any other devils hanging around. First up, the prince wants to test everyone's powers. They head out to the empty backyard where Lotus, the first witch, shows what she's got. She pulls a giant boulder out of the earth with ease. The prince is seriously impressed, noting that despite being around the same age as Nightingale, Lotus looks incredibly young, just like a freshly picked cucumber. Her abilities are super strong too. She can terraform within a 5-meter radius without breaking a sweat. But when she tries to stretch the mud tower beyond 7 or 8 meters, the tower she creates starts to collapse due to structural imbalance. Also, she uses less magic if the dirt is looser, but her ability is good for solid ground like the slumber island she came from, while the dirt houses she might build in the border town are just going to collapse. Lady Scroll also explains some nerdy details about her power. It's a summoning type, no extra frills, and she can terraform up to 5 meters. The stones of divine judgment hit her hard, but they don't affect anything she's already built. Next up is Honey, who just hit maturity last winter. Her main gig is animal subordination. She can tame any animal and make it follow her commands to the best of its ability. Her control lasts until the animal finishes its task, or she dissolves it herself. Plus, she's got this cool extra ability called Animal Messenger, where she can send animals off to find even more powerful ones to tame. The catch is that all her powers are affected by the stones of divine judgment, and the bigger the animal, the more magic it takes to tame it. Then there's Evelyn, who's about 25 or 26. She's got the wild talent of turning crude whiskey into all kinds of different alcohols, as long as she's tasted them before. She might help out with extracting ethanol, but serving a lady booze during the day is no-go. So, the prince will have to wait until dinner to get a taste of her magic. Next up is Sylvie, and the prince feels pretty uneasy around her. She has the power to see through anything within her range, even behind her back and through obstacles. Her vision is totally unobstructed, which is a bit unsettling for him. He's actually a bit envious of her ability. Imagine being able to see through clothes of any woman you want. Sylvie also has an additional ability similar to Nightingale's, where her magic can see accumulated and dissipate. Following Sylvie is Candle, who reached maturity during the last few months. Before, her powers were limited to candle lanterns, but now they're amplified. She can maintain a state of matter for a period of time. For example, if she casts her magic on an ice cube, it won't melt, even if you put it under the sun. Her power is enchanting in nature and requires direct contact with the target. The prince had a grand idea of using Candle's powers to keep molten steel hot forever. However, he soon realized it might be a bit of a stretch, because maintaining that kind of heat would require a ton of magic. The real challenge is how much magic is needed and how long it can be kept up, especially for larger volumes. Nightingale also points out that Candle's magic is pretty good, but her mana capacity is on the lower end of the scale. Still, her talent is a gem. If she can keep something in a stable state, it could seriously boost the durability of machinery made with weaker materials. So Candle's got the potential to make those machines last longer and run smoother. Once he's done examining, Nightingale asks if there are any witches the prince particularly likes. The prince replies that he thinks they're all quite good. Nightingale is shocked to hear that the prince is willing to clap all of them tonight, but he gives her a gentle bonk and explains that he's not trying to light up his night, but simply that their abilities are impressive. The prince then decides it's time to head back to the castle since the testing is over. He mentions that he has something he wants to give Nightingale after dinner. I wonder what it could be. Maybe his rod or something special. It seems like Nightingale is really looking forward to whatever the prince wants to give her tonight. When dinner time arrives, everyone enjoys a grand feast once again. What's most intriguing today is the prince's new invention, and Lightning and Maggie are eagerly anticipating what kind of ice cream or other creation he has come up with. The prince tells them that everyone will find out soon enough, but they should eat first. Nightingale feels a bit disappointed that the surprise isn't just for her, but rather something the prince has prepared for everyone. Meanwhile, the new witches are fascinated by the chopsticks. Lady Scroll explains that the prince often invents new and interesting things like perfumes, chopsticks, and ice cream, and he tests them on a witch before officially manufacturing and marketing them. The new witches fondly recall the luxurious experience of bathing with soap they had a while ago in the castle, a treat typically reserved for nobility. They can hardly believe they're living a life that rivals even that of kings, given all the amenities they're enjoying. As the witches get cozy and start feeling at home, we're skipping ahead to the end of dinner, where the prince finally grabs everyone's attention and decides to reveal what he's made. A few maidens quickly bring out wine, and the prince announces that he's starting with white wine among his inventions. Compared to the Hebrew and fruit wines they've had before, this one is the real deal with a higher alcohol content, so he advises the non-adults to stay away. Lightning protests and insists she wants to try it too, but the prince reassures her that he's also prepared something lighter, which can be enjoyed with a bit of extra ice. He presents all of the types of wines in front of Sister Evelyn, and mentions that he's heard she's been to cocktail pubs and breweries before, so he's curious to hear her thoughts. Evelyn quickly agrees, picks up a glass of wine, and takes a gulp. As soon as the wine hits her belly, she feels a slight burn in her throat, but the apple juice helps flush it out. She finds herself pleasantly surprised by the blend of floral and fruity notes in her mouth, which makes it a unique taste she's never experienced before. Next, she tries the second cup. This one has a mix of milk and honey or sugar, creating a sweetness that complements the wine perfectly. It's a match made in heaven, and she thoroughly enjoys it. Then, she moves on to the last cup. This one's pure white wine, no extras. It's got a fiery kick that rolls over her tongue and down her throat, leaving a tart zing that lingers. It's intense, but in a good way. After the tasting, Evelyn happily declares that all three wines are unforgettable. She admits that while some might not appreciate the strong flavors, true connoisseurs will definitely appreciate its richness. The prince is pleased with her feedback and explains that this was just a sample of his strongest white wine. He's planning to deepen its flavor even more and will need her to taste it again later. The next batch of maids arrives with boxes, and these gifts are only meant for adult witches. Anna receives her own box, while Nana eagerly wonders what's inside. As promised, Nightingale also gets a box, but she doesn't seem too thrilled. The prince tells them to open the boxes once they're back in their rooms. Once the witches are in their rooms, the younger witches start complaining. They feel that the prince is playing favorites and didn't bother giving them any gifts. But Lightning reminds Lily that the prince specifically said the gifts were only for the adult witches. Lily, however, remains as arrogant as ever, brushing off the reminder. While the young witches argue among themselves, Wendy starts opening her box. As soon as she lifts the lid, all the witches crowd around to see what's inside. Turns out, the prince wasn't joking about the gifts being for adults. Inside the box are bras, clearly meant for ladies with saggy hooters. The younger witches start fiddling with the bra, having no clue what the hell this thing even is. Maggie comments on how the bras seem like an incredibly large pair of goggles, while Lightning is skeptical, wondering how exactly these are supposed to be used. That's when Wendy spots a letter in the box. She opens it and starts reading it with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, Lady Moon is enjoying the soft, smooth texture of the bra, while Lightning and Maggie are still trying to figure out what's going on. It seems like the older witches have finally understood what the bras are for, and they're pretty embarrassed by the letter. It explains that bras help redistribute the weight of breasts, improve circulation, and enhance posture. The younger witches look at their own flat chests, and then at Wendy, who is sporting the largest melons ever. Even the usually arrogant Lily starts to understand why the gifts were only meant for adults. But she tries to save face, claiming she doesn't care about the bras and never did. It's clear, though, that Lily's just trying to cover up her embarrassment about not having a pair of her own. Lightning tells Wendy to take hers off because she wants to try it too, but Wendy gets flustered and quickly pushes all the younger witches out, telling them to go to sleep. She closes the door behind them, her heart still racing, and wonders why the prince gave them something like this. Nightingale confusingly questions why the prince didn't just give the bras collectively. But then, realization strikes her like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Maybe the prince gave them individually because each bra is a different size, meaning he actually paid attention to everyone's measurements. Realizing this, Nightingale bolts out of the room and rushes to Anna's room. There, she asks her about the gift. Anna proudly shows off her chest and says the bra is surprisingly comfortable, and she's already worn it and finds it quite convenient. She then offers to show Nightingale the bra, but Nightingale quickly turns her gaze away, saying she doesn't want to see. Instead, she asks if Anna thinks it's weird for the prince to give them something like this. Anna points out that the prince plans to sell these bras to the public, so he's just testing them on the witches first. The conversation shifts to discussing how the bras fit and their comfort, so we'll skip over that part. In the next scene, we see the ship sailing. Inside, the prince is speaking with Sister Lotus, asking her to raise dirt on both sides of the river to lay the foundation for a bridge. They dive into some nerdy physics and science talk, and in the end, the prince asks if she can raise the dirt over 10 meters, given the river's depth. Lotus confidently agrees, saying she'll handle it. Meanwhile, Wendy is steering the boat with her wind powers and is pleasantly surprised that her shoulders no longer hurt, thanks to the bra. She's eager to thank the prince personally for the thoughtful gift. Once they reach the perfect spot, the prince tells Wendy to stop the boat. He then instructs his fellow engineer that they need to dig a pit around the dirt that Lotus is going to pull out, and they'll fill it with concrete. The prince specifies that the pit should be no more than 5 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. Once it's filled, the witch will lower the depth by 1 meter. If they repeat this process, they'll be able to build a concrete wall that extends down to the riverbed. Lotus uses her earth control to raise the pile of mud, and as soon as she commands it, the mud begins to pop up and stack quickly. The prince is surprised to find it easier to raise dirt through water than through sand. However, the stinky smell that follows is unbearable. He quickly deduces that the pile is composed of decomposed plants and animals, along with the waste of villagers who've relieved themselves near the river. He decides to have some people shovel the mess away. They'll need to clean it up and add layers one by one to shape it properly. The prince laments that if transportation weren't such a primary issue, he would have used the decomposing trash as fertilizer. Speaking of fertilizer, the scene shifts to a vibrant field of crops, bursting with grain. We meet a guy in a cap, known as Sirius, who admires the impressive yield. The seeds have doubled in quantity, and the grains are bigger than ever, all thanks to the witch's hard work. Sirius reflects on how, ever since the prince held the ceremony and Nana appeared on stage, the witches stopped hiding themselves. It's clear that only witches can raise soil in the middle of the river. Suddenly, 2 people rush up to Sirius, and it looks like he is not thrilled to see these guys here, because he's pretty sure they're about to ask the same old questions. As expected, they ask if it's true that they can become free citizens, own their own houses, go to school, and they will only need to turn in 70% of their harvest. They also fire off a bunch of other questions about their new opportunities and rights. Sirius casually points to the banner that says, "Labor creates wealth, and labor changes fate." He smiles and says this means if they put in the effort, they'll become free citizens just as the prince promised. And trust him, that promise is solid. When someone asks what they should do with the remaining 30% of the harvest, to which Sirius explains that you can either sell it to the prince, eat it yourself, or use it as seeds. And that's pretty much it. He goes on to explain that Bordertown doesn't allow private sales of harvest. If they try to sell it outside the official channels, they'll be breaking the law, and their harvest could be taken away with a side of punishment. But then, one of the commoners raises concern that they might get scammed by the prince. Sirius reassures them that this won't happen. The prince follows market prices, so there won't be drastic changes. The public marketplace, managed by the city hall, is the only place where grain is sold. The prince will always buy at the market rate. With that, Sirius concludes the conversation and tells them to get back to work. Another guy pipes up and asks Sirius if he knows where Miss May and Miss Eileen went, since there haven't been any stage shows recently. He's worried they might be sick. Sirius reassures them that they'll return in the fall because they can't perform in this scorching heat. Or can they? As the workers head off to their tasks, Sirius reflects on his own journey. He used to be a knight, trying to escape his father's fields, but got captured and stripped of his position in just a few months. Somehow he ended up at Bordertown. His salary is going up, there's plenty of room for advancement, and he's even come to look forward to the harvest. In the next scene, the farmers have finished harvesting all the grain and have even started burning the leftover straw. After a while, the bald advisor, who is absolutely thrilled, reports to the prince that this season's harvest is enormous. He explains that, according to the city hall's estimates, their exports are 4 times higher than before, and their best field has produced 6 times more than its previous yield. This gives them more than enough to feed all their villagers. The prince smiles at the good news, pleased to know their warehouses won't be empty anymore. The bald advisor adds that with additional workers and more farmers, they could easily support 50 to 60,000 people. This makes the old man even more turned on, as he dreams about their town growing into a city and then expanding across the entire continent. You see, in this world, city growth is pretty much limited by food supply. A big city like the capital, with 20,000 people, needs tons of surrounding villages to keep everyone fed. But with new machines our boy just produced, one person's work can now feed 10,000 people, and the big harvests in Bordertown are all thanks to Sister Leaf's improved grain. We further learn that the prince has cut back on the number of farmers without lowering the output, which means he can now focus on manufacturing. Since the agricultural team has nailed down the best farming strategies using metal tools and machines, their exports are only going to get better. In the next scene, the prince then steps up on a pedestal and gets the crowd pumped up. He knows they're dying to hear some good news, so he tells them straight up, the city hall will handle turning everyone into free citizens. You can choose to keep farming or try something else in town. Once the harvest wraps up, they'll announce the details about citizenship promotions. The crowd goes wild with cheers and praise for their prince. The prince further goes on to announce that starting next year, they'll only need to meet a quota to gain citizenship, making competition unnecessary. Basically, if you work hard, you can shed your identity as an indentured worker. As he said before, hard work creates wealth and labor changes your destiny. He hopes for a day when Bordertown is free of indentured workers and everyone is a free citizen. The whole crowd erupts in excitement, swinging their praises for the prince. The scene then shifts to somewhere unknown, where we see Timothy, a wannabe king, after a long time. He's lounging in an office room, reclining back in his chair and bizarrely sniffing the wooden table. By the smell, Timothy can tell the table is made of cerulean wood. He's surprised to find that her sister still prefers materials from Blizzard Peak, which means his sister definitely not feminine at all. A creepy smile spreads across his face, which soon turns into maniacal laughter as he gloats about having outdone his sister, Garcia. Timothy reveals that in just half a month, he's methodically taken over the Sand Nation people she left in Clearwater Port. He's confident that she's lost her grip on the southern region, and he's feeling pretty smug, knowing that the Queen of Clearwater is now history and the southern region is back under his control. Just as Timothy is savoring his triumph, one of his knights barges in. Timothy tells him he'll be heading back to the capital the next morning. The knight will handle everyone else, except for Timothy's personal guards and the capital's night squad. He instructs his knight, who goes by the name Duke Edward Haas, to keep the southern region secure and to prevent the Sand Nation from stepping into Grey Castle territory. Edward Haas asks if this means he'll be staying behind. Timothy agrees, saying there's still a lot to finish here, and he needs someone loyal and powerful to stay behind, either to deal with traitors or gather refugees. He reassures Edward not to worry. He won't be stuck here forever. Once everything in Clearwater Port is sorted, he'll make sure to bring Edward back to the capital. He explains that Grey Castle still needs to be unified, and before conquering the western region, he'll need many knights to fight. So he promises his loyal friend that he won't leave him behind. Edward looks down, saddened, and reminds Timothy that his brother Raymond Haas is missing. He asks why there's been no news about him, especially since it's been 2 months since Raymond went to the western region. Timothy reassures him that Raymond might be delayed by something, or he could be on his way back. He tells Edward not to worry about his brother for now. The focus should be on burning down Garcia's old stronghold. Timothy wants everyone in the southern region to see that Garcia's old base will be nothing but ashes. Even if she returns, it will be in ruins. He instructs Edward to just burn the soldiers who survived the church's pill's side effects. Once Timothy is alone, he reflects on how Bordertown has easily handled the demon threats, defeated Duke Ryan, and captured Longsong Fortress. He's confused by how one of the dumbest siblings is doing all this. Not only that, Rayman and his 1/500 soldiers who were deployed to the west have also completely lost contact. He's convinced that something significant must have happened in Bordertown to cause such a drastic change in his brother. Whatever the case, Timothy is determined to make his brother, Roland Wimbledon, beg for forgiveness at his feet eventually. Back in the Holy City, the Pope receives grim news about Heather's death. Despite the somber update, he remains composed and reassures his junior that Heather was a devoted, intelligent, and honest girl who will be remembered fondly. He vows that the perpetrator, Garcia Wimbledon, will face justice in due time. The Pope's concern quickly shifts to whether Garcia is collaborating with the Wolfheart Kingdom, and how Church's new poison is working against them so far. Priest Maine reports that while the poison worked as expected during the attack on Broken Tooth Forest, where it incapacitated the enemy soldiers before they could fully combat the threat, the results were less effective when used against Wolfheart City. The enemy remained strong and resilient, and Maine takes the blame for this failure. The Pope explains that the new poison was derived from demon beasts, and further highlights that there are records of 70 abilities that can counter it, with 30 capable of neutralizing it immediately. Given this, it's not surprising that a large nation like Wolfheart would have a witch with such countermeasures. The Pope shares his worry that if witches can really counter their poison attacks, it might change how people view them in Wolfheart, potentially even making them heroes. And that would be pretty bad news for the Church. He reminds Maine not to get too hung up on the losses of their judgment and divine punishment armies, as it might distract them from making important decisions, and they don't want the battle to cool down. But there's a silver lining for the Pope. Garcia and the Wolfheart forces are all gathered in one place, and he is planning to take them all out in one go. The junior has no clue how they are supposed to achieve this, so the Pope just tells his junior to follow him. As they walk through the dimly lit tunnels, a night lights up the area. The Pope shows Maine their secret weapon, which was originally intended to be used against powerful demons. It can be put to use now. He calls it City Breaker, and it runs on magic, needing 3 or 4 witches to control it. The Pope explains that the City Breaker has a range far beyond catapults and ballistae. It's incredibly hard for typical city walls to defend against its steel bolts, and it can slice through wooden ships like a knife through cloth. He's confident it'll handle both Wolfheart's city walls and the Black Flag fleet with ease. When Maine asks if this weapon was developed by the secret Holy Temple, the Pope says no, and reveals shocking news that it actually came from their enemies, the Underworld's devils. That's why it's been hidden deep within their caves, and he advises Maine to keep it concealed and only use it strategically, as they don't want civilians to see the kind of monstrosity it is. The Pope says he's going to assign 2 top-notch pure witches to help out, ensuring Garcia and Wolfheart won't get away this time. Hearing that, Priest Maine's face lights up like a kid in a candy store. You see, pure witches under the Pope are the best of the best, with some seriously impressive abilities. Before Maine heads out, the Pope tells him to shed the blood of those heretics and avenge Heather. Maine quickly responds with a crisp, "Yes, sir." Back in Bordertown, Sirius reports to the prince that their current equipment won't handle all the harvest milling. He suggests setting up a steam-powered mill near the Redwater River. The prince agrees, and tells him to send a request to the city hall and draft a plan once the funds come through. Sirius also mentions that 516 people have become free citizens, and their names have been sent to the old man Baroff. With that, Sirius wraps up his report. The prince is quite happy with Sirius's performance, and is confident that Sirius will be valuable in recruiting aristocrats and knights from the fortress, given his impressive manners. Next up is Lady Scroll, representing the education sector. She reports that all the students who finished their basic studies have moved into their preferred sectors, with 5 even applying to the chemistry laboratory. It seems Prince Roland was hoping for more than just 5 recruits, as otherwise the newly built laboratories might end up sitting empty for a while. Even Kyle Sichi, the head of the chemistry department, is concerned about the low number of applicants. The prince then asks Kyle to report on his department's situation. Kyle, who isn't fond of these meetings, makes it clear that he's not into wasting time, and suggests finding a new representative for the department if this is the routine. Kyle Sichi then points out that he needs more personnel. The new assistants are young, but they're quick learners, and basic education seems to have done the trick. He also mentions that if the prince grants him access to Chemistry 201, he might finally come up with a way to manufacture acid on a larger scale. Next up is a guy in glasses, who reports on the infrastructure progress in Bordertown. He covers everything from bridges to residences and city walls. Let's not forget about Captain Ironaxe, who reports that the Second Army has finished basic training and is ready to march to Longsong Fortress whenever needed. Aside from the artillery division, all soldiers have now switched to using revolving rifles. With that, the meeting wraps up. The prince thanks everyone for their contributions and announces a raise in their salaries. From now on, department heads will receive 2 gold royals a month, and they'll increase their employees' wages accordingly as well. The prince finally announces the highlight of the day, his plan to expand Bordertown into a real city. He's talking about a massive transformation that will stretch the city west to the Badlands, east to Longsong Fortress, and south to the sea. The surrounding mountains will serve as their natural walls, making the city larger than the capital or any city in all 4 kingdoms. He emphasizes that all it will take is hard work and preparation to turn Bordertown into a metropolitan marvel that will outshine all others. Once everyone has left, the old man Baroff raises a concern. Despite the recent successful harvest, the treasury is running low on funds. After paying Margaret, the Merchant Guild, and Theo, the finances are tight, with only about 2,000 golden royals left, which is a dangerously low balance. Prince Roland reassures Baroff that income will be forthcoming, because the Margaret Guild is expected to purchase another set of steam engines soon. Also, the high-pressure canisters and hydrogen replacements will need a bit of research from the chemistry department. Once that's sorted, they plan to sell hot air balloons and hydrogen refills. They'll charge 50 royals per refill, with a free refill after every 10, which should provide a steady income stream. Speaking of the chemistry department, Baroff then points out that Kyle Sichi needs to improve his social skills, as he's often quite impolite. The prince doesn't mind Kyle's lack of social skills. After all, scientists aren't exactly known for spending much time in the fresh air. As the night deepens, Kyle Sichi, true to a scientist's nature, is still buried in his studies. He's wrestling with periodic tables and equations, though we don't need to get into the nitty-gritty details. What's clear is that Kyle is working tirelessly, determined to fill the laboratories and figure out how to manufacture acid. His main goal is to earn Chemistry 201 from the prince, although what exactly that entails is still a mystery to us. It seems Kyle has a lot riding on this, and he's pushing himself to the limit to reach his goal. The next scene takes us into a mysterious cave where the witches can be seen exploring. They suddenly stop, and Nightingale asks Sylvie if this is where the tunnel splits. Lightning jumps in with precise instructions, saying they should start at the second door, while Sylvie also adds her 2 cents to help steer the team in the right direction. After a bit of wandering, Lightning points out there's just one last door to check. Nightingale eagerly vanishes from her spot and reappears at the front, urging everyone to move further inside. Sylvie, watching this, can faintly see Nightingale's magic when she disappears, but can't quite capture her figure or movements. She remembers Tilly saying that Nightingale is the most battle-ready witch in the Union she should be aware of. It turns out the prince sent everyone into these mines because there's an old legend about an ancient beast living here. He told them to report back after their trip. Because of the danger, Sylvie reveals to us that Nightingale was specifically chosen for this task due to the legend that these mines were once the nest of an ancient beast and some miners have gone missing. Suddenly, Sister Lucia halts their journey and sits down to examine some ore she's spotted because she thinks the prince might be interested in it. After their brief detour, they finally reach door number 23, the one they'd been searching for. Sylvie steps forward, using her abilities to check it out. After a thorough scan, she can clearly sense that there are no ores here, but there are some further down. There are 4 tunnels, one of which seems to slope downwards. Lightning is intrigued by the downward slope and asks Sylvie about it. Sylvie responds that it might lead to a deposit. She also seems a bit exhausted, probably from using up her magic. Nightingale then points out that they'll never know unless they investigate further. So eventually, they reach the downward slope, which drops steeply from where they're standing. Nightingale comments that it looks pretty deep, and Lucia, feeling uneasy, mentions that she feels like someone's watching her and suggests they should hurry back once they complete their investigation. Sylvie scans the area once more and notes that there aren't any ores around, so they should probably leave. But then she notices something odd. When she tries to scan the middle path, she can't see anything. Lightning asks what that means, and if Sylvie is just tired from using her magic. Sylvie explains that she's not running out of magic, but rather something seems to be blocking her vision. Nightingale decides to check it out herself and tells the other girls to stay back. However, Sylvie quickly stops her, saying that something could be causing this effect, and going in could be dangerous. Nightingale asks what she means, and Sylvie explains that it seems like there are stones of divine judgment involved. These stones appear to be underground and stretch throughout the area. In the next scene, we see the prince arrive at the underground location with his trusted partners and is utterly awestruck by the sheer magnificence of the giant crystal before him. He turns to his knight and asks if they built the staircase. Knight Carter responds that they did not. It was already here when the First Army discovered this place. He believes it has been here for decades, possibly even centuries. Sister Lightning agrees somewhat, noting that Border Town was established around 70 years ago, so it's unlikely the staircase is related to the town's villagers or the kingdom. Carter adds that Grey Castle didn't even exist 100 years ago, so it seems implausible that anyone from centuries ago could have built it. The prince then reminds them that they do know of a group of people who lived 450 years ago and were forgotten. As the prince takes a closer look at the crystal, he remembers that glowing rocks usually have radioactive or fluorescent properties. But this stone of divine judgment doesn't seem to fit either category. If it were radioactive, the soldiers from the First Army would have been toast within minutes. And it can't be fluorescent since there are no light sources in the cave. Plus, even though these crystals act like prisms, they don't have any of the usual crystalline patterns, so he's totally baffled about how they even got here. Knight Carter is blown away, pointing out that a stone of divine judgment the size of a thumb would be worth a fortune, but something this massive could bankrupt all 4 kingdoms. Nightingale isn't thrilled with Carter's line of thinking, though. She gives him a stern look and asks if he's seriously considering handing it over to the elite just so they can use it to torture witches. Meanwhile, Lightning is fascinated by these crystals. They're the first stones of this color she's ever seen, and if they could bring one back, they wouldn't need candles anymore. But Nightingale reminds everyone that, as intriguing as the crystals might be, they're really just shackles for witches. Still, Lightning wants to take a small piece of the stone as a trophy from her exploration. The prince gives her the green light to go ahead, as long as she isn't too dismayed by it. With that, Lightning tries to crack the stone with a rock, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. Even Knight Carter is surprised because, as far as he knows, divine stones of judgment are supposed to be fragile. Lightning then starts hitting the crystal from different angles, but the result is the same. No scratches, no cracks, nothing. That's when the prince tells Nightingale to give it a try. She bombards the crystal with bullets, but it remains just as shiny and undamaged as ever. The prince is intrigued that even revolvers can't make a dent in the crystal. Carter wonders aloud how the church managed to break it down for sale if it's this tough to crack. Nightingale then points out that these stones should be pulverized with the slightest strength. Anna also chimes in with some info of her own, asking our boy if he still remembers the treasure map. She explains that one of the maps actually points to this location, not the northern mines. The prince is also shocked by this news, realizing that this cave holds a significant amount of these stones, which makes it a part of the treasure place. Once they're back in the office, the prince studies everything with Lady Scroll. He points out that it matches what he remembers, and the southernmost point does indeed align with the northern mines. Lady Scroll adds that if Anna is correct, this map could be one the church left behind while searching for new veins of stones. She's curious about why they would abandon everything after excavating it and building the stairs. The prince reveals that given the high value of stones of divine judgment, this cave certainly doesn't seem like something they'd leave behind. Since they can't go to the city of Tequila right now, he wonders if the answers might only be found when they visit the stone towers. I'm not entirely sure what is going on, but let's hope to soon connect the dots when we further dive into the story. As night falls over Bordertown, the new witches chat during their study class. Evelyn asks Sister Candle if the prince assigned her any tasks. Candle nods and explains that he did give her a task. She says he asked her to use her powers on some metallic lumps to keep them solid at room temperature, but she's not sure what he plans to do with them. Candle then inquires about what tasks the prince assigned Evelyn, to which Evelyn reveals that the prince hasn't asked her to do anything specific. She's free to learn whatever she wants. Sometimes he does ask her to sample new booze, and she's given suggestions like adding water or fruit juice, but the prince seems focused on making the strongest alcohol possible. That's when the little girl mentions that the prince must have a reason for his request. But before she can elaborate, their teacher, Lady Scroll, walks in. Lady Scroll breaks the news that they won't be learning any new material today. Lightning's face lights up, excitedly asking if they're going outside, or maybe tasting some new food. Lady Scroll just smirks and shatters their hopes by announcing that she'll be giving them an exam on everything they've learned. Everyone looks confused to hear this, and wonders what this exam thing is all about. Lady Scroll explains that, after 3 months of studying, the prince thinks it's time to check their progress. They'll tackle problems in 3 subjects: language, mathematics, and natural sciences. She adds that they'll need to answer the questions on their own and can't get any help during the exam. Everyone's faces fall at the shocking news, but Lady Scroll isn't done dropping bombs yet. She announces that the prince has explicitly stated that only those who answer more than half of the questions correctly will get to enjoy ice cream during the weekend afternoons, and those who score below half will lose their tea privileges. That last line leaves Nightingale completely boggled. As a fan of afternoon teas, she's pretty sure she's in trouble. Lady Scroll adds that witches from Slumber Island are exempt from this exam and can either stay and finish or take the day off. No matter their score, they won't lose any privileges. The new witches finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing they're not completely screwed after all. Candle turns to her friend Evelyn and asks if she's going to stay for the exam. Evelyn nods and explains that taking the exam is a good opportunity to learn. She wants to advance her abilities by gaining more knowledge, and she's been practicing her writing after class with help from Lily and Moon. She figures it's worth the effort to avoid falling behind. Hearing this, the little witch decides to join her for the exam as well. Shortly after, the exam is conducted, and the answer sheets from all the witches are sent to the prince. The prince thanks Lady Scroll for her help, and as he reviews the answer sheets, he's fascinated to find that Nightingale has passed. Well, it seems like the prince is a bit disappointed that Nightingale passed because if she had failed, he was planning to discourage her from eating more sweets during afternoon tea. Nightingale quickly catches on and starts pinching his shoulder, practically telling him not to even think about it. Jokes aside, the prince is genuinely glad that all the witches performed exceptionally well. What's even more fascinating is that 2 new witches also took the test, where Evelyn scored 5 points while Candle scored 36. The prince is especially impressed by Candle, who only attended the course for 2 weeks but still managed to score 60 points. It just proves how witches, both physically and mentally, have a significant advantage over commoners. The next scene shows Lucia practicing hard with the materials inside her pouch. That is when her little sister wanders in and asks why she's still practicing so late. Lucia loses her concentration due to the sudden interruption, and gets annoyed at her little sister, telling her to focus on reading the books instead of bothering her. But the little one replies that she can't really understand the words completely. She can only read a bit at a time and wishes she could read and write as well as her big sis. Lucia explains that's why she needs to practice more. She tells her sister that words have similar structures, and you can figure out their meanings from their roots. It's all part of the learning curve. The little girl reluctantly grabs a book and goes back to reading. Just then, Nightingale shows up and notices the sibling squabble. The little girl quickly rushes over to Nightingale with a pleasant smile and says she's just reading some books while her sister is busy practicing. Nightingale then offers ice cream to both sisters, and they eagerly grab their sweet, delicious treats. As they enjoy their ice cream, Lucia points out that these goodies are usually only distributed after noon tea time, so she is curious how Nightingale managed to get her hands on them. Nightingale proudly boasts that she placed third in the exam, just behind Leaf and Wendy. Since the prince didn't expect her to pass, she figured she'd try to get something extra from him. Lucia then asks how many points she herself scored, to which Nightingale reveals Lucia got around 68 points. Lucia's face falls a bit at this, since there were 120 points total, and she only scored a little more than half. As her mood sinks, her melting ice cream starts to drip, and a drop of creamy sweetness lands on her hand. Nightingale quickly grabs Lucia's hand and licks the sweet nectar off, reassuring her that she did fine. She explains that Lucia hasn't been studying with them for long, so it's perfectly reasonable to miss a few questions in math and science. The banter among the ladies continues, and the little girl cheekily asks Nightingale if she likes princes. Her big sister panics and quickly shushes her, saying she shouldn't ask such blunt questions. Nightingale blushes but admits that, yes, she does like him. The scene shifts to Roland's office, where Lucia presents the ore samples she collected from the northern mine. The prince thanks her for her help, and Lucia says it's all worth it if she can be even a little bit helpful to him. As the prince examines the ores, Lucia's thoughts drift back to Nightingale's confession. She admits to herself that she doesn't really understand romance or whatever it is, but the idea of a witch being interested in the prince seems impossible to her. She thinks it's best if witches keep their feelings to themselves and not let others know. Meanwhile, the prince finishes examining the ore and tells Lucia that he'll have Sishi take a look at it. He suggests that Lucia keep practicing her abilities at the mines and to ask Anna if she needs any help with anything. Lucia feels a bit confused that even the prince can't identify the ores. But then, the prince calls her name, and she perks up at the sudden attention. The prince congratulates her on passing the exam and reveals that she placed 9th with 68 points. He acknowledges that it's impressive to perform well after only studying with everyone for a month and encourages her to keep up the good work. Lucia brightens at the praise and agrees with a big smile, feeling more motivated and happy about her progress. After a while, the prince lets out a sigh, feeling disappointed that he couldn't identify the ores in the mine even after purifying them. He realizes there's still a huge gap between engineering and geology, and wonders if he should leave it to the alchemist, as chemical experiments are more reliable than observing things with the naked eye. Also, he does not have any time to stress anything, since it's already time he starts planning countermeasures for the months of demons. Suddenly, a reporter rushes into the office with an urgent report. There's a secret letter from the capital. The prince asks who sent it, and the reporter says there's no signature. The prince opens the letter and sees that it's unsigned and written in an unrecognizable handwriting. It doesn't take him long to deduce that this secret letter must be from Theo, who has done a good job hiding his identity. As the prince squints at the text, he reads that an army of 1,000 strong has left the capital and is heading towards the western region. The next scene opens to the resounding claps and cheers from the audience, celebrating the stellar performance of the stage actors. In the background, a newcomer asks Lady May if she performed really well. Lady May acknowledges that she has indeed improved a lot. Another little girl chimes in, hoping for some encouraging words from her senior as well. However, Lady May breaks her junior's heart by dropping the bombshell that she's still far behind and needs to work on her emotions. Another stage worker points out that Lady May seems pretty strict, especially since the audience enjoyed their performance so much. The senior reminds the stage worker that many of these audience members are commoners who've never experienced theater before, so it's a new experience for them. She adds that if their audience were elite members, their stage mistakes would have gotten them into serious trouble. Suddenly, another actor makes her entrance without missing a beat. She immediately begins berating Lady May and her crew, labeling them as third-rate actors performing in a run-down place like Border Town. Lady May's student is visibly annoyed by this, but the arrogant woman, known as Bella Dean, mocks them further. She questions if they even know their place and makes it clear that none of them are suited for a big city like Longsong Fortress. She emphasizes that the Longsong Theater doesn't welcome third-rate actors. She even sneers at their play, The Diary of a Witch, dismissing it as terrible and unworthy of attention. She continues her rant, accusing Lady May of causing a drop in the theater's revenue due to performing in such a filthy town. According to her, no noble would want to watch shows from a theater that also performs for commoners without charging any price, and these commoners are nothing more than monkeys in her eyes. But Lady May isn't having any of it. She shoots back, making it clear that Bella's being arrogant and clueless. She points out that the theater manager has a deal with Prince Roland and Ambassador Petrov, who are in charge of Longsong Fortress. She assures Bella that any revenue lost will be covered by Border Town. She further tells Bella to get a grip and stop running around like a headless chicken, because this is a business deal after all. And as for reputation, Lady May proudly adds that only second-rate actresses would worry about losing theirs. Back when she performed in the capital, the elite couldn't get enough of her shows. Lastly, she drops the bombshell that The Diary of a Witch was written by Prince Roland himself. So, by trash-talking the play, Bella is not just dissing some random script, she's showing contempt for royalty, which, by the way, is punishable by law. But Bella continues her rant, which eventually leads to a sharp slap across her face from Lady May. After delivering the slap, Lady May takes a deep breath, letting out the frustration that had been bubbling inside her. Miss Bella's lackeys quietly warn May that she's crossed the line by slapping her fellow actress. They remind her that an actress's face is her most valuable asset, and she can't just go around slapping people. Although Lady May inwardly admits that she acted on impulse, she still has no intention of apologizing to this trashy woman. She also recalls her time with Prince Carter, noting how men may seem all muscular and strong, but their weaknesses are in their eyes and throats. If it comes down to dealing with these lackeys, she's confident she could drop them with a single kick. So she doesn't falter and steps up to confront them. But just then, Prince Carter shows up. He announces that he's here to arrest anyone who insulted Prince Roland or schemed against his theater crew. Bella and her two lackeys are shocked to see the prince's knight, and Bella is pretty sure they're screwed since she was the one who belittled the prince's play. Later that night, Knight Carter and Lady May have a great time together, chatting and enjoying each other's company. But we are not interested in their lovey-dovey shit, so let's jump ahead 2 days. Inside the castle of Bordertown, representatives from the 5 families have gathered from around the western region. Prince Roland reveals that he has received reliable intel indicating that Timothy has sent soldiers to Longsong Fortress. Their numbers are unclear, but there's no doubt they're coming for Bordertown. He explains that Timothy's typical strategy involves kidnapping commoners to bolster his forces, then making them eat the church's drug. This drug, known as the Evil Crimson Pill, grants commoners strength even greater than that of knights, but its side effects are fatal and irreversible. Timothy plans to weaken the Western region's power by turning anyone useless to him into drugged berserkers, making everyone here in danger. As the leader of the Western region, Prince Roland instructs all the representatives to mobilize their personnel into the fortress. By doing so, Timothy won't be able to strengthen his forces. One of the members raises a concern, pointing out that they don't have enough food and supplies to sustain such a move. But Prince Roland makes it clear that they'll have to bring everything they can, and they only have 3 days to do that. Every commoner must be transported to the city, and once Timothy's soldiers are defeated, they can return home. All the representatives kneel in respect, and once they're gone, Prince Roland turns to his army captain, Iron Axe, and explains that this army is different from the last one they faced. Timothy's soldiers are currently sailing down the Redwater River, planning to infiltrate through Willowtown. He explains that this route is especially tricky because once they pass the river fork, they'll have the option to attack the fortress's south and east gates, or continue west to lay siege on Bordertown. To avoid spreading their troops too thin, Prince Roland emphasizes that they need to focus their best soldiers on ambushing the enemy at the Redwater River Fork, as it's the most strategic point for a successful defense. He further explains that Lightning and Maggie will keep an eye on the enemy's movements, so they don't need to station extra soldiers for defense. Instead, they just need to set up an ambush for a single decisive strike. He also notes that Longsong Fortress will need 100 soldiers to watch over the aristocrats, so he doesn't want any surprises while everyone's focused on the Redwater River. Iron Axe will handle the artillery and board the ship at Littletown to meet him at the river fork, and our boy himself will rush there as soon as he's done with things at the fortress. Nightingale, looking worried, asks if the prince is really planning to go himself. The prince nods, saying no one else knows how to handle the witch's abilities like he does, so it's crucial for him to be there. Once their boat sets sail, we see all the new witches, along with our 2 familiar girls, on board. Leading this operation is our eager prince, who makes it clear that while he might not be a master at commanding large armies or planning full-scale assaults, he definitely knows his stuff when it comes to tower defense and tank warfare, which is his specialty. The camps are set up near the river, and just as the prince is about to drop some knowledge on what tanks actually are, Nightingale chimes in, saying she gets the idea of trenches and towers, but has no clue what in the world a tank is. That's when our boy explains that tanks are like carriages with cannons mounted on them, even sketching out a rough drawing in the sand for everyone to see. But then he admits they don't have enough horses, and the cannons also need to be transported with the ships as well. So the prince concedes that what they have isn't really a tank. But he suggests that if they don't have enough horses, Honey could tame some tigers or cougars to pull the cannons instead. Nana then asks if cannons pulled by tigers still count as tanks. The prince, with a grin, proudly says yes and even suggests they could call them tiger tanks or leopard tanks. That's when Lotus speaks up, asking the prince what her role will be in the battle against the fake King Timothy. The prince explains that they need to set up 2 perimeters on either side of the river. He draws a line in the sand to show the enemy's route and points out where their troops will be stationed on both riverbanks. The plan is to launch a surprise pincer attack, and to hide everyone, they'll need to build dirt structures in a V shape along the banks. These structures should be long with sturdy walls, and each will have 8 rooms with 1 small window facing the river. Lotus appears to be still confused, and says that while they can hide their troops in the mud houses, they won't be able to attack the enemy's ships. If the ships don't stop or dock, they might just sail past. The prince reassures her, saying she doesn't need to worry about that. He explains they've got all sorts of long-range weapons for dealing with the ships. He also mentions that Leaf will use wild grass and vines to camouflage their setup. The prince can almost hear the victory music playing in his head. It's just a matter of time before Wendy transports all 16 cannons into the mud houses they're about to build. With that firepower, no matter how many ships Timothy has, they'll be at a serious disadvantage against his attack. The enemy won't stand a chance. The next day, a knight starts barking orders for all soldiers to get ready for the attack. Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly scramble into the bunkers, which are completely camouflaged under a thick layer of grass, thanks to Lady Leaf's work. Inside the bunkers, the soldiers start prepping their cannons, and they can't stop singing the praises of the witches. They're amazed at how the witches built huge structures overnight and instantly summoned grass and vines. They're even hearing rumors about one witch who can turn into a giant pigeon. The soldiers can't believe how these extraordinary abilities surpass anything mere mortals can do. Just as the soldiers are chatting and having a good time, someone reports that enemies are closing in. The soldiers rush to load the cannons, ready to spring into action at Miss Lightning's signal. The ships are definitely getting closer, and Sylvie confirms they're almost at the ambush point. Lotus is a bit anxious as the boats appear on the horizon, and the prince has not yet made a move. But then bam! The ships are hit from all sides by a barrage of cannon fire. Lotus is completely blown away by the sudden and intense bombardment. The soldiers on the ships are completely helpless, dropping like flies under the relentless cannon fire. Lotus is still trying to wrap her head around what's happening, her mind spinning trying to understand how they're pulling this off. With people crying for help and blood everywhere, Sylvie quickly starts feeling queasy from the chaos. Lotus rushes to check on her friend, while the prince, observing the carnage, advises Sylvie to take a break. He offers her a handkerchief, which she accepts gratefully. Sylvie notes that these weapons are probably the incredible invention she had heard rumors about. She hadn't taken it too seriously at the time, but now she can't deny the power of such a weapon. Suddenly, the surviving knights from the ships scramble onto the solid ground, raising their swords and charging at the beach flanks. But let's be real, these knights are marching straight into their doom. Our soldiers, ready and waiting in the bunkers, start hammering the knights with gunfire. The enemy quickly realizes they've been ambushed and scrambles back to their ships, beginning their retreat in a hurry. Meanwhile, the prince watches the whole thing through his telescope. He tells Iron Axe that it's time to finish cleaning up the rest. If any of the chief knights are still alive, he wants them taken prisoner for questioning. He also instructs Sylvie to go with Iron Axe to keep an eye on the enemy soldiers, making sure no one gets away. The charming witch Sylvie quickly agrees to the prince's instructions. She now understands why the prince is so confident in publicly sheltering the witches. With such powerful military capabilities, even the church's divine punishment army might struggle to overcome him. If Princess Tilly could wield such formidable weapons, she might not need to hide anymore, and the enemy could find it nearly impossible to launch a successful assault. Iron Axe finally returns from his mission and reports back. He's managed to capture only 2 knights. The first introduces himself as Duke Snake and immediately begs the prince to allow him to send a message to his family, promising a huge ransom in return. The second knight introduces himself as Edward Shield from the Shield family in the northern region, and he too claims that his family is willing to pay a ransom for his release. With a terrifying tone, the prince asks them if these 2 are the ones who launched this attack. Duke Snake quickly speaks up, stating that their captain, Duke Vincent, was the one in charge, but he perished in the battle. He pleads with the prince to release their handcuffs, insisting that he wishes to be treated humanely before his ransom is arranged. The prince, however, makes it clear that he's not interested in a ransom. All he wants is the main goal of the attack and Timothy's next move. If they provide this information, he'll let them go. The 2 knights apologize and firmly state that they can't divulge any details. They've sworn loyalty to Timothy and refuse to betray their king. We can tell that the prince is really bothered by their response, so he simply turns on his heel and starts walking away. He tells Iron Axe that the fate of these knights is up to him, and makes it clear that he doesn't care what happens to them, as long as he gets the information he needs. Iron Axe quickly agrees, telling his soldiers to take the 2 knights away. Before they leave, the prince reminds the captain that once the interrogation is over, the 2 knights should be counted among the casualties. After all, They brought this on themselves by invading the western region and involving civilians in their mess. The next day in Border Town, the prince learns that the soldiers they defeated were just the first wave of Timothy's forces. Iron Axe confirms that this fits Timothy Wimbledon's strategy, revealing that Timothy is sending waves of refugee armies to attack the western region, using similar tactics to those employed at Clearwater Port. The prince asks if all the soldiers are civilians. Iron Axe replies that it's a mix. Some are criminals and troublemakers among the refugees. He explains that Timothy captures these people, makes false promises to pacify them, and then forces them to take the pills. This way, they fall entirely under Timothy's control, and Timothy needs more pills to keep them under his influence and manage their pain and desires. The prince feels a pang of sadness for those forced to take the pills, because the pills only offer a temporary reprieve, delaying an inevitable death, and he knows that even one pill means they're beyond saving. Iron Axe agrees, noting that Timothy never mentioned the pill's side effects to those people, and everyone was tricked into believing they'd receive status and rewards after fighting. Duke Vincent had underestimated the defenses of Border Town and thought that 1,000 drugged commoners would be enough to take down the Border Town. Iron Axe further reveals that Duke Snake spilled more details during the interrogation. Timothy had planned to split the commoners into groups to attack the town, while keeping an eye on their defenses. The prince makes it clear he won't let any enemy soldiers get away this time. Since Duke Snake was part of the first wave, he asks if they know anything about the next waves. Iron Axe shares that they didn't get many details about the second wave, but Duke Snake did mention it would be much larger than the first. The prince is disappointed to see Timothy squandering valuable lives as cannon fodder. It's hard to believe his brother could be so reckless with such a costly gamble. The prince then points out that once the Demons of Months arrive, the entire western region will be covered in snow. If they're going to attack, it needs to happen before winter hits. This means he plans to drag out the battle. Iron Axe asks if they should send a messenger. The prince thinks it won't be very effective. To make Timothy rethink his strategy, they'll need to cut his forces and show him that sending commoners into battle won't work against the western region. The prince spreads out the map and explains the urgency of their next moves. He explains that he was too slow and cautious in spreading news about the western region and recruiting more people. To cut off Timothy's options for gathering commoners for his forces, they need to recruit and interact with commoners, just as they did with the refugees in the capital. He emphasizes that the war-torn southern region is the most critical area to address next, followed by the northern region. He plans to release the prisoners to send a clear message, ensuring that Timothy's forces won't attempt another futile assault. Iron Axe raises a concern that releasing the captives would expose their strategies and weaponry. However, the prince reassures him that Timothy will remain in the dark about the specifics of their weapons' strength and manufacturing capabilities. The released captives will only reveal the extent of the weapon's power and not the intricate details of their operations. Additionally, these captives will carry a warning letter to Timothy, which will serve as both a strategic and psychological advantage. Iron Axe looks puzzled, so the prince clarifies his strategy. He plans to announce a specific date for a major offensive and then lay siege on the capital during that time. This will not involve the First Army, but rather an unexpected aerial assault by the witches. He explains that while the chance of actually killing Timothy is slim, the primary objective is to create a significant psychological impact. By demonstrating their ability to strike directly at the heart of Timothy's power, they will shake his confidence and destabilize his rule. The goal is to make Timothy feel threatened and uncertain about his position, thereby achieving a successful operation through fear and disruption. Well, that was a lot to take in. I'm sure this episode was more dialogue-oriented than action-packed, and we didn't see much progress on the industrialization front. Nonetheless, it was a great episode. I guess having character development and compelling narration is what makes Release the Witch special, regardless of how dialogue-heavy the series is. On a particularly sunny day in Border Town, Margaret is enjoying some cold ice cream while giving a shout-out to the prince for his brilliant strategy that has shaken things up in Grey Castle. Because of this, Timothy has repeatedly failed to take down Border Town. She further shares that she's heard rumors about the Black Flag fleet raiding Seabreeze Town and Golden Wheat City before sailing to the north, and no one has any clue where Garcia went with her Black Flag fleet. Since Garcia is now out of the picture, this means that Timothy's only target left is our boy. She enthusiastically offers that if the prince wants to leave Grey Castle, the Bay is ready to welcome him with open arms. There's enough land on their island to even set up 10 border towns, and she and the other merchants would be more than happy to provide all the land available to Border Town's citizens. The prince, though, already knows where Margaret is coming from. He's not about to trade his steam engine and paddle steamer blueprints with the merchants like that. Even if he lost to Timothy and ended up losing Grey Castle, he'd prefer to head to his sister Tilly Wimbledon first. Margaret then asks the prince about the hot air balloons, and he reveals that he's already working on them. He's managed to manufacture 2 so far, but he points out that they're not quite like the ones she's ridden before, and they don't require a witch to operate either. When they head outside, the prince shows her one of the balloons they've created. He explains that it has a port at the end for loading gas, which is what makes it fly. Refilling is pretty straightforward, because all you have to do is just connect the hose to the tank and twist it open. He also mentions that the balloon is resistant to rain, fire, and even bird beaks. Margaret is amazed about all this, but curiously asks how many gas tanks each balloon needs. The prince tells her it's about 5 or 6. Margaret then inquires if the gas is very expensive, and the prince pretends it is, saying that gas isn't something just anyone can produce. But deep down, Prince Roland is practically doing a happy dance because, contrary to what he said, making helium is a breeze. All it takes is mixing sulfuric acid with reactive metal in the tank. And since he doesn't have any metals on hand, he can simply get help from Sister Lucia to extract high-purity metal for the reaction. Meanwhile, Margaret acknowledges that the formula must have come from the blood, sweat, and tears of Bordertown's esteemed alchemists, who worked tirelessly to make it happen. So, without a second thought, she decides to buy some. The prince then humbly reminds her that the canisters can only be stored for a year and must not be incinerated, struck, or disassembled, or there will be severe consequences. He adds that while it might be a little expensive, Bordertown will offer deals and discounts for their customers. That's when Lightning chimes in, announcing that the balloons will come with pre-filled complimentary gas, a camouflage cloak, and a warranty. Customers can also purchase a yearly membership subscription for additional discounts. A while later, Prince Roland is feeling pretty pleased with himself. The deals he struck with Margaret have generated a lot of revenue, which means he can now invest in boosting the population. By the time he builds the city next year, he is sure that the Redwater River will be lined with neighborhoods. Meanwhile, Anna and Lucia are hard at work. Anna perks up when she sees the prince strolling toward them, and the prince quickly squats down after approaching them, asking how things are going and if they've found anything worthwhile. It seems like Anna and Lucia are focused on producing a metal with incredible resilience, hardness, and tenacity. Lucia dives into some technical details, and overall, they're quite satisfied with their results. Anna even mentions that this project is more interesting than smelting musket barrels. She further happily reveals that she can completely transform an iron block by adding another metal to it, and she's eager to understand how these metallic atoms bond together. The prince is thrilled to hear this, and explains to us that Anna and Lucia are working on an extraordinarily useful task. Lucia's job is to break down ores into different base elements, while Anna melds them with iron to test their qualities. Using Blackfire's malleability, Anna tests the hardness and tenacity with varying amounts of magic. As the prince walks away, he's buried in a book about chemistry, detailing everything about iron and its properties. He knows that even tiny changes can cause significant shifts in a metal's properties, which is why they're testing those thresholds. A while later, the prince is sitting on a bench, and the falling leaves are a clear sign that autumn is approaching. As the prince starts dozing off, Anna jolts him awake with a tap on his nose, telling him not to fall asleep outside. Otherwise, he is going to catch a cold. He suddenly asks where Lucia is, and Anna reveals that she's having afternoon tea with Belle. Just then, Anna reads Roland's troubled face, so she moves in close and asks if he has something on his mind, because she can see it in his eyes. The prince remains silent for a moment, then grabs her hand and pulls her closer, admitting that he's feeling a little troubled about something. He explains that he had brought the commoners in the border town from the capital with the help of everyone, but there are still a lot more people stuck in the capital who are not willing to leave the capital. The time is running out, so he is afraid that he has to be more forceful to ensure he saves most of the people, and they don't fall victims of Church's pills Timothy is making them to take. Reflecting on it, he admits that, in a way, he's more or less the same as Timothy, with the only difference being their goals. He wants people because he's aiming to build his empire, while Timothy wants people just to crush everyone. Anna quickly puts a finger over his lips and tells him she gets what he's trying to say. She explains that she's figured out what's troubling him. He's worried that people might not accept his help, that his goals might not always match up with what others expect, and that using harsh tactics, even for a good cause, could be misunderstood. The prince isn't sure if having a moral goal outweighs using a moral method. Anna reassures him not to worry, telling him she will always be there to help him no matter what. The next scene then takes us to the sea at the fjords on Slumber Island. There, we see a boat docked at the shore with different vendors selling their wares. Molly and another cute witch can be seen exploring the market area. All the while, Princess Tilly is observing everything through her telescope. She notes how Slumber Island is no longer just a hiding place for the original 300 witches. Although the New Bay residents live on the outer edges of the island, far from where the witches live, she's confident that with continued growth, Slumber Island will eventually become a city. As Tilly is discussing these developments to herself, Ash calls out to her, warning her about the heavy wind and telling her to come down before she trips. Tilly quickly uses the stone embedded in her hand to lift off from her perch, and smoothly makes her way down. Ash scolds Tilly for being reckless and suggests she keep Molly around while she's experimenting with flying. On the other hand, Tilly excitedly talks about her new discovery, explaining that as long as she maintains her magic output, she won't fall off. However, controlling her direction is still tricky. She invites Ash to give it a try, saying flying is an incredible experience, and the view of Slumber Island from above is breathtaking. Ash remains dubious and flatly refuses, reminding Tilly that she couldn't even activate the lightning stone and that she shouldn't risk her life. Besides, there's only one stone, so she can't fly with her even if she mastered it. Tilly sadly agrees and mentions she's also working on figuring out how to craft more of these stones. Ash asks if she's implying that the stones are man-made. Tilly confirms, saying their appearance and qualities seem unnatural, suggesting that the people who built the ruins had a deep understanding of magic, and she finds it a bit sad that the makers of these stones didn't leave any research literature about any of it. Suddenly, Maggie comes rushing at Princess Tilly, looking as if she's seen a ghost. When Ash notices the frantic bird making a speedy descent, she quickly grips Tilly and steps aside, clearing the way. Poor Maggie lands hard on the solid ground and for a moment seems genuinely hurt. Ash picks her up, and Maggie explains that she was blown away when she saw Tilly flying. She even thought for a moment that Sister Lightning had come to Slumber Island without telling anyone. Once Maggie recovers, she mentions that she's just come directly from Border Town, and Tilly then asks how the witches there are doing. Maggie replies that they're doing great, and that she was asked to deliver a bunch of letters written by them. One letter is from Lotus, and the other one from Evelyn, and as well as Sylvie also sent a letter. She also pleasantly presents a letter from the prince as well. Ash then offers Maggie a cookie for a job well done, and Maggie happily transforms into her little chubby pigeon form and flies off with the treat. Tilly can't help but notice how Maggie seems to get plumper with each trip to Border Town. Nonetheless, as they walk away, Tilly notices that Roland's letter feels unusually heavy this time, making her wonder what's inside. Later, once they're in the office, she eagerly opens the letter and finds a bunch of pictures inside. She's blown away by the lifelike drawings, convinced that only magic could create such detailed images. And one of the witches must have done this. But that's not even the craziest part. As she reads the letter, Tilly is further shocked to realize that these are real pictures of devils, not just some random art. Apparently the scenes depicted are from when the Witch Association ventured into the Badlands to find the Holy Mountain. It then starts to ring a bell for Ash, and she recalls the legend of the Holy Mountain, said to be a legendary witch sanctuary where true peace and quiet could be achieved. However, Ash realizes that this was likely just hot air. They could simply live peacefully on Slumber Island without the worries of the outside world. The letter reveals that Kara, the former leader of the Witch Association, truly believed in the Holy Mountain's existence. She had found an ancient book in the eastern ruins that led her to believe the mountain was located in the Forsaken Lands. So she took the association past the mountains into the wastelands, but they discovered nothing but horrifying monsters. The letter describes these monsters as having incredible strength, quick mobility, and some even wielding lightning magic, just like a witch would. Out of 40 witches, only 6 survived, and they eventually found shelter in Border Town. It wouldn't be surprising if those devils were using the same lightning stones which Princess Tilly has right now. The prince's letter goes on to mention something puzzling as well. Apparently, there's a scribble at the end in the language of the 4 kingdoms. It references the Holy City, a battle with devils, and Alice's experiment with the Divine Punishment Army from 400 years ago. The prince has yet to figure out as to why this would be written in such a different language. After finishing the mysterious letter from the prince, Tilly decides to read Sylvie's letter next. Sylvie's letter reveals that she hasn't detected any disguises or traces of magic related to Roland Wimbledon. There are no other witches in Border Town who might be controlling the prince, which means that Prince Roland is truly her brother. The news absolutely shocks Tilly, and she's left trying to make sense of how it's even possible. She remembers that Gerald, Timothy, and Garcia were her father's first children, and they had formed a tight clique because of this very reason. Even Garcia, the youngest among them, was 6 years older than Roland. So, no one hung out with him and bullied him relentlessly. Logically, since Tilly was the youngest, she should have teamed up with Roland. But for some obvious reasons, that didn't happen. Roland's personality got pretty twisted because of the way his siblings treated him, and he was carrying a lot of frustration he couldn't dump on his older siblings, so Tilly ended up being his target. She explains that their father stepped in once he found out, and Roland did shape up a bit. Still, he was full of mischief. He was both immature and kind of funny, so she had to stand up to him, and he didn't bother her much after that. Not gonna lie, little Roland was pretty charming back then. Tilly further reveals that as Roland grew up, he didn't really change much. According to rumors, he was hot-tempered, uneducated, and relied solely on his royal status. Those traits were just a cover for his true weaknesses, fear and fragility. Yet now he's standing with the witches, protecting them despite being seen as demons, and he's even willing to go against the church. She is having a hard time believing it, and Ash agrees. She says that even though she hadn't seen Roland in years, he seemed like a completely different person now. Apart from his appearance, he gives off a totally different vibe. Tilly then curiously asks Ash for her observations further. Ash explains that the biggest change is Roland's cleanliness. Both his appearance and his presence are simple and refined. He doesn't flaunt his status like other elites, and if it weren't for his hair, he might not stand out from an ordinary commoner at all. Ash adds that while Roland might seem normal, there's something about him she can't quite put into words, and he gives off a really nice feeling. The princess smiles and teasingly points out that she never expected Ash, of all people, to give Roland a compliment. Ash quickly gets flustered and insists she's just being honest. Nevertheless, Tilly is still curious, and wonders what could have caused such a drastic change in Roland. She suspects he might have used some means to become someone else, and the only way to find out is to meet him face to face. I love how this manhwa is putting so much emphasis on Roland's transformation. It's a refreshing change from other manhwa that often make you forget the main character doesn't belong in their current world. Sylvie further writes that she has mostly been exploring the northern mines for the prince. To everyone's surprise, they've discovered a huge amount of divine judgment stones. These stones grow out of the ground just like other ores. She's also seen soldiers at the border town using a type of metal weapon that shoots iron balls and bolts. The weapon is incredibly powerful and makes a thunderous sound, and she has even made some drawings of these weapons. Ash quickly perks up and points out that this rod-like weapon is exactly what caused her injury back then. Since they're allies now, she advises Princess Tilly to request a shipment of these weapons for defense. If the prince refuses, it would suggest he's not as reliable as everyone thinks. Princess Tilly responds that, first of all, they are not particularly defenseless, and secondly, those weapons are clearly vital to the prince, so he wouldn't give them away easily. Tilly is sure that making demands like that would only break their trust. Besides, she plans to visit Border Town during the winter anyway, so it'll be easier to talk to him in person about it. Ash quickly agrees, saying that Tilly can handle things however she sees fit. As Tilly continues reading the letter, she notices that Sylvie's sharp eyes missed nothing, because the letter even describes Roland's gifts to the witches, and Tilly gets absolutely blushy and embarrassed when she reads about how the prince gifted some underwear meant to cover a woman's chest, specifically for the adult witches. Tilly finds it completely ridiculous, thinking that gifting underwear is something only lovers do. So how could Roland have done that? She then recalls that he did something similar at the capital, and realizes that he's definitely started to resemble the Roland she used to know. Ash nods in agreement, noting that Roland was always a bit of a creep, so she tells Tilly they shouldn't go to Border Town during the winter. Back at Border Town, the chemist Sichi is in high spirits as he shares some exciting news with the prince. He's found a workable solution for manufacturing acid, but it requires a large amount of lead and a skilled smith to make a container out of it. He's heard that there's a witch who can precisely cut metal, and if she can handle the metal work, he asks for permission to use her assistance. The prince gives the green light for the witch's help, but mentions that he actually called him for something other than the acid. But Sichi is already way too busy with his current projects to get time for anything else. The prince reassures him that it won't take long and that all he needs is a few of Sichi's apprentices, not his top-tier ones. Sichi is finally curious and asks what the task involves. The prince then explains that they're going to manufacture soap, specifically for the common market. Despite its modest appearance, it will have the same properties as luxury soap, useful for bathing, washing clothes, and cleaning kitchenware. Sichi then frantically asks if the prince is referring to saponification, the process from Chemistry 101 that converts fats and sodium hydroxide into glycerin and soap. The prince confirms, and he seems pretty happy that Sichi is using the correct chemistry terms. However, even though Mad Scientist is thrilled about it, he still suggests delaying soap production because citizens can go days without bathing and usually clean their clothes and dishes in the river. The prince clarifies that soap production indeed has the lowest priority right now, but it's the byproduct that they desperately need. Sichi then asks if the prince is talking about glycerin, and the prince agrees, stating that producing glycerin is their top priority. Eventually, Sichi agrees to the plan, but points out that he won't have the time to handle it himself. The prince understands and mentions that he has some spicy intel that might interest him. Apparently, a sailboat carrying 50 commoners arrived this morning. Since there were a lot of people and they didn't seem like merchants, they were stopped by patrol. One of these commoners asked for Sichi, and it turns out that newcomer is an alchemist from Redwater City. Before the prince can reveal this newcomer's name, Sichi jumps with excitement, quickly realizing that this must be Charles, his former disciple. He's certain Charles has brought apprentices to assist him, and eagerly asks where Charles is right now. explaining that he was his most productive disciple, and it's crucial for the work. The prince informs him that they are registering themselves at the city hall. In the next scene, Lightning and Maggie are getting ready for their adventure, double-checking their supplies. Maggie proudly pulls out a string of sausages and declares that she's all set for the journey. Lightning raises an eyebrow and tells her that sausages won't do much against the dangers they might face, so she should grab a weapon or something. But the little pigeon makes it clear that if she runs into any divine judgment soldiers, she'll peck through their armor. Knowing arguing with Maggie is a lost cause, Lightning just puts on her glasses and they are ready to set off towards the westernmost point of the misty forest, and their goal is to explore the area and map out the forest's boundaries. As they head out, Lightning feels a wave of relief that Maggie is coming along. She's uneasy about exploring the misty forest alone, especially after encountering that devil in the woods at her last visit. She worries that if Maggie knew just how scared she is, she might poke fun at her. Lightning reflects on the wisdom of her father, who is the great adventurer. He had once told her that no matter what obstacles she faces, she must confront them bravely, observe closely, and understand that fear often comes from within rather than from the actual danger. With these words in mind, Lightning steels herself, declaring proudly that she's the daughter of her father and she won't be defeated. They continue their journey. Lightning finds it quite reassuring that they can simply just follow the river to not get lost. Suddenly, Maggie spots a towering mountain at the end of the forest. The mountain's sheer size makes it look almost mythical. They notice a deep, dark hole in the mountain and decide to dive into it further to investigate. Once they are inside, Lightning notices the black rocks scattered around in the area. Maggie even pokes at one of the rocks and reports that they don't seem edible. Lightning checks out the rocks and realizes there's some kind of ore. Since they don't know much about it, they decide to bring the rocks back to the prince for analysis. Lightning then mentions that they spent most of the morning getting here, which means this place is around 240 kilometers away from the border town, much farther than Longsong Fortress. Suddenly she gets curious and wonders what's beyond this huge mountain. Meanwhile, Maggie notices her feathers starting to turn black. Well, I would not be surprised if this place is a gold mine of coal. Nevertheless, Lightning decides to check out the other side of the mountain, so she tells Maggie to stay put and not move. She dashes out of the tunnel and starts flying diagonally towards the sea to see what's beyond the mountain. When she finally reaches the end of the mountain and looks around, she's absolutely shocked by what she sees. Later, the scene cuts back to the border town where the prince is studying a map of Grey Castle's royal palace, and he is busy planning his siege. Suddenly he hears a loud thumping noise. It's Maggie and Lightning peeking through the window, with Lightning looking particularly scared and anxious. The prince quickly tells Nightingale to open the window. Once they're inside, Lightning jumps at the prince, and he in return gives her a reassuring pat on the head, telling her to calm down and asking what happened. Maggie quickly starts flapping her wings and reveals that she saw black rocks and huge snowy mountains. But that is not what has Lightning so worried, because what really scared her were the devils she saw there. As she tries to explain, she's visibly anxious, so the prince tells her to calm down and steady herself before speaking again. The little adventurer finally takes a chill pill and reveals that in order to completely mark the misty forest, she headed west along the Redwater River and found a huge mountain there. Behind it, she saw a red mist that covered the entire range, and the mist had crimson blood-like color. It was hard to see through it, but it reminded her of Soraya's drawings, and she's certain that the red mist is the kind that the devils need to survive. A while later, Lady Scroll and other witches pay a visit to the prince. Seems like Roland has filled in all of the witches about the discovery of these devils. In the light of all this, Lady Scroll suggests that they should conduct an investigation of the red mist area. She points out that Lightning only saw it from afar and couldn't confirm if there were actually devils in the mist. Plus, even if they do find devils, they'll need to figure out if those monsters can reach the kingdom from the mountains. Wendy agrees with the Sister Scroll's recommendation, and further adds that while everyone knows that the devils are powerful, they are still not sure what defensive measures to take against them, so to prepare in advance, they need to investigate these monsters firsthand. The prince also agrees with the point they have raised, and asks if anyone has any objections. If not, he's ready to move forward with the plan. However, the prince isn't sure how to conduct the investigation safely. That's when Anna suggests using hot air balloons. She explains that they can paint the balloons to blend in with the sky and use the clouds as cover. They'll fly over the ocean as an additional safety measure. Lightning then suggests bringing Sylvie along since her abilities are perfect for a scouting mission like this. The prince agrees and decides that he'll join the expedition as well. However, Nightingale quickly voices her concern, insisting that the prince shouldn't risk his life, and it seems like other witches are also against the idea of the prince tagging along. The prince then clarifies that this isn't as risky as it seems. He explains that if the monsters could fly or scale mountains, they would have already spread across all 4 kingdoms. The fact that they're still confined to the westernmost region suggests they're not as dangerous as everyone fears. Besides, the prince thinks to himself that he has more knowledge about alien civilizations and stuff, and he can easily figure out how advanced they are just at first glance. So, if he can see the devils and their city himself, it could be extremely helpful in figuring out how to defend against them. With that in mind, he tells everyone to calm down, assuring them that they'll be watching from a safe distance. He adds that if even scouting from afar was too dangerous, he would never have agreed to this expedition in the first place. Nightingale finally agrees, though she seems a bit embarrassed for overreacting earlier, and she still insists that the prince isn't allowed to stray from the group during their journey. The prince agrees and points out that Anna, Wendy, Soraya, Sylvie, Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie will all be going. He tells them they'll leave in a week and advises everyone to carry revolvers along with the necessary rations. He also tells them to practice with the revolvers in the meantime so that even the non-combative witches can defend themselves. The prince then decides to take a look at the ore Lightning has brought back. The little adventurer quickly reports that there were more of these rocks near the mountain, and the area covered by them is 10 times bigger than the border town. The prince notices that the rock is lighter than typical ores, so it's definitely not a metal or regular ore. Since it's black and found at ground level, it could be coal. He tells Anna to burn the rock a little, and once her green flame touches it, the rock begins to burn with a blue fire. It doesn't take long for the prince to recognize that this is high-quality anthracite, a type of coal that burns with minimal smoke. Lightning is surprised that this is what coal looks like because she expected it to be brittle and dirty like charcoal. The prince explains that this coal has been broken down and refined. Most coal looks like rocks in its basic form, and higher quality coal, like anthracite, is harder and shiny on the outside. He adds that coal isn't rare in Grey Castle because Fallen Dragon Ridge and Silver City both export it. It's primarily used for warmth, but this thing can easily replace charcoal in smithing, which is more environmentally friendly because it means fewer trees need to be cut down. He thinks to himself that even if they transition to electricity and gas, coal remains a versatile and cheap fuel source. It can be used to manufacture coal gas, hydrogen, and asphalt, and even generate electricity. Therefore, establishing an open-air coal mine would be more advantageous than relying on imports. It looks like they'll need to produce more steamboats and a coal factory in the westernmost region in order to ship all of the coal into the border town. The scene cuts to the king's city, where inside the palace, an alchemist demonstrates their new discovery, which is a combustive snow powder created by the Alchemists Association. When the explosion goes off, the brass bowl goes flying into the air, leaving Timothy utterly flabbergasted. The old alchemist explains that if they increase the quantity and pack it tightly, the powder could be powerful enough to shred armor and flesh. Timothy is thrilled to hear this, and gladly offers the old man a generous reward of 20 golden royals. He instructs him to start building a snow powder factory in the capital immediately, and to continue researching the powder. He promises that if its effects in battle are as impressive as claimed, he'll grant the alchemist a dukeship and territory. The old man bows in respect, but one of the knights in the chamber points out that while the invention looks promising on paper, it might not be very useful on the battlefield, because it requires a fuse and has limited lethality, affecting only a half a pace wide area. Timothy is deeply troubled after getting reminded that this powder still needs innovation. He reflects bitterly that if it weren't for Garcia snatching the alchemists who were in charge of researching the snow powder, he would have already dominated Grey Castle. But still, he's relieved that the remaining alchemists were skilled enough to sniff out the recipe. Suddenly, a soldier bursts in with urgent news and reports that the troops sent to the western region have been wiped out and returned to the capital in defeat, each carrying a letter from Roland Wimbledon. Timothy reads the letter and sees that Roland is clearly disappointed with his strategies. Roland calls the attack on the western region a severe mistake and warns that he'll make Timothy pay for it. He also says he'll attack the capital in the second month of autumn, planning to show that Timothy's throne isn't as safe as he thinks. Timothy is absolutely livid after reading the letter, his anger practically boiling over. Back with the witches, they're all geared up with revolvers for their shooting practice, and the prince is eager to see how they perform. As the ladies start shooting, it quickly becomes clear that they're struggling. Their shots are going in every direction except toward the target. Roland's enthusiasm dies down and starts to feel hopeless about their lackluster skills. However, it's not all doom and gloom, because Anna stands out among everyone by hitting the target with such finesse you would not believe. The other witches are fascinated to see this, and even the prince is bewildered by her performance. He notices her clean aim and steady posture, and wonders if Anna has talent beyond just her knowledge. Despite the revolver's noticeable recoil, her arm remains perfectly steady, leaving the prince impressed and curious about her hidden abilities. Meanwhile, Anna is basking in her glory after hitting the target perfectly. However, the prince quickly notices something off, and we can also see a hint of magic at play near the trigger of her gun. With a suspicious look in his eyes, he leans toward Anna and scolds her, saying that no one is allowed to use their abilities during firing practice. The clueless Anna asks why, and the prince explains that if enemies have stones of divine judgment, she would be helpless without her magic. He wants everyone to be prepared for real combat situations where their magical abilities might not be available. Prince then covers her ears and tells her to try again, assuring her that she won't feel scared this time. Lightning quickly asks Maggie to come over and cover her ears too. I find it fascinating how even the kids are handling these guns like they're just water pistols. With her ears covered, Anna quickly fires a barrage of bullets, and they all hit the target perfectly. Seeing this, Wendy and Nightingale give it a go as well, and soon enough the girls are having a blast while shooting. Later, we see their balloon floating in the air, camouflaged to blend with the sky. The prince announces that they'll be practicing dropping projectiles from the sky and plans to attack the capital in the second month of autumn, so everyone needs to start practicing right away. Wendy could not help but feel thrilled to be so high in the sky, and points out how the entire western region looks as small as the palm of her hand. The prince, however, explains that the area is indeed not very large, and directs her attention to the wasteland to the north, which is where they'll need to go later. Lightning notices they're already quite high, and comments that she can't see anything below. The prince says they are high enough, and inside the balloon basket, we see a nuke-like bomb. He explains that they'll be practicing by dropping this fake bomb, just like they did on the ground. He adds that since this is only an experiment, the bomb they're using is much smaller than the real ones and weighs about as much as 4 nightingales. Even though this one is smaller in size, they still need to treat it seriously. Anna seems really curious after hearing about the weight of this bomb, and curiously asks the prince since when Nightingale became a unit of measurement. The prince dramatically coughs and tells her not to worry about the details, instructing her to just get started. They drop their first bomb, and Anna quickly shuts the downward door in the basket. The prince is happy to see that they've become so familiar with the procedure after all their training. Wendy then asks him if the bomb can really hit the target from this altitude. Roland admits that it does seem improbable, considering they're dropping it from 1,000 meters. However, he explains that the bomb has exceptional navigation capabilities, and its high altitude actually contributes to its guaranteed accuracy, and this is all thanks to our little explorer, Lightning. We're back at the border town castle. When the prince mentions he's heading to the Misty Forest, Knight Carter, Iron Axe, and the old man Barov are all shocked to hear this. The knight even insists on accompanying the prince as his first knight to protect him, while Iron Axe wants to bring 100 men to keep the prince safe. On the other hand, Old Man Barov says he has a ton of paperwork to handle. The prince firmly states that this is an order for everyone, and they need to stay and manage the border town while he's away. It seems like Barov isn't fully aware about the devils and the red mist in the most western region, so he curiously asks what's so important about that area that the prince feels the need to go himself. The prince doesn't get into details but says the situation affects the entire western region and could even threaten the destruction of Grey Castle. He claims that he is the only one who can assess it firsthand and insists he must go himself. Knight Carter asks if the prince can spill the exact reason for his visit. The prince says he can't say right now but promises he'll fill them in eventually. He makes it clear that it's a secret mission and everyone needs to keep it to themselves. As everyone's freaking out about the bombshell the prince just dropped, he reflects on the situation in his mind. The Devil Territory is 60 miles from the western region, and these monsters once destroyed the holy city of Tequila, driving survivors to the edge of the continent. It all sounds pretty outlandish, but the prince is glad he's seen plenty of apocalyptic movies. But he knows that people won't easily accept this reality. If word leaks and civilians panic, everyone might rush to leave the western region, and he can't let that happen after coming this far. So, the prince finally sets off with all the witches in their balloon, waving a final goodbye to his loyal companions, who are tearfully watching him depart. Not gonna lie, I'm also super excited to see what they're about to run into in that mist. Meanwhile, as they're floating through the air, Sylvie asks if the church fought the devils 400 years ago, and wonders if that makes the church good. The prince says the church is actually evil, and Nightingale agrees, pointing out that if they were good, they wouldn't have been executing witches for no reason. She explains it would be one thing if the witches were actually evil, but they're not connected to devils at all, plus there's even evidence to disprove that. The prince agrees and adds that first they need to verify if the church really did fight the devils. If they did, why would they hide it and destroy all the evidence? Because they could have gained a lot of followers by spreading the news of their victory. The prince reassures Sylvie that he'll never support the church just because they fought the devils. He's determined to fight against the devils on his own if needed, and he's not afraid because he has witches by his side. Nightingale leans in, happily reminding Sylvie that the church is a bunch of losers who failed to eradicate the devils in the past, so the prince would never side with them. A while later, Lightning points out that they're almost there and can already see the mountain. When everyone in the balloon looks ahead, they're awestruck by the mountain's magnificence. Wendy even notes that these mountains like they just sprang up from the ground out of nowhere. The prince then says they'll set up camp by the mountains closer to the coast, because they'll rest today and start their investigation tomorrow. Once they set up camp near the sea, the prince looks out at the endless expanse of water and thinks it's a good spot, because this wide area makes it easy to spot anything around them, far from the misty forest, and unlikely for animals to come near. The ladies come over and suggest that the prince should sleep inside the tent. That is when Roland remembers that particular day when he tried to sleep among the ladies but had to spend his entire night restlessly. To avoid repeating the same mistake twice, he decides to sleep outside to stay fresh for their morning investigation. Meanwhile, Maggie is also feeling quite happy as she decides to sleep outside as well. The ladies start heading into the tent, and Wendy says she'll swap for lookout later. As the fire crackles and the prince sits alone, Anna approaches him from behind. The prince asks her if she's not planning to sleep with the others. She replies with no, and says she just wants to stay out here with him. She sits down beside him and mentions that Sylvie should have thanked him earlier for how he comforted her. Then, almost out of nowhere, Anna says she's happy with the choice she made. The prince finds himself confused, and curiously asks what choice she's talking about, but instead of answering, Anna leans in and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. Afterwards, she doesn't say anything else, just wishes him good night and heads off to sleep. While he still has not recovered from that unexpected kiss, the prince is caught off guard when Nightingale suddenly appears and gives him a smooch on the cheek too. She thanks him for everything he's done for the witches, then vanishes into thin air, leaving the prince smiling to himself. The next morning, the crew is back in the balloon and they continue their journey to the red mist. Inside the balloon, the prince can be seen still yawning, feeling a bit uncomfortable from sleeping outside. He's already starting to miss the comforts of his castle, especially the running water and showers. Meanwhile, the witches are full of energy and in high spirits, and the prince can't help but marvel at how fresh they look, and wonders if their beauty is part of their magic. Suddenly, Lightning reports that they should be able to see the blood mist from a distance. She quickly points her finger out in that particular direction, and as they peer downward, they spot the entire area swarming with that creepy red mist. Sylvie wastes no time activating her ability, and she quickly reports that they're still too far away from the mist, because she just can't detect anything from this distance. The prince decides to descend further and tells Soraya to make sure she draws every scene from this point onward. As he looks through the binoculars at the coast, he notices there are no piers or docks. Even if there were devils, they haven't built any ships to reach Grey Castle from the sea. Suddenly, Sylvie speaks up, saying that about 10 miles from the coast, in the red mist, there are some structures made of black rock. They're triangular in shape and seem to point upward. Wendy quickly chimes in, noting that these structures sound similar to the mirages they saw in the wastelands, which suggests this place is definitely devil territory. However, Soraya, who's seen devils in their buildings in the wastelands before, points out that the height of these towers seems off. The towers she saw in the mirage were so tall that they should have been visible above the mist, because they were even taller than these mountains. The prince then speculates that what she saw before might have been a devil city, and this could just be a village. While Wendy and Anna are freaking out in the background, the prince keeps his cool and asks what's inside the towers. Sylvie reports that most of them are empty, but some are filled with some kind of liquid. Suddenly she notices creepy red eyes glaring back at her. The prince snaps her out of it, asking urgently what's happening. Sylvie doesn't waste a second before telling the prince they need to get out of there fast, because the devils have already found them. Scratch that, the devils are already on the move. She explains that they were buried underground, with only the pipes on their backs sticking out of the ground. The shit is about to get real, and it's clear they need to get out before things get worse. Sylvie then drops another brutal piece of news, revealing that there are some devils flying, which leaves everyone absolutely boggled out of their minds. The prince quickly orders Wendy to retreat the balloon at full throttle, and our wind girl quickly pushes the balloon forward with her wind powers. But unfortunately, Sylvie reports that 2 devils are rapidly approaching, and they are riding some kind of flying monsters. The prince is blown away to hear this, but instead of feeling terrified, he is kind of curious about these monsters, so he squints his eyes and notices that these devils are apparently riding some hybrid demon beasts. He makes a split-second decision and shouts for everyone to lower the balloon's altitude and reach the ground as soon as possible. He knows that with only lightning capable of flying, it won't be enough to protect everyone if these monsters catch up. If the balloon gets damaged, they're all in serious trouble, and he is kicking himself for underestimating the devils and putting everyone into this risky mess. Before they can even start their descent, the flying monsters close in fast. One of them blocks their path and throws a spear with incredible speed straight at the prince. He braces himself to get screwed, but just in time, Anna conjures a shield to protect him, stopping the javelin inches from hitting him. However, it looks like Anna poured every ounce of her magic energy into creating that shield, and is almost out of juice. While the javelin falls back, the devils don't let up, and they charge at the balloon once again, surrounding the party from both sides. Surprisingly, Anna is still hanging in there, and conjures up the shield once again to keep the monsters at bay. The prince takes this chance, and immediately reminds the ladies that it's finally time to put their bad boys into action. The ladies quickly comply with command, and draw their revolvers right away. They start shooting like there's no tomorrow, with Nightingale even holding 2 revolvers like she's some kind of gunslinger reincarnate. But despite their best efforts, it looks like all those bullets are missing the target, and the monsters are closing in fast. Nightingale then points out that the balloon's shaking too much, which is messing up their aim. Just then, one of the wild beasts roars with its gross, gaping mouth, and Wendy quickly uses her wind powers to fly the balloon away. The abrupt push by Wendy causes the balloon to shake violently, making everyone in the basket lose their balance. Out of nowhere, Anna spots another monster right in front of her. This one grabs a javelin from its back and chucks it straight at her. But Prince Roland, being the hero he is, jumps in front of her and takes the spear right in his shoulder, and the impact shatters his arm in one go, leaving him crashing to the ground. The gruesome sight shatters Nightingale's heart, and for the first time I see her crying. All the witches rush to Prince Roland, and Nightingale calls out to him, but he doesn't respond. It looks like he's gone unconscious after losing a lot of blood. Nightingale sobs uncontrollably, while her tears stream down her face. Without wasting any time, Anna springs into action, quickly starting to burn the stump of the prince's severed arm to stop the bleeding. It seems like she picked up this first aid trick from one of the classes about first aid rescue. And not surprisingly, the bleeding stops right away, leaving Nightingale absolutely shocked. She quickly points out that this is their chance to get back to the border town if they want to save the prince. But this is not going to be that easy as it seems, because these devils are still looming large, and Nightingale realizes they won't make it back to the border town if they can't defeat these monsters. So she makes a split-second decision, and tells Lightning to protect the balloon from damage. The girl is startled to hear this for a second as how she is going to stray those devils away. But when she looks at the prince, she realizes that they does not have time to be scared, so she quickly flies off into the air, and one of the devils quickly starts chasing her down, while there is still one devil who is trying to poke a hole into the balloon. The monster quickly backs away, and Wendy points out that it must be gearing up for a dive attack. That's when Nightingale steps up, deciding to leap off the balloon to get closer to the devils. Her friends try to talk her out of it, but with the devil charging at the balloon, she doesn't have much choice. Eventually, she jumps from the basket and lands on top of the balloon. She then uses her mist powers, and although she notices there's magic inside the devils, there's no time to dwell on it. She reappears from her mist and lands right on top of the monster's head. With her gun barrel aimed precisely at the monster's skull, she tells it to die and pulls the trigger, and the shot lands a brutal headshot, taking down the monster in one hit. The creature that the devil was riding begins to crash down, and Nightingale also starts to fall along with it. She tries to slip into the mist while plummeting through the air, but without anything to anchor her, the attempt fails miserably. Wendy tries to catch her with her wind powers, but her efforts fall short as well, and Nightingale starts to fear that she might actually die here. As she falls, memories of her past life with the prince flash before her eyes. Her dream of a sweet life alongside him begins to shatter. Despite the terrifying situation, she tears up but also wears a faint, bittersweet smile, and finally admits to herself that she might never be with the prince after all. Well, it turns out that dramatic scene was just a teaser because, let's be real, we all knew Nightingale wasn't going anywhere, especially since Maggie is finally here to save the day. With some serious plot armor at play, Maggie starts evolving right before our eyes, turning into one of those hybrid monsters herself. She quickly snatches Nightingale from mid-air. Because let's face it, no one's writing this series without her. Because she is one of the original witches after all. Maggie then flings Nightingale upward, and she lands safely on Maggie's back. Nightingale finds herself bewildered by Maggie's new hybrid form and asks her what the heck is going on. Maggie responds in a language Nightingale doesn't understand, so she simply tells our demonic bird to head back to the balloon. With that, the newly demonic Maggie starts her ascent towards the balloon. As one of the monsters spots them coming, it quickly grabs a javelin and throws it down with impressive speed. But before the javelin can hit, Maggie quickly transforms back into her little pigeon self. The javelin zooms past harmlessly, and Maggie then reverts to her monstrous form just in time to continue the rescue. As they charge straight at the monster, it's also coming at them full throttle. When they're finally face to face, Nightingale leaps off Maggie's back and dives into her misty world. She reappears right behind the devil's head, presses her gun barrel against it, and blows the monster's head off in one shot. She quickly pops back onto Maggie's back. Even though the devil's dead, its flying monster companion is still very much alive. The beast lets out a terrifying roar, but it's quickly silenced by a bullet that tears through its gaping mouth, leaving a hole in its head. The trigger-happy soldier who took the shot is none other than Sister Lightning, and Nightingale gives her a quick nod of approval for a job well done. Once the threat is neutralized, Nightingale decides it's time to head back. After a while, they finally reach the coast. Everyone gathers inside the balloon basket, worried sick about the prince. You see, traveling by balloon is slow, and even if they fly through the night, they won't reach the border town until noon the next day. With time running short, they decide to let Maggie and Lightning take the prince ahead first. While our sweet little demonic girl is ready to take on the task, Lightning seems a bit anxious. But she soon shakes off all of the disturbing thoughts and confidently assures everyone that they'll get the prince back in time. With that in mind, they strap the prince securely onto Maggie's back. Meanwhile, Nightingale reassures Lightning that the prince getting hurt wasn't their fault, because they weren't born for battle. With that, the two flying girls depart with the prince, leaving the others in the balloon. Anna also suggests they get moving as well, because she's certain those monsters might send another squadron after them, so they need to put as much distance as possible between them and the mountains. They'll set up camp when they find somewhere safe. Soraya is still anxious and worried, trying to figure out how the devils managed to find them. After all, the balloon and basket are camouflaged, so they shouldn't be detectable from 2,000 meters away, even with binoculars. Sylvie then reveals that she had seen a massive devil in the mist, and it was something like a giant black tower. It had a huge head, which was larger than its body, and countless eyes, all of which seemed to be locked onto her. She explains that hundreds of devils surged from underground as soon as they noticed the intruders, and the entire area was swarmed. Anna then adds that the monsters the devils were riding were strange as well. Their blood was blue, which makes it clear that they're completely different from the hybrids they've encountered during the months of demons. Soraya agrees, noting that the creatures they encountered seem more like actual devils. She points out that when Nightingale shot the first devil, it bled blue, confirming they're not just demons. Wendy expresses her relief that if Maggie hadn't transformed and saved Nightingale, they wouldn't have made it out alive. Nightingale adds that while Maggie was transforming, she saw her magic shift from a swirling mass to a pair of pale wings. Meanwhile, Lightning and Maggie are zooming down, both looking pretty exhausted. The little girl then asks if the prince is still hanging on, and Lightning responds that he's getting colder, but thankfully his pulse is still strong. She then tells Maggie to channel all their remaining magic to increase their speed. With a burst of energy, they accelerate to sonic speed. As they fly away, Lightning starts to reflect on the situation. She feels guilty, thinking that if she had left the balloon basket to distract the devils earlier, the prince might not have been injured. She's hard on herself, feeling like she's still a long way from being an outstanding explorer. She's also thinking about requesting a revolver for herself once they're out of this mess, and asking Nightingale to teach her some fighting techniques. Eventually, they reach the border town castle. As soon as they descend down, soldiers rush towards our girl, and Knight Carter is absolutely shocked to learn that Prince Roland is severely injured. Suddenly, the prince wakes up in a frantic state. He glances at his hand and is surprised to find it still there. As he looks around, he realizes he's back at the castle. He calls out for Knight Carter, but then he soon spots some of the witches sleeping down on the ground, and it looks like they must have dozed off while waiting for him to wake up. Quietly, he gets out of bed and peeks outside, and confirms that he really is back at the castle. Anna also wakes up and Roland quickly asks her about everyone. In response, she reassures him that everyone is back in town, and he's the only one who got injured. The prince breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing this, though he's feeling anxious because there is something different about Anna's tone. Out of nowhere, the girl hugs him tightly, calling him an idiot in a strangely affectionate way. Her repeated idiot in such a loving tone leaves the prince's nerves completely frazzled. He then feels a bit warm thinking about how there are people who care for him. He hugs her warmly in response, letting her know he's back and that she doesn't have to be so scared anymore. The other witches also begin to wake up, and they are all amazed to see the prince is out of his unconsciousness. Lightning wastes no time and launches herself at the prince, hugging him tightly, and soon the other little witches join in as well, creating a big, warm group hug. Nightingale is also relieved to see the prince safe and jumps over him like a little kid. The scene is filled with joy and affection, lighting up the entire room. Later that night, the prince sits alone in his room, reflecting on how he seriously underestimated the devils during the expedition. He hadn't anticipated their ability to detect the balloons from such a distance. Though the expedition proved to be quite dangerous, it provided invaluable intel. The devils are no longer just mysterious beings from the underworld, because they have their own civilization and are as culturally developed as humans. The prince probably has scribbled down his thoughts in a letter, which is probably meant for his sister, Princess Tilly. He mentions that the devils seem to have magic, which Nightingale confirmed. However, their magic method is totally different from witches, because they use some sort of external gizmo instead of activating it like witches do. Unfortunately, these are just educated guesses since the devil corpses sank into the sea, so he couldn't examine them closely. Sylvie pointed out that those odd stone towers the devils had might store a red liquid, and the red mist could be the gaseous form of that liquid. The mist's limited range might be why the devils haven't pushed past the Badlands. Based on what they've seen so far, it looks like the devils won't be a big threat to the border town anytime soon. Anna walks into the room, and the prince is a bit startled as she quietly locks the door behind her. He then curiously asks why she's there, and reminds her that he's already healed from his injuries, so there's no need to worry. Anna places her hand over his, making the prince blush like an idiot. She then takes his hand and places it over her chest, making it clear that she can't wait any longer and wants to make the most of their time together before anything else happens. She gets even closer despite her evident embarrassment, and the prince responds with a deep kiss to her lips. After sharing a tender moment, he gently lowers her onto the bed and positions himself on top of her. Before proceeding, the prince thinks about what to do next, considering that maybe some foreplay might be a good idea. But then he realizes he's got no real experience with it, having only ever seen a few of those racy magazines. So the prince decides to try a different approach. Maybe some smooth talking or cheeky banter will help set the mood before they dive into the main event. Just as he's trying to figure out what to say, Anna takes the initiative. She gently pushes him onto the bed and gets on top of him. He places his hands on her thighs, and she recalls the moment when he pushed her away and took that javelin in his shoulder, and asks if he didn't consider his own life at that moment. The prince responds that it was instinctive. Anna then reminds him that he's the future ruler of Grey Castle and the hope of all witches, implying that her own life doesn't matter as much in comparison. The prince insists that it wasn't about worth. He simply couldn't stand to see her die, and if he had more time to think about it, he'd still trade his life for hers without a second thought. As they lie there, Anna asks the prince to tell her more stories from his past, because she wants to know everything about him. The prince starts narrating, explaining that he used to live in a massive city, much bigger than Bordertown. Roland then reveals that while he wasn't exactly exceptional, he was a bit smarter than average. He worked hard, so his teachers often praised him. But what they didn't know was that he was the one who kept drawing graffiti on the walls. Anna giggles, asking if that ever got him into trouble. In response, the prince explains that the teacher would just call his parents. His teachers kept changing as he got older, and he finished his studies with pretty typical scores, so he was always just a step behind the smartest kids. As Roland shares his story, Anna drifts off to sleep, and he realizes that she was just too exhausted to do anything more. Well, this much is not surprising, considering she was on high alert during the balloon ride back, keeping an eye out for devils or demons, and then she stayed by his side once they returned to the castle, which left the poor girl completely wiped out. Roland feels a bit bummed that they had to go through all that, but he's also relieved. At least they've got plenty of time ahead to figure out how to deal with these monstrous threats. The next day arrives with a fresh start. The first thing we see is Sylvie stretching heartily after what must have been a long, satisfying sleep. She greets Wendy with a cheerful good morning, and can't help but ask why Wendy's up so early. Wendy, with a hint of a smile, replies that she's getting older and doesn't need as much sleep anymore. Meanwhile, Nightingale, still in her nightdress, shamelessly mentions that she might need another nap later to recharge fully. Wendy asks Nightingale if she didn't sleep well, and Nightingale just says she had way too many dreams. Sylvie looks like she's about to spill something juicy about what Nightingale was doing last night, but she quickly goes silent when Nightingale shoots her a death glare. Wendy's curiosity gets the better of her, so she nudges Sylvie to keep talking, but poor Sylvie quickly backtracks and says, Nightingale's sleep issues are probably just because she's been pushing herself too hard. Nightingale nods in agreement, saying her body can only handle so much. As Nightingale asks Wendy for help adjusting her bra, Sylvie reflects on how scary Prince Roland might be in some ways, but she finds him undeniably admirable. It's rare to see someone of his status who would go so far as to injure himself for a witch. There's no other explanation for his actions, as he truly stands with the witches, just like Miss Tilly. She is just overjoyed at the thought of Roland's dedication, and is thrilled that Princess Tilly has such a wonderful brother. Later, in the backyard, everyone gathers around to check out Maggie's new demonic bird form. They're all fascinated by her transformation and closely observe the changes. Sister Leaf is particularly amazed at the thought that these are the same kinds of flying monsters the devils were riding. She's relieved she didn't have to face any of these creatures herself in the Badlands, or she might not have made it out alive. Nightingale also acknowledges that their survival through the mountains was thanks to Maggie's evolved abilities. So, she turns to Maggie and promises her a bag of smoked fish every day, along with some extra honey, as a token of thanks for saving everyone's lives. When the prince hears Nightingale's plan to bring smoked fish to Maggie every day, he's in a bit of a tizzy. Those fish are meant for him, and he's not too thrilled about her taking them from the castle kitchen. Nonetheless, he approaches her and asks for a ride. Maggie takes off, soaring across the sea with both the prince and Nightingale on her back. The prince is having the time of his life because it's probably the closest he'll ever get to riding a dragon. He notices that she can fly at about 80 kilometers per hour with 2 passengers, which is slower than Lightning, but Maggie has the upper hand in stamina. Whenever Lightning needs to carry anything, she has to use more magic, and she loses altitude too. But Maggie just needs to transform, and altitude isn't a big factor in her magic consumption, and she only has to worry about her own strength. Nightingale also notes that Maggie's magic has grown tremendously, and she could easily become a powerhouse in the current Witch Union. She also estimates that Maggie can now transform 7 or 8 times a day with her current mana. The prince then decides it's time to drop down, and Maggie quickly begins her descent. As they get to lower altitude, the prince reveals that the building they're seeing currently is Witch Tower. We can also see all the witches standing on the balconies, and the prince points out that everyone has already picked their rooms. He tells Maggie that he knows she likes to sleep with Lightning, but he's still assigned her a bedroom, and she's free to decorate it however she wants. Our little demonic bird gets excited about this news and decides to make a beeline for her new room. Maggie's excited and rapid ascent starts scaring the prince half to death, so he quickly tells her to simmer down before they end up in the clouds. Meanwhile, we also see Evelyn is on the balcony, and she looks absolutely blown away by Maggie's new transformation. Suddenly, her mind then begins to drift back into past memory, where she saw how they poured the concrete into the building's frame. She finds it fascinating that if they mix it with pebbles, they could mold it into any shape or form, making concrete a versatile building material. Evelyn then walks inside her room and sits quietly, reflecting on how it's been a month since she arrived here. She doesn't feel like she's done much besides tasting wine for the prince. Even though he gave her her own room, she's starting to feel like she doesn't deserve all this, given how little she's contributed. She lays back on her bed like a lifeless body, reflecting on how she only got 5 points in the last exam. Miss Scroll didn't make everyone's scores public, but Evelyn found out after asking around. And now, she's feeling the weight of not measuring up. Evelyn thinks to herself how she's been practicing her handwriting every day after class, even getting help from Lily and Moon. Despite her efforts, she feels like she's just an average idiot with peanuts for brains. Suddenly, she hears her fellow witch, Candle, who excitedly bursts in to explain that the living room has an actual kitchen and even a weird room painted white, and she tells her friend to come with her to see it. But Evelyn looks too dejected to pay any attention to what her friend is saying. Candle notices her mood and gets worried, asking if she's feeling okay, and wonders if Evelyn is upset about having to sleep alone now. That's when Evelyn finally speaks up, reminding her friend that they've been living here for a month. In response, the little one agrees, but she is not sure what Evelyn is trying to say exactly. Evelyn goes on to remind her little friend about how Lotus is almost done with the new wall she was helping to prepare. Honey has been training a bunch of messenger birds, and Sylvie went with the prince to investigate the monsters. But on the other hand, she feels like she herself hasn't had anything to do, doesn't even have anything to practice, and has the worst test scores. All of this is making her wonder why the prince chose someone useless like her. After hearing all of this, Candle suggests her friend to ask Prince Roland directly about it. Evelyn is startled by this suggestion, but Candle reassures her that the prince is Miss Tilly's brother and has genuine intentions for the witches. She mentions that even Sylvie, who was once very critical of him, has softened and even complimented him once or twice yesterday. So, she encourages her to talk to the prince, assuring her that he won't be harsh or chew her out for speaking with him personally. Eventually, Evelyn decides to go talk to Prince Roland. We are back in the castle, where we see the old man Barov asking the prince why he's specifically recruiting women for the starch production. In response, Roland explains that women are generally more careful and that he wants more women working instead of staying at home. He also tells Barov that once the next exam ends, he will be in charge of recruiting female apprentices for the city hall. Barov is surprised to hear this, and points out there is no example of women as labor in the past, and further highlights that the other apprentices are just as careful as well. The prince explains that if there's no existing model, they'll have to create one, because adding women to the workforce is the easiest way to expand the labor force. The prince also assigns Barov the task of changing people's attitudes about women working. Besides, he points out that given the fat paycheck every woman is going to receive, he is sure that they'll gradually step up to the job. Suddenly, Nightingale pops back into the office and asks the prince if this starch stuff is something delicious he's planning to make. The prince shakes his head with no, and says it's not just food, but it does have a pretty neat byproduct. He explains that if you mix wheat flour with water and knead it until the water turns completely white, then replace the water, you're left with a sticky ball of gluten, This gluten can be deep-fried or stir-fried, making it soft and bouncy, and then you can glaze it with honey or mix it with spices. All of that sounds delicious, and it seems like Nightingale has already started drooling just hearing about it. The prince decides it's probably best to stop talking before she gets even more excited. In his head, the prince thinks about how processed flour water becomes starch, which is a crucial ingredient in explosives. Since he hasn't started producing glycerin yet, TNT is off the table for now. But starch is the easiest explosive to manufacture, and it's not very sensitive, so it can't be ignited by fire and needs a detonator, but it's actually stronger than TNT. The prince is confident that once his alchemists manage to create TNT, he'll be one step closer to shaking Timothy's throne. While the prince is dreaming of the grand explosions he'll be able to create with starch, Nightingale is also drooling over the thought of fried and roasted gluten once starch production begins. Both of them are lost in their thoughts, having the time of their lives thinking about their interests, when suddenly, Evelyn opens the office door anxiously and walks in. Nightingale quickly disappears, and the prince asks Evelyn the reason for her visit. The girl nervously responds that she has a question to ask. The prince assumes she might bring up the same old question about why he tolerates witches, but he brushes off the thought and happily encourages her to ask. Evelyn stammers out of nervousness and asks why he picked her for the position, since her abilities aren't as useful as Sylvie's, and she's nowhere close to Lotus or Honey. She mentions that if he just wanted someone to taste different wines and alcohol, he could have easily hired a connoisseur. The prince quickly figures out what Evelyn's thinking and asks her how she feels about the alcohol he's given her. Evelyn is a bit puzzled at first, but mentions that while it was too strong at first, she's gotten used to it. The prince then rummages through the bookshelf and pulls out a bottle of alcohol. Evelyn further continues and adds that the cocktails with ice, juice, and sugar were really delicious. But she also points out that her family's pub only sold cheap wine and crude beer, so she doesn't really know what the wealthy prefer. After pouring the beer into a glass, the prince asks if she can transform it into vodka. Evelyn agrees and quickly uses her abilities on the liquid. As expected, the color of the beer starts to change, and the prince takes a quick taste and confirms that this is exactly what he was looking for, which is precisely why he hired her. The prince mentions he's planning to open an ethanol factory, but quickly corrects himself, saying instead he's opening a brewery, and Evelyn will be the professional winemaker. Well, Evelyn looks unsure about her abilities and remains silent. Meanwhile, back with Garcia Wimbledon, a man arrives in her chamber asking for her help and justice. He explains that his territory has not been fully attacked by heretics yet, but his son died in the hands of their followers while he was protecting the previous queen, and now the rebels are hiding in the mountains. He wants revenge and asks Garcia for alchemy products that can blow open city gates. He promises that if she helps him out, he'll fully support her, and the entire Silver Heron family will follow her as well. Garcia smirks while thinking to herself that Duke Bode is quite influential. If she appoints him as the prime minister and unifies the remaining elites, it'll make her accusation of betrayal much easier. She quickly decides to help him, saying she likes the proposal, but can't just hand everything over. She assures him that she'll have alchemists assist him when needed. The Duke is pleased by her generosity, and walks off happily. Soon after, Garcia's knight appears with a glass of beer and offers it to her. He notes that with all the elites in her palm, she could dominate the entire kingdom even without the Wolfheart King's help. Garcia agrees, and just then, the knight presents a letter from the Wolfheart King. She opens it quickly, and the knight anxiously asks if it's bad news. Garcia reads the letter and grimly states that the church has sent more troops. They're coming for Wolfheart City, and they've breached many perimeters. The knight is stunned by the news and quickly asks why the church is launching an attack even though the months of demons are almost upon them. Garcia is also startled to hear this news, noting that she didn't expect the church to act so quickly. If they had waited until next spring, she would have been better prepared. Now, they're not giving her a chance to recover, and if she ignores the Wolfheart King's call for help, they'll destroy him. This means she won't be able to hold them off for long either. However, Garcia sees this as a good opportunity. If many of the church's troops are defeated at Wolfheart and demons swarm Hermes in the Holy City, it could spell the end of the church. She tells her knight to mobilize the Black Flag soldiers because this year, they'll be spending the winter at Wolfheart. Back in Border Town, we see an air balloon up in the sky. On the ground, Carter is blown away by the news that the prince is about to bomb the capital with hot air balloons from 2,000 meters. While observing the balloon through binoculars, the prince says that as long as they manage the targeting, it's totally doable. He notes that Theo's letter mentioned Timothy is forcing more people to join his forces, so he is probably using the same strategy of using Church's pills. Iron Axe excitedly agrees, adding that as long as they blow Timothy's head by nuking the shit out of him, he is definitely going to get screwed for sure. The prince is hoping for just that and mentions he's been testing bombs for a week, so fingers crossed it works. Meanwhile, Carter can be seen crying. and he is yapping about how perimeters and defenses are useless against this balloon, and all their military tactics go out the window when tons of bombs are raining from the sky. When the bomb finally drops and detonates, it covers a massive area with a cloud of fire upon impact. The prince and his subordinates are practically dancing with joy, thrilled to see it worked so well. The prince then happily reveals to us that this successful test means Operation Eastern Wind 001 is all set to roll. It looks like the next episode is going to be packed with explosions. He then turns to Iron Axe and assigns him the task of taking 50 men to escort the witches to the outskirts of Silver City. He explains that there is a mountainous area there, hidden from view, which is perfect for setting up camp and launching the hot air balloon. Iron Axe quickly agrees to take command, while Wendy asks the prince if they are not flying from the border town. The prince replies that covering such a long distance with the balloon would not be feasible. He then points to the map, which I can't quite understand since the markers aren't in English. But he explains that if they set off from Silver City, they can cover the entire distance in one day and even return by sundown. He then turns to the other witches and calls out the names of witches involved in this mission. The names are as follows: Anna, Wendy, Lightning, Maggie, Nightingale, and Sylvie, who will be participating in the mission. He assigns Nightingale and Sylvie the task of monitoring the camp, while the attack will be conducted by the other 4 witches. The prince further tells them that lightning will be key to the operation, so she better prepare herself as well. Our adventurous girl quickly flashes a big grin, assuring the prince not to worry about the task. Lastly, the prince wraps up the conference by asking everyone to be mindful of their safety, and mentioning that he will be eagerly waiting for good news from the border town. Although I'm not 100% sure what exactly Operation Eastern Wind 001 entails, as far as I remember, the prince wants to give Timothy a real shakeup, so he thinks twice about attacking the border town before the months of demons hit, because the town needs to get ready for the winter. The scene then transitions to a ship cruising down the river. Inside the boat, we spot Lady May, making her way back to the border town after quite some time. As she gazes out, she notices the witches' ship sailing towards Silver City for Operation Eastern Wind. Though Lady May has no clue where exactly the witches are headed, she wonders if they're on their way to Willowtown, or perhaps Silver City. While she's thinking this, a swarm of enthusiastic little girls suddenly surrounds her, eager to chat with Miss May. Just then, Miss Eileen apologizes to Lady May, explaining that she couldn't answer all the kids' questions, so she sent them over to her. Of course, May looks a bit annoyed by the swarm of little girls, but their excitement is hard to ignore. They eagerly ask her if Prince Roland really wrote the play just for her. Despite her irritation, May smiles and happily sets the record straight, telling them that Prince Roland didn't write the play for her. It was actually Sister Scroll, the director of education in the border town, who wrote it for all the witches. One of the little girls then asks why Bella got in trouble for insulting the play if Prince Roland didn't write it. May explains that while Prince Roland didn't write the script, he did approve it and arranged everything for the performance. So, when Bella insulted the play, she was, in fact, insulting Prince Roland. But then the girls start asking some unsettling questions, revealing that they've heard Prince Roland has royal gray hair and is really handsome. Some even add that he's a bit of a playboy who loves having girls around him. Miss Eileen, clearly not thrilled with the direction the questions are taking, tells them to stop. She reminds them that they're almost at the border town, so they better start getting their luggage ready. Once the girls disperse, Miss Eileen thanks May for helping her bring the kids to the border town, even though their theater lessons aren't finished. May brushes it off, saying it's no big deal. However, Miss Eileen then points out that these kids are still just hatchlings. Even though the prince isn't expecting any hardcore stage actresses, she's concerned that they're too young for the acting gig. May then reassures her friend that she's not planning for the kids to start acting right away. She explains that while they may be far from the stage, they can read the scripts, and that's a valuable skill. And the prince always favors and accepts literate people. He uses these performances to express his views and change public opinion, rather than actually enjoying watching them. Well, this is something we all knew from the beginning. The prince uses these plays to challenge people's perceptions about witches and break down other stereotypes in this primitive society. Eileen is filled with admiration and starts clinging to her friend because she finds May's knowledge and insights truly impressive. As the ship nears the dock, they see a crowd waiting for them, and among them is Eileen's husband, Ferlin. As soon as the ship hits the dock, Eileen rushes to her husband and hugs him tightly. The other little girls disembarking also can't help but notice how handsome Ferlin looks. However, Miss May's lover, our knight Carter, is nowhere to be seen. Ferlin turns to May and thanks her for helping Eileen during the incident with Miss Bella, who had been berating everyone and insulting the prince. May quickly waves off the thanks. Ferlin then playfully teases his wife, saying she would have been in tears if May hadn't been there to put a stop to Bella, so he is glad that nothing worse happened. It's clear the couple gets along well, and seeing them in such a playful state makes May crack a smile. But despite her grin, there's an undoubtable hint of sadness lingering on her face. Later, May heads home, her mind consumed with thoughts of Carter. She's wondering why he isn't here, especially since his letter promised that he will give her a surprise when she gets back to the border town. It stings her a bit that he didn't even show up to help with her luggage, let alone throwing a party for her. She figures he must be tied up with his nightly duties for the prince. Just then, as if on cue, Knight Carter bursts onto the scene, looking utterly exhausted, and he calls out to May as he rushes over. Hearing his voice, May turns with a mix of dissatisfaction and curiosity. Carter quickly explains that he just heard the ship from Long Song Fortress had arrived and hurried from the barracks as fast as he could. And he also tries to explain himself like a typical husband, saying he didn't realize she'd be arriving this early. Noticing her heavy luggage, he also gets a bit frantic, realizing she must be worn out from hauling it all. But as he looks at her, May's face lights up with a genuine smile. It's clear that any tiredness she felt evaporates the moment she sees Carter. May offers Carter a drink, but he says he still has duties to fulfill. Then, he starts blushing as he pulls out a little box, explaining that he's here to give her a small present. Naturally, May's curiosity piques, and she wonders if it's a new product that just hit the market. But as it turns out, there's a diamond ring inside the box. Carter gets down on one knee, takes her hand, and asks if she will marry him. May is utterly taken aback, and the unexpected proposal leaves her in a state of delightful shock. The next day, Carter is in Roland's office, and he's so over-the-top happy it's actually starting to creep the prince out. Nevertheless, the prince dives back into his office duties. As he reads through a report, he reveals that with the help of witches from Slumber Island, the border town's construction projects are progressing at breakneck speed. The steel bridge over the Redwater River is finished, aligned perfectly with the new wall, and all the credit goes to Sister Lotus, and Carl, who is also the head of the construction department. After working with Lotus for a while, he is really eagerly waiting for Lotus to join the department and work with him. The prince's streak of good news continues when the mad scientist bursts into the room, looking just as pleased as Carter. It's clear he's here with good news, otherwise, he wouldn't waste his time coming here. The mad scientist quickly reveals that he has finally found the way to produce acid at a huge scale. The prince is totally boggled by the news and tells Kyle Sichi to take him to the labs. A short while later, we find ourselves at the Riverside Laboratories. Charles, the assistant to Sichi, bows and pays his respects to the prince, and it doesn't take Roland long to figure out that Charles is the same person he's heard so much about from Mr. Kyle. After exchanging pleasantries, the prince shifts his focus to the big containers lined up in the background, and quickly asks Charles how these contraptions are used to produce acid. Kyle Sichi explains that it's all based on the reaction equations they learned in Chemistry 101. He details how, once the acid is isolated, it's burned in the furnace. The resulting gas is then heated and stored in a lead container. The prince is fascinated and asks again if all these containers are indeed made of lead. Kyle Sichi nods and explains that lead is the only material that can handle the acid's corrosive power. The lead pipes at the top pump nitric acid into the system. Under carbon dioxide's influence, the nitric acid breaks down into nitrogen oxides. These oxides mix with water and carbon dioxide to create an acidic mix that flows out from the bottom hole. He says this reaction is great because the nitrogen oxides just deliver oxygen without consuming anything, so you don't need a lot of nitric acid to keep it going. The prince then asks about how much acid they can produce. Charles explains that with this setup, they can make about a week's worth of acid in a single day. It's just a prototype right now, but if they build bigger ones, they could produce even more. Roland is really satisfied with the info and states that once Anna gets back from Silver City, they'll work on larger production units. He also mentions that if they run out of lead, they can use metal instead, since Miss Soraya's paint can handle corrosion. That's when Kyle Sichi finally gets up the nerve to make his long-awaited request. He asks the prince if he can be granted Chemistry 201. After all, he has fulfilled his promise, and all 5 of their labs are now brimming with apprentices thanks to their success in acid manufacturing. A bit later, the prince is hunched over in his office, while Lady Scroll is busy arranging books. The prince is deep into trying to remember his physics and chemistry knowledge, but it's clear he's having a rough time. Lady Scroll can hear him mumbling to himself, and though she wants to help, she can only jot down whatever the prince tells her. She admits that this stuff is way more complex than the math and natural sciences she's used to, and it's no wonder he's struggling. She then walks over to him, tells him to take a break. The prince, however, expresses how envious he is of her memorization skills. He jokes that if he were like her, he wouldn't have to stress about tests, would have gotten into the best schools, and landed the best jobs. Of course, Lady Scroll doesn't quite get the prince's comment and assumes he must have been tested in the royal court. The prince quickly agrees, as he does not want to expose his true identity. Lady Scroll then explains that memorizing everything isn't always the best approach. Sometimes, It's better to let go of things, and she always has to keep those bad memories, even though she wants to just forget them. The prince reflects on this, and he feels quite sad for her as he agrees that she is absolutely right. It does not take her long to notice that the prince is feeling quite down because of her, so she reassures him, saying she's doing fine, and that everything is in the past already. She then begins to think to herself how Roland Wimbledon is unlike any elite she's ever encountered. Despite his vast knowledge, all he seems concerned about is passing it on to others. He doesn't act superior, even though he's in a position of power. Meanwhile, the prince decides to call it a day. Lady Scroll asks if he plans to continue this tomorrow. The prince happily says no and tells her to give Kyle Sichi the notes along with a physics textbook, as it'll keep him busy for a while. Later we find ourselves by a pond. The fish happily begin munching on the dead skin of Lady Leaf as she dips her feet into the water. Sister Scroll also joins the scene and asks her friend if her feet are feeling okay. Lady Leaf responds that her toes are in great shape now and she doesn't have to worry about them freezing in the coming winter. Lady Scroll then looks around at the lush greenery and asks her friend if she planted all these plants. The green girl nods, saying those are grapevines, fruit trees, and crops. She also mentions that there are lots of bird nests in the area and that Honey's messenger pigeon lives there. Lady Leaf then explains that the prince always told her that evolution lies in a witch's understanding of their power. She finds plant cells fascinating and initially thought they should function as a single unit. She points out how a bunch of leaves can become a vine, and if they're all different, they can never combine into one. She reflects on how her powers are tied to the ecosystem itself. Looking at her thriving green garden, with birds living and flourishing, she feels that she's found her path forward. The scene transitions to the outskirts of Silver City, where the witches have set up their camp near the mountains. Everyone is now in their balloon, ready for the next phase of their mission. As they're flying down, Anna tells Lightning to come inside the balloon and rest since there are no demons around. But Lightning energetically states that she can fly as long as she wants. Wendy turns to her and asks if she's feeling nervous. Lightning denies it, and confidently states that she's fully prepared to steer the nuke in the right direction, especially since she's practiced so many times, and the Silver City castle is so large, there's no way she'll miss. Wendy, however, advises her not to be careless. She reminds Lightning that safety is their top priority, and reassures her that the recent issues with the devils were not her fault, so she should not feel accountable for anything. Lightning quickly denies having any such thoughts, while Wendy can tell that she has been feeling down lately ever since that encounter with the demons, so she reassures Lightning once again that she should not worry about anything as she's not bad at combat, but just a bit inexperienced. Anna also agrees, and states that most witches do not come near to Nightingale when it comes to fighting experience. They further tells her that no one is blaming her, so she does not have feel bad about anything, and make things difficult for herself. Maggie joins the scene, quickly reporting that the inner district of the capital is now within sight. As everyone takes in the magnificent view, they are left awestruck by how they can see everything so clearly. Wendy then reflects on their past experiences, noting that when they first met Soraya and Echo, this area was considered the most dangerous part of Grey Castle. It was tough on witches, with one being executed nearly every month at the outer district plazas, and staying there even for one extra day was another day of watching fellow sisters suffer. Meanwhile, Lightning is giving herself a pep talk as they are about to nuke the shit out of this city. She thinks to herself that if bombing Timothy is all she has to do in order to make a change, she's ready to do it. As they hover directly above the city, Wendy tells everyone to get the bomb ready and open the doors. The moment everyone's been waiting for arrives, and the nuke begins its descent. The team cheers for Lightning, shouting that it's now all up to her. Lightning quickly accelerates, and positions herself right over the nuke as it heads towards the main castle. Once she steers the nuke into the correct trajectory, she yanks the parachute from the missile, allowing it to descend even faster, and she herself starts flying off into the other direction, because the prince has instructed her to not look at the bomb once it explodes. But naturally, she just can't resist the urge to look at the bomb before it explodes, because she wants to see the downfall of Timothy before her own eyes. When the bomb hits, it erupts with a colossal explosion. The civilians around the town are stunned by the massive bang. They watch in shock as smoke billows from the castle and the entire building starts to shake. Even Timothy, sitting inside, feels the shockwave. Panic spreads through the chamber as everyone wonders if it's an earthquake. Timothy then quickly yells at everyone, telling everyone to shut up and demands to be escorted to the basement. The knight standing around quickly promises to protect their king, and Timothy quickly starts heading toward the basement without wasting any time. Debris continues to rain down, and Timothy grits his teeth out of annoyance. He's fuming at the thought that only a massive amount of snow powder could have caused such destruction, and he's irritated by how Roland managed to get his hands on such a powerful alchemy weapon. Timothy suspects that Garcia might have given it to Roland before leaving Clearwater. As soon as he thinks this, He can't shake the possibility that Roland and Garcia might be teaming up against him. But he's baffled by how they managed to smuggle so much snow powder in the castle to make such a big bang. He grabs one of his knights by the collar and orders him to rally the other knights and search the whole district. They need to check the sewers, gardens, sheds, and anywhere else snow powder might be hidden. He also tells them to arrest anyone who looks even a little suspicious, no matter their rank. And he insists that every last servant and maid in the castle gets searched. Nobody's getting a pass. Timothy's knight quickly runs off to carry out the orders, while Timothy himself just trembles in utter frustration, biding his time to respond to Roland and send a clear message that he's not as invincible as he thinks. But the thought of Roland smiling after this little sweet victory is really getting on his nerves. He punches the wall in utter frustration, replaying Roland's threat letter about the end of his rule over and over in his head. Meanwhile, back in Border Town, we see Honey's pigeon perched on the window. Apparently, it just delivered the message from Theo, who is already stationed at Silver City to report about the Operation Eastern Wind 00, and the letter confirms the successful execution of the mission. It explains that since the castle was quickly placed on lockdown after the nuke dropped, they didn't manage to investigate the effects of the explosion. However, by nighttime, nearly every citizen knew about the incident, and all the pubs, hotels, and plazas around the city were buzzing with the same discussion. Many now believe that Timothy died in the blast, and people are starting to think that Roland killed him, especially since our prince had already sent that threat letter to Timothy. Everyone's now thinking our boy might soon become the new ruler of the kingdom. The letter further explains that the elite territories are mostly silent, and the castle's reaction was very quick, hinting that Timothy Wimbledon is likely still alive. Also, there's talk that the attack came from the sky, with some citizens claiming they saw a white object drop on the capital at incredible speed. All in all, if word spreads that the attack was Roland's punishment for Timothy's tyranny, many people will believe it. You see, reports about Timothy's oppressive orders are already circulating, and compiling them into a solid case will be quite effective. Theo further writes that through this rumor mill, the message will reach every citizen's ear. Plus, Theo is also keeping an eye on the soldiers stationed in the east, but Timothy should be preoccupied with his current troubles, so there is nothing much to worry about. Seems like all of the news in the letter is quite satisfactory, and the prince believes that if Eastern Wind 01 can really push Timothy to deploy his troops, it will be a huge win. Now he just has to wait for the witches to return. It's been days since he's seen Anna, and nobody's been sneaking fish snacks from his drawer, which is something he's finding hard to get used to. Suddenly the door creaks open, and Knight Carter rushes in, reporting that 2 fleets have arrived at the docks, and they are Margaret's merchants apparently. He adds that some recruiters who had been sent to the southern region have returned with 400 to 500 refugees. The city hall is following the assigned plan of virus testing before allowing anyone inside. The scene then cuts to the labs, where Charles looks out the window, noting how unusually busy the docks are today. Meanwhile, his senior is absorbed in his own work. His junior then tells him to get some sleep, but the senior says he's fine. He mentions that it only took a few pages of reading for him to realize he knows nothing about the world. He's always thought alchemy was just about experimenting with elements, and he now finds observing the sunrise and sunset to be a pointless activity. His assistant counters this, asking if that isn't just how things are. After all, observation of the sun and stars is left to astronomers, while farmers and apothecaries handle the research on plants. His senior then emphasizes that this is why he feels they know so little. According to the prince's book, everything is interconnected from the very beginning. It explains how rocks, flowers, lightning, and fire all consist of the same matter and operate under the same rules, and chemistry is just a small part of this broader understanding. After reading this much of Chemistry 201, he's begun to grasp what the prince meant and why they can predict an element's qualities and reactions even if they can't directly observe them. The senior admits that this perspective has opened a door to a broader understanding beyond just chemistry. The assistant acknowledges what his senior is saying and hopes to understand these 2 books in the future as well. The next scene cuts to the Wolfheart Kingdom, currently under siege by Archbishop Maine. His lackey quickly reports that the city breaker is ready. Maine then asks if the witches are prepared as well, and the assistant confirms, adding that they've made sure to keep them hidden. Satisfied with the report, he tells his lackey to return to his position. Before the lackey leaves, Maine further inquires about the whereabouts of Zero and Isabella. The junior promptly informs him that they're currently interrogating prisoners in the eastern part of the camp and asks if he wants him to call them over. But Maine denies it, saying he'll go himself to take a look. As he strides forward, he catches sight of them, and can't help but think about how different they are from the witches the church has raised so far. Even in serious times like these, they seem completely carefree. Though if these 2 were under his command, Maine wouldn't hesitate to punish them for the stunts they pull. However, he's powerless against these 2 because they hold the same rank as archbishops. Main then orders one of the knights to have the judgment soldiers leave the area at once, including those watching the prisoners. At that moment, the two ladies speak up, asking Main why he's butting in when they were just about to have some fun with the prisoners. Main tells them that interrogating these prisoners serves no purpose in besieging Wolfheart City. Besides, these people are just scouts they found on the road, so there's barely any intel to extract, so he recommends they both hurry to the front lines instead. Lady Isabella reassures him not to worry, promising that as long as she's here, she won't let a single important enemy slip away. However, she also points out that she can't stop Lady Zero from causing a ruckus, since she just loves putting people to judgment by her own hands. The enemy soldier, despite his injuries, quickly stands against Zero. He shoots an arrow, then tosses his crossbow aside and grabs his sword, attempting to slash at her. But Zero vanishes from her spot, leaving his sword to strike nothing but empty ground. The soldier is left awestruck, while Zero simply stands there with the arrow in her mouth. After spitting it out, she asks the soldier where he's trying to aim since she's right in front of him. The soldier turns, but before he can react, Zero leaps into the air, grabs the knight's head, and twists it with a sickening crunch. The poor knight collapses to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth as he finally kisses goodbye to his dear life. Zero then turns to the remaining captives, casually stating that they're next. By the way, did you notice these women have pointy ears? That means there are elves in this world too, though we don't know much about them yet. But let's hope we find out soon. The other captives, terrified out of their minds, start running for their lives. But Zero springs into action, catching one poor guy with a strange aura that literally chokes him to death. Once he's dead, the aura she threw at him pops out of his lifeless body, and she turns to another captive, who's absolutely losing his mind before he meets his end as well. Zero looks at him closely, and with a creepy calm over her face, tells him that God has revealed everything to her. She knows his parents were farmers who were recruited into the army's scout division under the orders of the Wolfheart King. When they returned to report, they weren't allowed back home, and they were sent straight back to the front. She gently places her hand under his chin like a caring mother and reveals the harsh truth, which is that he wasn't sent back to his family because that no longer existed. His father, mother, and siblings were just like him, used up and discarded by the Wolfheart King. She further explains in detail that his father died in an accident while fixing the walls, and his mother was punished with whipping during manual labor and is now in critical condition. The boy begins to cry, trying to deny what she's saying and dismissing it as nothing more than a lie. Zero then extends her hands and states that this all happened because the elites never saw commoners as real people. To them, commoners are just livestock. However, she mentions that the church seeks to end this evil and injustice to create a new world under God's protection. The man asks what he should do, and she tells him to listen to his heart, as only God may judge him. He responds that he's willing to do anything she tells him, but he needs her promise that she'll save his mother. In response, she pulls out a weed like grass and tells him to eat it, assuring him it will help calm his emotions. The desperate man quickly begins to eat the weed, but his face soon goes pale, and he finds himself choking, blood gushing from his mouth as he dies on the spot. As he collapses with a thud, she turns to Main and asks if this method of judgment reminds him of how Archbishop Heather used to punish. Main, visibly annoyed, asks why she had to trick him and poison him. If it had been Heather, she would have made sure to turn him into a loyal follower rather than a corpse. Zero then points out that everything she told him about his family was a bunch of hot air, and if he had found out the truth later, he would have been furious and could have caused trouble for the church. She then tells Main to trust her, as everything she does is for the church. Despite her reassurances, Main looks deeply disturbed by her actions and simply walks off. He tells her that the attack will begin soon, instructing her to get ready, stick with the plan, and make sure to deal with the Wolfheart King and the Queen of Clearwater. Confidently, Zero responds that they're surely going to die, because with her and Isabella on the church's side, there's no way the Wolfheart forces will escape. A short while later, the city breaker is fired. The giant fireball crashes into the wall, shattering it completely with a single blow. As the knights charge forward, Zero and Isabella stand atop a hill, observing everything closely. Zero notes how mortals can't win against demons, which is why the church created the Divine Punishment Army. Isabella also points out how the Wolfheart army must now defend against their holy soldiers, only to be turned into mere flesh. Isabella then suggests helping to clear the battlefield early, but Zero reminds her that they'll win easily regardless. They should save their powers for the main objective ahead. Isabella agrees, but is curious about why Zero toyed with that scout, especially since Archbishop Main didn't seem too pleased about it. She worries that Main might not be fond of such judgment, and that she might end up on his bad side. Zero smiles and says that if Main gets upset, it will be because he hasn't become Pope yet. Once he ascends to the highest floor of the Holy Archives, he'll understand that this is the true way to salvation. She further adds that God has never descended upon their world. Instead, he has fabricated a grand goal for them to chase, and everyone craves the God's blessings, something she thinks is akin to the judgment they've seen earlier. She further points out that God has never guaranteed whether the goal is real or if they're just wandering aimlessly. Yet, they're still willing to throw everything away just to meet the God. She further states that she had been to the highest floor, and Grand Pope Holiness O'Brien is the one who told her these things. He's not a witch and is nearing the end of his life due to his age. She's heard that as mortals die, their lives flash before their eyes, and they often spill their secrets. So she is thinking of consuming him just for this reason. Isabella says she can't do that, to which Zero responds, of course she can't, and even Maine would be furious. She reassures her friend not to worry, saying she knows her boundaries. Isabella reflects that after consuming so many people, she doesn't think there's much left in this world Zero hasn't experienced. She's never focused on anything in particular, so everything she does is purely for fun, and her sense of fun is quite morbid. It's not clear exactly how she consumes humans, but it seems likely that the aura-like thing we saw earlier is how she devours their life force. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, scattering all the soldiers in the area. They're getting burned alive from the blast. Zero quickly perks up, wondering if these are the alchemy weapons they've been using. They seem pretty powerful and effective against demon beasts. Isabella adds that there are many more stones of divine judgment behind the wall, and 2 of them are quite significant. She's banking on the idea that these belong to some important people. Zero looks pleased to hear this and decides it's time to head down. But her friend reminds her that these people aren't the Wolfheart King or the Queen of Clearwater, and the strongest energy sources are still in the castle, so she asks her friend if she is sure she wants to go down. Zero gives her friend a quick wink and says that an easy win is better than an expensive one, so she'll help out a bit. The scene cuts to Garcia at the dock, just stepping off her ship. Suddenly, a sand dweller who is escorting Garcia notices the 2 elf ladies casually strolling around. The knights and the sand dweller quickly position themselves to guard Garcia at all costs. Meanwhile, the girls remain cool as cucumbers, and Isabella quickly uses her powers on the knights. At first, nothing seems to happen, and the knights charge at her. But soon, they begin coughing up blood. Zero dashes toward the sand dweller and starts messing with his mind using her powers. Garcia then demands to know how she is using her powers in the presence of the stones. Zero smiles and says the stones aren't what they think they are. She then jumps into the air, telling Garcia that she doesn't need to know because she's as good as dead now. As Garcia watches Zero prepare to crash down on her, her mind suddenly flashes back to a memory. Inside her memory, she finds herself sitting in the castle yard, watching her younger siblings and herself playing around, looking small and carefree. She gazes at the slab she's sitting on and vividly remembers her father replacing those bricks with cobblestones. It seems that even Zero is inside her mind, complimenting Garcia on having such a nice place to rest. Garcia then asks her if she is a witch from the church. Zero promptly introduces herself, saying she can't simply be dismissed as just any witch, since she's a pure witch, different from other decaying bloodlines who just die after some time. As soon as Garcia hears pure witch, she realizes Zero is just another tool of the church. Garcia then demands to know what this place is and if Zero created it with her magic. She's pretty sure it's just an illusion and won't be fooled by mere mirages. She then begins to tightly grip those stones she is holding, and her hand starts to bleed. Zero finally reveals that this is her world of consciousness, which she calls the battlefield of souls. Here, they can tear each other apart, and the winner takes all while the loser surrenders everything, just as described in the holy records. The mention of the battlefield of souls shocks Garcia. As she is thinking about all of this, Zero pierces her with a sword, leaving blood gushing out of her stab wound. But despite the heavy bleeding, she is returned back into the consciousness realm, and she is still standing in one piece there. The bloodstains from the wound she took before dying are still visible over her chest. There, we meet Zero once again, who explains about the rules of the battlefield. Currently, Garcia's consciousness is currently limited, and pain from each death will feel real. This will chip away at both her physical and mental strength, and when she suffers more than she can handle, the real slumber will begin. Zero further adds that with every death, she will return to her original state. Most people last around 3 to 4 deaths, but she's seen others withstand 7 or 8, and even more. She then throws a jab at Garcia, saying that if Garcia gives up, it's totally understandable. After all, dying over and over again is an incredibly painful grind, and choosing to escape isn't exactly cowardly, especially when the outcome is already decided. That's when Zero suddenly pulls out a massive sword, leaving Garcia wondering how this is even possible. I mean, she's only wearing a robe, so how could she have been hiding such a huge weapon? But then it finally makes sense to her, and she wonders maybe she summoned it out of thin air. Finally, Zero brings the sword crashing down, but Garcia whips out this giant shield from nowhere. After that shield, she now has a bow in her hands, while Zero is suddenly pinned to a cross sign like a doll. Garcia, on the other hand, takes aim, quickly fires an arrow, and it pierces Zero's chest. That's when Garcia declares that since it's her world of consciousness, she can do whatever she wants. She imagines a javelin and starts walking toward Zero, contemplating how many holes she should put in her. Zero responds calmly, telling her as much as she desires. But just as Garcia is about to strike with the javelin, their roles suddenly swap. Now Garcia is the one hanging on the cross, while Zero stands there with her sword. In the next moment, our pirate girl loses her head, but somehow she's back in one piece. Seeing herself unharmed, has no idea what's going on, while the witch remarks that it wouldn't be a real fight if she didn't understand how things worked. So she decides to give her peace of mind to her. That's when Zero repeats her earlier words, saying that the winner takes it all, and the loser surrenders everything. She explains that among the people she has consumed, there is a type of witch who is extraordinarily powerful. These witches possess seemingly limitless strength, speed, and invulnerability against the stones of divine judgment. And the church has a special name for them, known as transcendence. She makes it clear that Garcia won't be able to defeat her with her usual methods, and if she wants to survive, she'll have to try a lot harder. Not gonna lie, I hate this kind of thing where people are stuck in imagination or shit like that. Anyway, their fight continues with both of them conjuring up weapons through their imagination, trading blows back and forth. Sometimes Garcia gets the upper hand, other times Zero does, and they go at it for quite a while. Eventually, the witch explains to Miss Eyepatch that while conjuring weapons out of thin air is relatively easy and doesn't drain much energy, repeatedly recovering her body takes a massive toll. She warns that eventually, Garcia will run out of energy and be left feeling exhausted. Zero even suggests that after her next death, she might fall into eternal death. Even though Miss Eyepatch looks pretty exhausted, she manages to throw a jab, reminding Zero how she was screaming while being burned alive not too long ago. Zero then explains that since becoming a purified witch, she's received substantial support from the church. They've taught her knowledge and fighting skills, and she's trained with judgment warriors who, even knowing they were sacrifices, gladly entered the battlefield of souls in the world of consciousness. These warriors honed her skills through their struggles and, after their deaths, peacefully accepted their fate, passing on all their insights and experience to her once she consumed them. She even mentions that she once swallowed an extraordinarily powerful witch who had impressive strength. During that battle of souls, she nearly lost, but in the end, she prevailed by relying on demon weapons and everything she'd learned. Because of the unique nature of her magic, she can't actually transform into an extraordinary being or use the abilities of other swallowed witches. However, in the world of consciousness, none of that matters. Only a few individuals have ever posed a real threat to her. In the last 200 years, she can't even remember the number of people she swallowed. All their experiences, pain, happiness, sadness, delight, and even their deaths, have become part of her own personal experience. Garcia quickly raises an eyebrow and asks what the hell Zero is trying to pitch with all this talk. Zero replies that she's merely highlighting the vast gap in their strength. The assimilation of so many souls has made her will unmatched. And if Garcia wants to know how many deaths Zero can endure, she clarifies that she can at least withstand 100 deaths now. Garcia just smirks and says she'll be happy to help verify that claim. Despite her confident front, she's actually quite worried inside. Zero, on the other hand, informs Miss Eyepatch that she can't conjure up anything earth-shattering that she hasn't seen before. Garcia can only create things she's familiar with and can grasp. In response, Miss Eyepatch decides to cover the entire garden with snow powder and blow everything, including herself. That's when Zero decides to show Garcia the true power of the church. She conjures up this massive weapon known as City Breaker, and as soon as one giant arrow is fired from it, Garcia is split into 2 equal pieces. This happens repeatedly, and Garcia's death continues in this manner. When she finally collapses to the ground, the witch makes it clear that while having a strong will can delay defeat, it can't change the outcome. With those words, she then wishes Garcia a peaceful rest. After consuming her soul, she returns to reality. Isabella quickly rushes towards her friend, asking what took her so long. She had almost thought that she was going to lose. Zero, however, lights up with interest as she reveals that she found some fascinating things in Garcia's memory. She discovered the formula for snow powder and is surprised to find out it's quite easy to produce. Isabella then suggests they head back to the Holy City to report this discovery to Pope O'Brien. She adds that with Garcia dead, the enemy soldiers will eventually fall to the Judgment Army, so there's nothing to worry about. But before they can start walking, Isabella tells Zero to wait. Of course, Lady Zero looks back and asks what's wrong. Isabella notices that while her friend hasn't changed physically, the look on her face has shifted quite a bit. Nevertheless, they begin to walk away. The scene then transitions to the border town, where the witches and others have finally returned from Silver City after their successful mission. Prince is hosting a grand feast for everyone that night. The atmosphere is lively, with everyone clinking their glasses in a toast. Old Man Barov asks for another toast, this time for Chief Knight Carter, who is about to tie the knot with Miss May. Meanwhile, our little Lightning demands a glass of wine for herself. Wendy reluctantly agrees to the request with a promise that it'll only be one glass. Anna then turns to the prince, and he promptly welcomes her, noting that it must have been a hard journey for her. But she reminds him with a smile that he's already asked this before, and her answer will still remain the same. As they continue chatting, Lightning jumps in between them, eager to hear something good from the prince as well. The prince casually acknowledges her, saying she did well too, making the girl prouder than ever. Her enthusiasm gets the best of her, and she quickly kisses the prince on the cheek. The prince then blushingly asks if this is some kind of custom in the fjords where one must kiss the other person. Lightning enthusiastically confirms that it is, or at least, that's what her father told her. Meanwhile, Sylvie is utterly embarrassed watching Lightning kiss the prince like this, and seeing her bewildered reaction, the prince can't help but wonder if this custom even really exists. Meanwhile, Knight Carter and the old man are still caught up in discussions about Carter's potential marriage. Carter can't help but blush as he explains that the prince has already approved and even offered to help organize the wedding. Over by the side, Sister Lily is absolutely amazed by a piece of bread made from leftover scraps used for explosives. Our little Maggie, who just ate a lot of it, is startled and wonders if her stomach might explode. As everyone is enjoying the evening, the prince steps out onto the balcony. Suddenly, Nightingale appears and grabs him by the shoulder. He looks at her with a smile as she advises him to be careful not to catch a cold. She then asks what's on his mind, and the prince casually replies that he just had a sudden urge to take a look at his territory. She notices how the town is still bustling, even though it's nighttime, and the streets are full of people. That's when the prince reminds her that the premiere of the new drama, Dawn, is happening tonight. For most of the newcomers to the town, it's probably their first show in months, so they're eager to see Miss May and Miss Irene again. Nightingale then reflects on how, almost a year ago, this place was nearly a ghost town when she first snuck in. Now even from up here, she can feel the joyful atmosphere. The prince admits he still has a lot to do, such as improving infrastructure, healthcare, education, and more. He's determined to transform the Western Territory into a solid foundation for unification. But when Nightingale asks what he plans to do about the witches, he reassures her that he's committed to supporting them as well. We then see Sister Lightning sneaking some food into her pouch. But just as she's doing it, Maggie catches her red-handed, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Quickly, she whispers to Maggie to keep quiet, and tells her she's found an interesting place in the misty forest she plans to explore tomorrow, so she asks her friend if she'd like to come along. Not surprisingly, Maggie agrees right away. The adventurous girl then tells her to pack rations and supplies for a day, and don't forget some weapons too. And finally, she makes sure Maggie knows this exploration is a secret, and Maggie promises to keep it hush-hush. The next day, they head out to the misty forest. Maggie seems a bit let down, expecting it to be as exciting as stealing hawk eggs. But the gloomy atmosphere doesn't quite meet her expectations. Lightning reassures her, saying that while a hawk's nest only has a couple of eggs, these ancient ruins might have some old books or other treasures worth finding. Lightning reassures her that if they find something cool, the prince will reward them with a whole basket of eggs. She can cook them however she wants, and they'll last a while. Hearing this, Maggie's eyes light up, and she excitedly urges Lightning to hurry up and find those books. As they're about to enter the ruins, Lightning tells Maggie to keep it quiet because there might be devils around. This gives Maggie the shivers, but they keep moving. Before they enter the ruins, we hear Lightning thoughts where she thinks about how every time she picks up speed flying, it feels like there's a devil chasing her. This fear started back when she was exploring the stone tower. Her dad used to say that fear comes from the unknown, and that to beat it, you've got to face it head on. She's worried that if she can't shake this fear, it'll be tough to fly, let alone explore. She also frets that the prince might be mad at her later or even punish her, and she's sure the other sisters at the castle will be worried. But despite all that, she's determined to explore. She's brought her revolver, and Maggie's right there with her. She then tells Maggie to wait up top while she checks things out inside. Gathering her courage, she starts stepping in, repeatedly reminding herself to overcome her fear of the unknown and face it head on. As she peeks inside, she notices that the devil she saw last time isn't there anymore, so she decides to venture further. That's when she hears a familiar, haunting voice begging for help. The voice keeps pleading for someone to save her, and the pain in her voice is evident. The desperate cries make Lightning shiver with dread and fear. Eventually, she can't take it anymore and rushes back outside, scared out of her wits. Maggie suggests that they extinguish their torches and sneak in, reasoning that the devils won't be able to see them. but Lightning points out that they won't be able to see anything either. Maggie then proposes that she could turn into an owl, which would solve the problem of darkness. Lightning finds this idea pretty effective but remains concerned. She explains that if someone can continue to scream for months in complete darkness without changing their tone or pitch, it makes her wonder what's really inside. She speculates that if someone can survive that long in such conditions, they probably have a way to detect prey. Otherwise, they would have starved by now. As Lightning is about to give up, Maggie tries to ignite her adventurous spirit by asking if she really wants to pass up the chance to bust a myth like this. Lightning's eyes light up with excitement, and she insists that a true explorer would never back down from verifying a myth, and it would all be for nothing if they ran away now. On a more serious note, though, Lightning then asks Maggie if she's doing this just for the basket of eggs. Maggie rolls her eyes but can't hide a glimmer of greed in her expression. Anyhow, they head back inside. As they descend the staircase, they notice a strange magic stone embedded in the wall. Lightning pulls out her revolver, ready for whatever might come next. They finally reach the source of the voice and see a bunch of devils guarding a witch trapped inside a crystal-like prison. The witch is unconscious and frozen, but her voice keeps calling out for help. Maggie decides to take a closer look, but Lightning gets terrified. But the little bird reassures her scared friend that the devils look like they're as good as dead. To prove her point, she flies over to one of them and gives it a push. The devil cracks like a rock and starts to crumble. They check the others, and it turns out the rest are also just stone statues. Curious, they look at the witch trapped inside the stone and wonder if she really is a witch. Suddenly, they hear the voice asking for help again. Looking behind the statue, they discover a red stone that seems to be the true source of the voice. With this new discovery, they head back to the border town to report everything to the prince. They explain that there's a witch sealed inside, but it might also be an ordinary person trapped by the witch. The prince asks who was calling for help if the witch is sealed inside. Lightning then shows the prince the box they found behind the sealed witch. Inside is the same crystal they saw earlier, which seems to be linked to the mysterious voice. Lightning quickly activates the crystal, and the voice coming from it spooks the prince. Just then, Nightingale reappears and confirms that she can detect faint traces of magic, similar to the kind witches use. The prince deduces that this must be a magical recording, and that the woman sealed inside is likely a witch. He then asks Lightning if there were any other stones like this. Lightning admits she wasn't paying much attention, as most of the place was flooded, and she was focused on getting the news to him. The prince gives her a gentle tap on the head and tells her not to face danger alone in the future, especially with situations like this. Lightning blushes, touched by the prince's kind but firm advice. The prince then instructs Nightingale to summon all members of the Witch Union and Iron Axe to the office, as their investigation into the ruins is about to begin, and they need to prepare. Once everyone is gathered in the council room, the prince explains that they've found a crystal coffin inside the ancient ruins that shows no signs of deterioration. In the moist underground environment, they discovered a magic stone that emits cries for help, and a group of devils turned into stone statues. He asks the council for their thoughts on the matter. Anna quickly asks if the prince is suggesting that the person trapped inside is a witch. The prince agrees, saying that if she's still alive, they might learn more about what happened hundreds of years ago. However, Sister Scroll and Lady Leaf voice their concerns. They point out that if she is a witch, there's a chance she might not be on their side. The prince agrees with their concerns and notes that the ruins are from the church, so she might be with the church as well, and by the looks of her appearance might have been a high-status member. If she's truly a witch, things could get tricky. Lily jumps in, calling everyone crazy for assuming the witch must be on their side. She questions who could survive for 400 years, and speculates that the person inside might crumble when the crystal shatters. Lightning argues that the witch looks alive, with color in her skin and lips, which sets her apart from the dead devils. Wendy then starts pinching Lightning's cheeks, insisting that it doesn't matter if the witch is alive or not, because they need to give it a try. Wendy points out that if the woman is really a witch from the church, they just need to put a stone of divine judgment on her. With Anna and Nightingale on their side, it shouldn't be too difficult to restrain her if necessary. The key thing is to find out what she knows about the events from 400 years ago. The prince agrees, emphasizing that understanding devil intel is vital for the town. If the church wants to hide their existence, the truth they're hiding must be significant. Learning it beforehand could give them a crucial advantage when they need it the most. He then asks Iron Axe to report on the First Army. Iron Axe explains that they can only deploy 50 men from the First Army. Most of the squad members are out recruiting refugees, leaving only 500 soldiers in the town. He also reminds the prince that while Timothy may have suffered an attack from the heavens, there's a risk he might target the western region at any time. The First Army must be well prepared to defend the town. The prince acknowledges that deploying only 50 men isn't ideal, as devils can throw spears and they could suffer heavy losses. He suggests a better approach would be a simultaneous push by both ground troops and a hot air balloon, with witches handling close combat and infantry focusing on ranged attacks. Suddenly, they hear commotion outside. When they look, they see heavy snow falling, signaling the arrival of months of demons. Right on cue, monsters start appearing on the other side of the wall. Wendy points out that they're still in the last month of autumn, so it's strange for it to be snowing. Iron Axe explains that this is unusual. They've been living in the town for 7 or 8 years and have never seen anything like this before. The prince opens the window and extends his hand out, clearly annoyed to see the snow arriving a month earlier than expected. The scene transitions to the fjords, at Slumber Island, where Thunder, Lightning's father, is visiting the witches. Princess Tilly expresses surprise at his visit, because she did not imagine that the first customer of Slumber Spell is Thunder himself. She then thanks him for the help to explore the ruins for the last time, and Thunder reassures her that there's no need for gratitude and that he's willing to come again, and they don't have to pay him anything for tagging along. Tilly then asks if he always intended to come, to which Thunder reveals that he is an adventurer through and through, so he will always be ready for his next adventure. He was shocked by what he saw at the ruins through that telescope, particularly a stone door on a cliff, and he's very curious to learn more about it. He wanted to fly there immediately. If you can't recall, Thunder is mentioning the ruins where Princess Tilly found the scriptures. Tilly shares that she's planning to visit the border town to speak with the leader of the Witch Union, and to witness the months of demons herself. She invites Thunder to join her. Thunder declines, saying he can't go because he doesn't want his daughter to tag along with him and get involved in risky explorations. He lost her mother and doesn't want to risk losing her too. Tilly reassures him that she will ensure nothing happens to Lightning, as she is one of the witches. Back to the business matter, Ash brings out the contract papers. Tilly reminds him that while he has been very helpful, employing witches is not free. The man also agrees, acknowledging that business is business, and this is a common tradition. Once Thunder parts his way after paying his dues, Ash is left bewildered by how Thunder has so much money. Tilly explains that it's not surprising because Thunder is the most famous explorer in the Bay, and discovering new territories and treasures brings him great wealth. Ash then raises a concern that creating a business organization like Slumber Spell could bring them wealth but might also attract the church's attention to the witch's power. Tilly responds that she doesn't care about the money. Her goal is to help more people understand Slumber Island, build connections, and show that witches are harmless. Just like Thunder, she also believes that fear comes from the unknown, and witches are no different. The fear in the Bay and the kingdom stems from the church's lies and the public's ignorance. Tilly then asks about Maggie and why she hasn't returned to the island yet. She wonders if something happened over there, so she asks Ash about it. Ash casually replies, saying maybe there's just a delay, or maybe Maggie doesn't want to come back. Compared to the Bay, the quality of life in Bordertown is much better, so that could be why Maggie doesn't want to return. She also reminds Tilly that this was the exact reason she was against sending witches there in the first place, and she is worried that Lotus and Honey might not want to come back either. That's when Tilly decides she'll just visit Bordertown herself. Upon hearing this, Ash gets frantic and asks if they're leaving right now. The princess calmly reminds her that she's already promised to help fight the demons, and they can bring some of the witches back to the island as well. Plus, if they don't have Lotus, the immigrants from Crescent Bay won't have anywhere to stay next year. They desperately need Lotus to help build homes on Slumber Island. Ash then reminds her that they still have a month until winter, but the princess explains that it's going to take time to get to Bordertown, and besides, if something really has happened there, it's better to go sooner and help out. Plus, she's curious to see how her annoying brother is doing these days. The scene then cuts to Bordertown, at the wall. Winter has arrived, and the soldiers are fighting off monsters. The prince asks for a report, and Knight Carter quickly explains that most of the First Army has combat experience with rifles. A 100-meter section of the wall only needs 10 guards to fend off the demons, making it hard for the wolves to even reach the wall. The monsters are basically target practice for the soldiers. As long as no hybrids show up, the demons don't stand a chance. The prince, pleased with the report, encourages the soldiers to keep up the good work. The prince is clearly glad to see his soldiers performing so well. Their energy and discipline are completely different from the ragtag civilian army they were about a year ago. Suddenly, the prince hears a commotion nearby. Knight Carter quickly explains that there's trouble brewing in the Western District, where the refugees are staying. We then see two commoners duking it out while people on the sidelines cheer for their fellow citizens. A local citizen from Bordertown is getting beaten up pretty badly by a tough refugee, and the refugee doesn't seem to be backing down. That's when Knight Carter steps in, pins the rowdy guy to the ground, and commands him to stop fighting in the name of His Highness. The prince also arrives at the scene and walks over to the injured citizen lying on the ground. He asks for the man's name, and the man responds that his name is Kaya Harris, a member of the city hall. Kaya explains that the refugee was the first to throw a punch while he was just distributing rations. According to Kaya, the refugee launched himself at him like a dog. The refugee, however, points out that's not the whole story. He claims that people are taking advantage of the situation and charging money for rations that were supposed to be free. Hearing this, the prince reflects that all the refugees from the Western Legion have been processed, and only craftsmen or literate people were moved, so commoners are supposed to be left behind. However, this man's vocabulary and demeanor suggest he might not be a typical commoner. The prince turns to the man and states that the rations are indeed free. Before their integration into Border Town, all rations and shelter were promised to be free, and that promise still stands. Everyone present hailed their prince for such generosity. However, the prince makes it clear that fistfights are against the law, especially when they involve a city hall member. He instructs his soldiers to round up everyone involved and states that he will personally oversee the matter. He then turns to Kaya and says he wants to speak with him as well. Back at the castle, both fighters are brought before the prince. He interrogates Kaya about why he intentionally charged refugees for rations during distribution, and this is exactly what led to the conflict between them and the farmers. Kaya, though reluctant, admits to the crime he committed. The old man, Barov, tells the prince that, traditionally, crimes committed by elites would only result in a fine of a few golden royals, while a civilian attacking an elite could face punishments ranging from execution to whipping. However, the prince points out that Kaya is not an elite and has been stripped of his knighthood long ago. Barov agrees and adds that in the past, punishment entirely depended on the ruler's discretion. The prince then asks why there isn't a set law for these situations, and wonders if there are any standard punishments other than amputation or whipping, such as imprisonment. Barov explains that imprisoning someone isn't really a punishment, as the prison is meant for holding suspects until their trial. Keeping them locked up means having to feed them, which could be considered a reward rather than a punishment. Reflecting on this, the prince realizes that the punishment methods from his old world might not be suitable here. He decides to determine the appropriate punishment himself. The prince delivers his final verdict, stating that Kaya Harris is guilty of malfeasance and blackmailing refugees. As punishment, Kaya will be expelled from the city and sentenced to 10 years of labor in the mines. He will also be fined triple the amount he earned through blackmail. The refugee named Wade will receive 10 lashes for attacking a public official. The civilians who participated in the fight can choose between a fine of 2 silvers or 5 lashes. Additionally, rations will continue to be distributed for free, and all money obtained through blackmail will be refunded. And lastly, the sentences will be carried out publicly. Wade's face lights up at the prospect of free rations, and it seems he would even willingly accept another 10 lashes if it meant continuing to receive the rations. Meanwhile, the prince reflects on how quickly the city hall is expanding, matching the refugee population, and how internal security is becoming increasingly challenging. He does not want to create a prosecution agency because he wants all legislation and judgment powers to stay with him. He's aiming for a simple and effective system that doesn't require a lot of people to enforce the law. Suddenly, Nightingale appears and asks about his thoughts. The prince explains that he's planning to create a new department to oversee the city hall and tackle any threats to the Western region. This new department will be independent of both the city hall and the First Army. He wants to name it the Western Security Agency, and she will be the one in charge of this agency. He believes that she is the only one who can uncover the truth, as no one can hide anything from her. The prince offers Nightingale ice cream in the winter and other treats she loves as an incentive. However, she quickly pinches his hand and tells him it doesn't matter, because she will always agree with whatever he wants her to do. Wade finishes taking his 10 lashes, and an old man from his group looks at his back, which is covered in dried blood. The old man suggests rubbing some ash on the wounds, but Wade says there's no need, because the blood has already dried, and the knight told him it would heal in 2 or 3 days. The old man isn't convinced, warning that it might take longer because the wounds could get infected, leading to sores. Wade, however, says something surprising. He claims that he doesn't feel any pain at all. Instead, there's a mild itching and a cool sensation, which he takes as a sign that he's already healing. He explains that after the lashes, they poured a bucket of water on his back, and although he expected it to hurt, it didn't. The knight even mentioned that the water could eliminate viruses and bacteria. The old man is completely baffled by Wade's explanation, and they both suspect it might have something to do with the witches. The old man tells Wade he shouldn't have gotten into the fight in the first place. Wade counters by explaining that if he hadn't exposed the crooked ration distributors, they'd still be swindling everyone out of their money. He mentions how the prince regularly appears at the Western Wall during the day, and since he promised the rations would be free, he wouldn't tolerate anything that sullied his name. Exposing the scam was the best way to make sure the prince found out, even if it took a simple scuffle to get his attention. Wade also claims he did his research and found out that everyone, from local citizens to indentured farmers, praised the prince for his generosity. Wade then tells the old man that once he recovers, he's going back to work moving those strange weapons, and will make enough money for the both of them. The old man reminds Wade that he could have lived in the inner district with the other craftsmen, but Wade refuses to leave the old man behind. He explains that when Golden Wheat City was under attack, the old man helped him, and without that assistance, Wade believes he would have died. Wade then tells his old friend that he heard the prince is recruiting people for public security and plans to give it a shot when the time comes. The scene shifts to a boat sailing through the sea, carrying witches en route to Border Town. Inside, they're enjoying a meal, enhanced by seasonings like salt and peppers. A blonde witch relishes the taste and playfully teases Ash, suggesting she's probably forgotten what good food tastes like after living in Border Town. As expected, Ash gets annoyed, and the two get into an argument, Ash defending Border Town and its food, while the blonde witch mocks it. Just as their banter escalates, they hear noises from outside. A crew member informs them that multiple monsters are approaching. Princess Tilly gets anxious when she hears about the monsters and asks if they're demons. Once outside, they encounter hybrid fish monsters with legs. The blonde witch materializes a weapon and challenges Ash to a competition. Whoever kills more monsters will be considered stronger. But Ash seems uninterested and just brushes off the challenge, but they both prepare for battle. Tilly uses her magic stone to fly and gets a better view from above. She notices that these monsters are different from the ones they faced before. As a fish monster tries to attack a man, Ash quickly jumps in and demolishes it with a single swing of her sword. The man trembles at her sheer power. Another monster appears behind Ash, and the blonde witch quickly tells her sternly to pay attention. Ash once again calmly swings her sword again, slicing the monster in half with one stroke. She tells her friend not to worry about her, as she can handle herself. The other witch tells her friend to keep their guard up instead of squabbling. With that, Ash starts slashing down monsters left and right with incredible speed, so fast it's almost hard to keep up with. Meanwhile, Tilly notices that the ship is shaking. These fish monsters definitely couldn't be causing it, and she starts to worry that the tremors feel like huge monsters hitting the ship from underneath. If the shaking continues, their ship might be torn apart. Suddenly, the entire ship begins to shake violently, and everyone standing on it starts losing their balance. Tilly shouts that there's a big guy under the water, and it's probably trying to flip the ship. The ponytail witch decides to take action. Since the monster is hugging the ship's hull, she thinks she might be able to put up a shield to block its attacks. The ship's captain chimes in, saying that if it's as huge as Miss Tilly described, normal attacks might not be effective. He's unsure how they're supposed to fight a monster that big and massive. Just then, the blonde witch, who goes by the name Andrea, steps in and confidently tells everyone to leave it to her, because no one can match her shots. But they don't have much time, as the monster is already charging at them from behind. The ponytail witch quickly leaps into the air, using her magic to shield the ship from a giant attack. However, the effort takes a serious toll on her, and she starts coughing up blood, quickly falling down. Ash manages to push her back to safety with the rope that was tied to her. That is when Andrea jumps into the air and conjures a golden bow. She shoots an arrow that takes down the monster with a single hit. Ash is momentarily thrilled to see this, but her joy quickly fades when Andrea collapses into the water and begins to drown. Even though Ash always has beef with Andrea, she dives into the water to rescue her friend. The other witches are relieved because they won't have to swim to reach Border Town now. Tilly's glad they got out safely, but her confidence takes a hit when she sees the snow starting to fall. Early snow isn't exactly a good omen. The royal scholars once said that an early winter at Greycastle means demons are on their way, which means that the months of demons have begun. She mentions that it's still autumn and wonders if the Border Town is already under attack. As they approach solid land, the princess asks if this is where the witches got off last time. The captain nods, saying he remembers this spot because last time the Border Town had a giant balloon for transport. Tilly's pretty surprised to hear about the balloon, and Ash explains it flies with hot air and that Roland is the one who used the logic of hot air to make it happen. That's when Tilly realizes the royal scholars never taught them anything about this stuff, so she has no clue from where he picked up this knowledge. Whatever is the case, they will have to wait for the answers until they finally meet him, so she just tells everyone to reach the shore. Tilly then turns to the captain and asks him if he could stay here for 3 or 4 days, since she wants to send Lotus and the other witches back to the island. The captain agrees, saying he'd never dare to sail the dangerous sea without any of the witches. Once they finally make it to the solid ground, Tilly tells Shavi, the ponytail witch, to give the other witches a lift. Shavi uses her barrier abilities to create floating platforms for them, while Tilly just flies on her own with the help of her magic stone. Back at the border town, workers are struggling with the heavy snowstorm making their job tough. Meanwhile, Tilly and her crew arrive at the town and start walking across the bridge the prince built. They're absolutely blown away by the size of the bridge and can't help but wonder how much metal it took to build something so massive. Ash comments that the giant bridge seems like a waste of resources, because she thinks a pontoon would have been enough and wonders if there's really any business beyond the river's origin. Andrea chuckles at her remark, calling it foolish. She explains that even though she's not from Grey Castle, she can see the value in the forests and uninhabited lands for territory expansion. A pontoon wouldn't handle the river's increased traffic, so a giant bridge makes more sense. Andrea adds that the prince must be smarter than everyone else here. Ash then points out how Andrea was trying to shame the prince not too long ago. As they approach the town, soldiers quickly stop them, questioning why they're coming from the south. One of the soldiers spots that they're witches, and Tilly proudly confirms it. The soldier happily tells them to wait there while he reports back to the castle that new witches want to join the witch union. Ash tries to explain Tilly's status, but the princess quickly stops her, telling the soldier that they will wait. Ash asks why they didn't just let the guards know their true identity. Tilly explains that she's curious about how the prince would react to a witch from an unknown origin. Just then, Nightingale appears, cheekily remarking that she heard there was a new witch, but didn't expect to see some familiar faces. Ash and Nightingale start catching up, while Tilly is absolutely amazed to see Nightingale. There's no doubt she's a combat-type witch and incredibly powerful. Nightingale then introduces herself to the princess and bows her head in respect, which takes Tilly by surprise. Once they make their way into the castle, Sylvie is absolutely thrilled to see Princess Tilly after a long time. She quickly hugs her, asking why she's here since it's still just autumn. Tilly reminds her that it's pretty much winter now. Princess then asks about the other witches, and Sylvie promptly updates her that Lotus is building houses for refugees. Evelyn and Candle should still be in the industrial district, and Honey is training messenger animals in the garden. The prince has already sent word for them to visit the castle. Right at that moment, Prince Roland walks in and tells Tilly that the other witches are on their way to the castle, as he has already informed them about her arrival. He then extends his hand and officially welcomes his dear sister to the border town. After a while, the siblings sit down for tea. Tilly reminds her brother that it's been a full year since they last met, and that they have a lot to discuss. Her brother agrees, saying he does have a lot to say, but he's not in a rush since winter will be long this year. Tilly keeps a close eye on him, and he starts to feel a bit nervous under her gaze. He calls out to Nightingale, who promptly appears. He tells her she doesn't have to hide since she's her sister, and asks her to leave the room. Once Nightingale is gone, the prince reassures his sister that they're alone. With that, Tilly's first question is to ask who he is exactly. The prince replies that he is her brother, the fourth Prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon. He admits that he's changed a lot but is willing to explain everything slowly, starting from the moment he saved the witches. Once Prince is done explaining everything, Tilly quickly starts piecing things together in her mind. She thinks to herself that the witch named Anna must have triggered something in Roland, making him see through the church's evil deception. She is convinced that ever since Garcia made assassination attempts on him, he finally realized the power of royal families, and decided to change for the better if he wanted to win the crown. As she thinks this through, she finishes her tea, and Roland pours her some more. Tilly reflects that while it sounds a bit dramatic, it's still an explanation. However, she's still trying to wrap her head around the foreign knowledge he now possesses, like inventions such as the steam engine and rifles. She finally asks him outright if the reason behind his alien knowledge is that he suddenly gained a lot of memories. The prince agrees without a doubt, saying that after he dodged Garcia's attempt to kill her, the memories appeared when he woke up. If meeting with Anna was the start, then those memories would be the catalyst for his desire for change. Tilly then reflects once again, and remembers that Sylvie confirmed there aren't witches who can substitute or control others, and Roland Wimbledon is indeed the prince they knew. Plus, he's not a stranger to the Stone of Divine Punishment, and he always has knights to protect him, so the chances of a witch controlling him are minuscule. The Royal Library and scholars never mentioned anything about steam or snow powder, so she believes that his strange knowledge seems closely related to his unusual experiences. She then questions him once again, asking him how can he prove that he is Roland Wimbledon and all this knowledge is just from awoken memories. The prince grows quiet for a moment, then explains that he still remembers everything, and his own memories shape his conscience. If a witch were disguising herself as someone else, she wouldn't have that person's memories. Even though he has these new memories, he has no idea where they came from. He adds that he still remembers how she cried when he pushed her onto broken glass, and that's his proof. He also remembers that he never apologized for it, and hopes it's not too late for that. Tilly is at a loss for words, and finds it all unbelievable. The prince then reveals that in this world, everything looks surprising when you see them or experience them for the first time. He points out how he never expected his sister would be able to hide her witch awakening from everyone in the castle. But then again, he reminds her that this winter is going to be a long one, so they have a lot of time to talk about everything. Tilly agrees and says that she'll be under his care for the next few months. After his sister's intense questions, the prince finally relaxes and reflects that he's glad all the Slumber Island witches returned to the castle after their tour to the town, which gave him reason to end that heavy conversation. It's really stressful to lie to someone's face when they're smart, especially while trying to maintain an honest expression. Just then, Nightingale pops up and asks if he feels strange witnessing his sister as a witch. The prince says he was just pressured with all of her questioning, and that's all. Nightingale mentions that she thought it would be a touching reunion since he met his sister after a long time. The prince then points out that he doesn't have a good relationship with her. He often bullied her in the castle, and they were pretty much strangers as they grew older, so it's quite surprising she even came here to meet him. She then leans in closer and reminds him how he told her to go outside, even though he never meets any other witches alone, which makes Nightingale believe that he must trust his sister. My guy just turns his head away with a sheepish look on his face. The fact that he sent the Nightingale outside was because he did not want her to detect his lies. He might have told her to his sister. And right now, he is also trying his best to not make eye contact and to avoid speaking any lies. He simply tells her that she will understand someday. But Nightingale just keeps pressing, inching closer and asking him if he'll tell her everything. The prince stutters in response, and she takes it as a positive sign, deciding to wait for the day when he finally tells the truth. Later, we see Lightning and Maggie calling everyone into the dining hall, where a spread of delicious food has been laid out. All the witches gather in, with Wendy personally escorting Princess Tilly to the dining room. The new witches are amazed at how much grander the food looks compared to usual. Even Ash can't help but smirk, feeling proud of Bordertown's hospitality. Her smirk is just to tease her blonde friend, who was doubtful about Bordertown and its prince. Wendy shows everyone their way to the seats, and after a while, they are all done eating. The prince asks if the food was to their liking, to which Ash simply replies positively. Meanwhile, Tilly wipes her lips with her handkerchief and reminds the prince that, besides helping Bordertown fend off the demons, she's also here to retrieve their witches. Since a group of civilians will be coming to the Slumber Island from Silver Bay in the spring, she needs Lotus and Honey to help them with food and shelter. Hearing this, the prince reflects on the First Army, which is enough to handle the demons without needing witch help. However, he still needs Lotus and Honey's help for infrastructure building. The pier by the mountains isn't finished, and the docks are only halfway done, so they still need more houses. The prince asks if the departure could be delayed by half a month. Princess Tilly explains that under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any objections, and would be fine with that. However, a type of fish monster has appeared in the southern seas, and she suspects it has something to do with the early months of demons. As the months go on, the strength of the demons will increase, so she'd prefer they leave earlier for everyone's safety. Sister Breeze will escort them by ship, as her abilities are perfect for dealing with demons that lack much intelligence. The prince then asks if, apart from Lotus and Honey, the other three witches can stay a little longer since their education is only halfway through, so it would be a waste for them to leave now. Tilly perks up at seeing her brother concerned for those witches, and she's now curious about how he plans to utilize Candle and Evelyn's abilities. The prince explains that he needs both of them for solidifying metal parts and brewing. You see, Candle can greatly increase machinery efficiency, while Evelyn's alcohol is very useful for many purposes beyond just consumption. His sister then explains that they have always felt insecure about the usefulness of their abilities, so she's glad to hear that he values them. She appreciates that the prince recognizes their abilities as crucial because she's always believed that no ability is ever useless. She then turns to the witches and asks for their thoughts on whether they want to leave. The little one says she's fine with either place, while Evelyn states that if Miss Tilly needs her back on Slumber Island, she'll gladly go. However, she wouldn't mind staying in Bordertown either, as she still has a lot to learn from Miss Scroll. Princess Tilly reassures her, saying she doesn't need to be so nervous and that they can choose whatever they want without feeling pressured. She explains that she just wants to know about everyone's experiences living in the town, and they can go back to Slumber Island or come to Bordertown at their own will. She would also love for other witches from Bordertown to visit Slumber Island as well. The prince agrees, saying he hopes that witches can freely live in both places with their combined efforts. Tilly perks up at her brother's pleasant thoughts and states that she's glad he feels the same way. Roland is startled for a moment to hear this, because the last time she called him brother was nearly a decade ago. But then he regains his composure and tells her that the day will come when they will live in harmony. He then decides to get back to the serious topic and mentions he's about to brief her on the ruins and the devils related to the Snowy Mountains and the stone towers he mentioned before. He explains that he was planning to send witches and First Army soldiers to the ruins in the Misty Forest for a rescue, but early winter delayed it. Tilly responds that she can't believe the legendary Devil Army could be so close, or that someone would still be in ruins that are 400 years old. She recalls the drawings of the devils he sent her, and thinks that this is what's most important right now. The prince points out that, based on the environment and their reactions, the devil territory has been there for many years. He suspects they haven't expanded into the kingdom due to the limitations of their red mist, so they're not a threat to Border Town for now. He plans to build a scout tower to monitor their movements in the next couple of years. However, the sealed witch within the ruins is likely to reveal the truth behind Tequila and the fall of the church. Tilly agrees, but asks if there's any way to approach the ruins from the air instead of the land, as she's heard from Ash that Border Town has a tool for aerial transportation. The prince quickly realizes she must be talking about hot air balloons. He explains that although a hot air balloon can hold 10 people, it can be modified for more. However, bringing the first army soldiers through air would be impossible. If they encountered devils, they could suffer casualties, and with demons everywhere, it's just too risky. That's when Princess Tilly reminds him that it would have been fairly dangerous if he had gone with only the Witch Union. However, since she's here with other witches, it will be significantly safer. She explains that Xavi's barrier can block threats, and Ash can handle anything in close combat. The prince begins to think it over, and remembers that they were at a significant disadvantage in the air last time, but he can see the logic in what his sister is saying. Sylvie's magic sight can warn them of any dangers, and with Nightingale and Ash's powerful offensive abilities, even if things go wrong, Xavi and Anna can ensure everyone's safety. He then asks her if she's sure about going. Princess Tilly replies that she thinks this is a great opportunity to make sense of this mystery. Ever since the months came early and the demons appeared in the sea, she's had a bad feeling, and she's willing to go herself to uncover the truth. The scene then transitions to the Holy City. At the outskirts, we see knights guarding the walls, along with the two major archbishops. The old priest reminds Archbishop Maine that this winter is far too early, and there haven't been any records like this in the holy books either, and those were written by the Pope. Maine explains that while those books were written by the Pope, inaccuracies are unavoidable. They mostly track history in a general direction. Judging from the demons last year, he estimates they have about 10 years left to complete their goal. They plan to unify all 4 kingdoms in 2 years and grow the Divine Punishment Army in 8. By then, the Church's forces will be absolutely massive, and with Hermes' strong walls and strategic position, they'll protect this land until they make the enemy buckle. The old man sighs, saying he may be too old to witness this transition. He then asks about the snow powder recipe that Perov acquired and whether it has been tested yet. Maine explains that while the snow powder can be used for crowd control against demons, their true enemies are the devils. If they want to pierce through the devil's thick armor, they'll need to use a lot of explosives, and no one other than the Divine Punishment Army can throw such a massive amount of snow powder. The old man laments that there's no easy way to win against them. All they can do is confront them head-on. Suddenly, commotion erupts as people shout that 2 signals have been spotted, indicating multiple hybrid demons. They have no clue why there are so many since they're only in the first month of winter. Maine picks up his telescope and looks through it, while a soldier shouts that it's actually 3 signals, and the situation is even worse. Maine's eyes widen as he sees the sight before him. He recalls that the holy books have many records of reapers, nightmare beasts, and fanged devils. But what's mind-boggling is that these monsters, which were supposed to appear 5 years before the catastrophe, are showing up right now at Hermes. The scene transitions back to Border Town, where Honey and Lotus are about to depart for Slumber Island. They're thanking the prince for his hospitality over the past few months. The prince hands them a few gifts, saying this is just a small token of appreciation for their contributions to Border Town. The girls perk up in happiness, and Honey immediately starts to open her gift. However, Lotus reminds her that it's impolite to open gifts right away. When Honey finally unwraps it, she discovers a scarf and laments that she was expecting a bra instead. The prince explains that this is a scarf designed to protect her neck from the snow and cold, and if she wraps it a certain way, it can even cover her ears. Honey quickly puts it around her neck, and Lotus can feel the warmth radiating from it. Honey then notices there's something else inside the package and wonders if there's another gift. The prince encourages her to take it out, and when she does, she finds a shiny object that turns out to be a mirror. She gasps in surprise at how clearly she can see herself in it. Princess Tilly can't help but admit that this is a great place with running water and comfortable rooms. It's hard to believe that her brother transformed this desolate place into such a welcoming space. The prince asks if she regrets bringing the witches here, especially since everyone is enjoying living here more than Slumber Island. To which Tilly replies that she doesn't regret it at all if it means they can have better lives. She reminds him not to forget that she is a witch as well. The prince then asks if she's really going to join them on the trip to the Misty Forest ruins. He admits that while she is a transcendent, her abilities are not suited for combat. Tilly assures him that she can hold her own. To drive her point home, she takes out her red stone and demonstrates by shooting lightning from her hands. She proudly explains that this is a magic stone she found in some ancient ruins. The prince is quite amazed and asks if this means she can use 2 abilities at once. Tilly shakes her head with no. Apparently, The stones only allow one ability to be used at a time, and if she tries to channel magic through 2 stones at once, nothing will happen. She admits that she didn't want to reveal this to him so soon, but after their discussion last night, she realizes she may have been too harsh on him. But she now feels happy that he's being honest about the ruins. The prince just waves her off, saying there's nothing to worry about since he understands. Tilly then asks what Honey meant about a bra. The prince feels a bit sheepish and tells her to just ask Sylvie or Evelyn about it. Tilly looks puzzled and wonders aloud why it seems like he's still keeping things a secret from her. As the witches experience flying in hot air balloons for the first time, the siblings talk about the mysteries and tensions between the church and ruins, and why the church is trying to hide the evidence of their existence. They realize that not only do the church records stop about 400 years ago, but they're also vague about the origins of God. There are no myths, epics, or titles aside from describing his omnipotence, and there are way fewer details than there are about the 3 gods of the Bay. Tilly points out that it feels like the church just sprang up out of nowhere in the kingdom. Later, when the prince is alone in his office, his mind is still occupied with these thoughts. He compares the church to the religions of his old world, where it's pretty much a given that deities are tied to the creation of the universe. Every religion claims their god created the world, with things like Genesis, karma, or some full record of creation being a staple in every belief system. Suddenly, Kyle Sitchy bursts into the room, revealing that he's got a lead on manufacturing acid. The prince perks up, excited by the news, and eagerly asks about the process. The mad scientist grins and says it's all thanks to Charles. Charles then starts explaining, but since we're not here for a science lesson, I'll spare you the details, especially since these shitty translations aren't accurate. One thing's for sure though, the acid they're producing is super pure, and it even gives off fumes like it was described in Chemistry 101. They go on about more of this technical stuff, but the prince lets us know that they're using one of the oldest manufacturing methods. The issue back then was that sulfuric acid couldn't be stored properly since there weren't containers that could handle the corrosion, so it got phased out. But that's no problem for the prince. In Bordertown, they're already producing sulfuric acid slowly using nitric acid. As for the corrosion issue, Soraya's paint can handle it without a hitch. The prince gives them props for a job well done, admitting he can't believe they stumbled upon this method. Kyle Sitchy grins and shares that he's always had great luck, even back when they were in Redwater. He mentions how he managed to pull this off at barely 20 years old, much to the envy of the older folks in their 30s and 40s. The prince nods, stating that he'll assign some witches to help arrange the equipment. He also mentions wanting to scale things up. Now that they've got a reliable source of nitric acid, the next task is producing something very dangerous, which is nitroglycerin. He explains that this experiment will be dangerous since it can cause an explosion with a minor change in temperature, but he assures Sitchy that he will send Anna over to take care of it. Sitchy looks intrigued and fascinated, clearly excited about what they're about to experiment with. The prince can't help but grin, thinking about how 9 out of 10 chemists have a knack for explosions, so he is sure that a few explosions should not be a big deal for someone like Kyle. He knows that if nitroglycerin is combined with nitrocellulose or nitrostarch, it'll enhance its explosive properties. The former is a smokeless powder, while the latter is a rare, powerful explosive. The key to creating something incredible is already in his hands. Later we see witches just chilling and patrolling around the town. Andrea asks why everyone is working outside in the dead of the winter, and she is quite curious about what Roland did to make them brave the weather. Ash reminds her it's still late autumn, but Andrea argues it's pretty much winter already. As the usual argument starts between the two ladies, Sylvie steps in to calm everyone down. She explains that civilians typically avoid working in winter due to the effort and risks involved, but in Bordertown, food is cheap, firewood is abundant, and Miss Lily helps with illnesses, so they're willing to work for daily wages. Andrea gets it about the firewood but can't figure out why food is so cheap, pointing out that her family, in the food business, always saw prices spike during famines. Sylvie clarifies that in Bordertown, there's only one set price for food, and the prince ensures the buying price is higher than the selling price. Ash argues that it sounds like forced pricing, wondering why others can't set higher prices. Tilly steps in, explaining that processing and storage raise the cost of grains, making higher prices unavoidable. Sylvie agrees, adding that the prince uses extra funds to pay workers and expand production, but Ash sticks to her guns, arguing that it should be a free market. Sylvie says she's not so sure about that, but she's confident he's not setting crazy prices and that no one is starving. If the prices can stay stable, it'll benefit the people. Plus, it's not like farmers can just escape unfairness in a free market. They have to turn in most of their harvest, and if their shares price is too low, that could really hurt them. A locked price feels more fair, and more production means more income for everyone. Sylvie reminds them that farmers don't have to stay farmers forever. The prince promised that once their production hits a certain level, they can be promoted to citizenship. She explains that citizens only need to give up 20% of their harvest, and with the set prices, they'll be raking in a pretty good income. Now Tilly understands why the town is buzzing with life. She is fascinated how the legislation and the reward system were designed to encourage them. Suddenly an alarm blares and citizens start to panic. It's an alert for demons, and some of them decide to head to the wall to help the soldiers. Andrea feels fired up when she hears this. After all, they came here to show how witches really fight. When we reach the wall, we see Carter raising his eyebrow at how these demons never seem to get tired. They're always running wild every year, and even if they break through the town, it won't really do them any good. On the contrary, the other new soldiers are pumped up to flex their muscles. They think it'll be great practice, way cooler to shoot at demons than at a stationary dummy. Speaking of dummies, Carter has heard some interesting rumors about their artillery squadron. Other squads have mentioned that soldiers with consistent aim are being drafted into a precision team for a new mission. The soldiers shout at the mention of a precision team, and think that they just probably made this story up when they were getting bored. But Iron Axe reveals that the prince is planning to develop a new cannon for ships, which will let them attack other ships from a distance. Only the best marksmen will be commanding these cannons, and if anyone's interested in joining, they can put in a request through him. Alex, one of the leaders of this squadron, perks up at the news. He thinks to himself that this is clearly an opportunity to advance in the military. According to Iron Axe, warships might be named after soldiers who achieve significant accomplishments, and if a ship ever gets named after him, his life will have been worth it. He's also hoping these new kids get a chance to earn some valor as well, but right now, they're just too jumpy. They need to steady themselves. Besides, it would be ridiculous for a ship to be named Grapefruit or Broom. Suddenly, he shouts at his juniors to quit yapping and focus on the battlefield. As the monsters approach, he tells them to do their job and show the other squadrons that they're the best. The newcomers start shooting quickly, but their aim is so off that not a single bullet hits the monsters. Meanwhile, upon seeing the soldiers using those weapons, Andrea points out how these so-called firearms are supposed to be powerful, but they are useless if they can't hit their target. Ash explains that these soldiers used to be miners, farmers, and hunters, and they've only been using these weapons for about half a year. The princess excitedly asks Sylvie if she's familiar with firearms, to which the girl replies that she's observed them a few times. They seem like some sort of crossbow weapon, but the projectile is tiny and doesn't have a shaft or feathers. However, it doesn't seem to rely on the flexibility of a string to fire. Instead, it uses the impact from an explosion of some black powder to launch the projectile at high speed. It's probably some sort of alchemical product, but she has no idea what it's made of. Andrea then points out that this must be really expensive since alchemy has never been cheap. But judging by how they're using it, it's clear they're not being sparing at all. As the monster gets closer, the soldiers realize that their bullets are ineffective against its giant shell. That's when Andrea starts preparing to shoot an arrow, while thinking about how these so-called firearms have limited power. She knows that as long as she can get within 10 paces, even a city wall can't stop her magic arrows. But before she can act, the soldiers start firing their heavy artillery, and those massive bullets hit the monster directly, shattering its shell. The sight of such powerful firepower leaves Ash and Andrea completely blown away. After watching the firearms in action, Tilly returns to the castle with her witches, and their faces look like they just stepped out of a hentai story. Wendy welcomes them back, and Tilly takes her seat at the table. Wendy mentions that she heard they went to help the First Army at the walls earlier. She then tells them they should try the town's special bird kiss mushroom skewers. It looks like Andrea's mind is still stuck processing the power of the firearm she just saw. When Wendy asks what's wrong and if the dish isn't to her taste, Ash quickly assures her to not worry about Andrea. Meanwhile, Andrea is replaying that moment in her mind over and over when that cannon took down the monster with a single hit. She's feeling utterly inadequate, realizing there's no way she could compete against that kind of firepower. On top of that, all the food stuffed with spices and sauces reeks of crudeness. In the Kingdom of Dawn, seasonings are often used to hide poor quality ingredients, and the more seasoning, the worse it tastes. But for some reason, she finds this dish frighteningly delicious. She can't quite figure out where in the border town they found such juicy mushrooms. She can tell that even this ordinary vegetable stew tastes like it was made with rich chicken ribs and seafood stock. And then there's this thing called ice cream cake, which is just a heavenly experience, and she can't get over it and craves bite after bite. Ash laughs and tells her to eat as much as she wants since they've got a rescue operation tomorrow. It'll be time for their wonderful Miss Andrea to truly shine. The next day, when they set off, people in the border town are amazed to see the balloon flying in the sky. Lightning waves to the soldiers as they depart for their mission, and Princess Tilly can't help but notice how popular Lightning is with the soldiers. Lightning just smiles, saying the prince always asks her to command them. Tilly, on the other hand, thinks to herself that there's no doubt Lightning is his daughter. Her ability to fly is perfect for her, and only the sky can satisfy her restless heart. Tilly knows Thunder wishes for Lightning to live a humble life, but his daughter is actually destined to be an explorer, maybe even surpassing Thunder himself. All Tilly wants is to protect her. One of the Slumber Island witches, Shavi, points out that this is the first time she's seen the western region blanketed in snow. Wendy asks if she's from around here, and Shavi responds positively, saying she used to live at Dragon Cliffs in the south, where it doesn't snow much. When she heard that Miss Tilly was recruiting witches at Slumber Island, she snuck onto a ship to Clearwater to join the others. Wendy then laments how the prince is always complaining that Border Town never gets witches, even though they openly advertise it as a haven, but it looks like Tilly beat him to it already. Shavi finds it amazing that they've been gathering witches as well. Ash confirms that Prince is indeed recruiting witches and remembers how one of his agents, Theo, approached her, and he quickly reconfigured her as one of the witches. She snickers as she recalls how he wasn't anything special, but he sure was a generous guy, and she definitely ate well during her trip to Bordertown because of him. Then Andrea throws a jab at Ash, saying that if it wasn't for Miss Tilly recruiting her, Ash would have already headed to Bordertown ages ago. Our tough girl gets mad at this, but Tilly quickly steps in to diffuse the tension, reminding them that it doesn't matter if it's Slumber Island or Border Town. Every witch is their ally, so they better stop fighting. The two brute ladies reluctantly drop their argument, while Anna and Nightingale can't help but smile, satisfied to see Tilly's mature way of thinking. Now, speaking of Anna, Tilly can't help but reflect on her. As she looks back at her, she realizes it wouldn't be a stretch to say that her brother, Prince Roland, was heavily influenced by her. Just by observing Anna, Tilly can tell that her aura is calm and reserved, like a vast meadow, and she seems incredibly kind and reliable. She has also heard from Sylvie that Anna was one of the first witches to evolve her abilities in Bordertown, and that her magic is shockingly powerful. She even finished reading Natural Science 101 before anyone else. Tilly is sure that if she ever gets to discuss natural sciences with Anna by a cozy fire someday, it would be amazing. Suddenly, Maggie begins flapping around frantically. When Lightning asks what's going on, the little pigeon points out that the ruins are gone. This shocks Nightingale and the others, while Lightning claims it used to be right there. Princess Tilly is blown away to see such a huge hole and quickly tells Sylvie to check what's inside. As soon as Sylvie uses her abilities, she spots some sort of massive worm-like monster moving northwest. But then she gets shocked and exclaims that the ruins are in the worm's stomach. Sylvie further claims that she indeed saw the tower and the crystal coffin that was mentioned inside the monster's stomach. Tilly asks if there's anything else besides the worm, like devils. Sylvie responds that there were some, but they seem to be dead in its stomach. Princess Tilly then orders everyone to land immediately. She tells them to split into two teams. One will guard outside, while the other will go with her down into the hole. She makes it clear that they're going to kill the giant worm monster and retrieve the crystal. Once they land, Andrea and Nightingale remain on the ground, while Tilly, Ash, and all the other witches, including Anna, begin their descent down the hole. As Tilly reflects on the situation, she reveals to us that entering the hole will require witches capable of flight, which means dragging that crystal out is out of the question. If they can't wake the person stuck inside either, they'll have to cut the crystal open, and they'll definitely need Shavi's shield for that. On the other hand, Sylvie's magic eye is essential as well. Without her, they would struggle to locate the ruins in the worm's stomach. Anna's healing and slicing abilities are just as crucial. Thankfully, since Sylvie and Anna are both quite light, Maggie is able to carry them. Lastly, Tilly herself can also carry Ash, who can handle any combat situation. Every witch here is important, so losing even one of them would make this mission very difficult. The two left behind, Nightingale and Andrea, will guard the entrance in case of any demon attacks from the misty forest. With those two standing watch, their backs are covered. We also learn that Tilly has a solid backup plan in case they need to escape and ditch the rescue effort, though she still feels uneasy about it. She hasn't figured out why the worm only targeted these ruins while leaving everything else unscathed. It's also surprising that it's tunneling northwest, which is where the Devil Nest is located. Once they finally reach the end of the hole, they find another massive tunnel going west, left by the worm. Tilly tells everyone to light their torches, and everyone follows her instructions promptly. Sylvie then adds that she can sense the monster ahead, so they start walking forward into the saliva-filled tunnel. After walking for a while inside the tunnel, they finally reach the worm. The rotten smell coming from this disgusting monster burns every witch's nostril hairs. Ash decides to slice open the monster's stomach and be done with it before the smell starts messing with her head. But as soon as she grabs her sword to draw it, Tilly tells her to wait, explaining that they'll need Anna to kill it. She points out that since they don't know what's inside the stomach, slicing it open could be dangerous, so using swords is out of the question. Anna quickly raises her hand and shoots a green fire bullet that pierces the worm's thick skin and makes its way inside. That green fire bullet starts spinning around, crisscrossing in every direction. In no time, the monster is sliced like a perfect cucumber from every side, and blood begins to gush out. Once they see how easily Anna cut through the monster, their faces go blank, and they stare in awe at the true power and magnificence of her abilities. Sylvie quickly explains that the monster is dead since its heart has stopped beating. Ash is surprised that this monster even has a heart, to which Sylvie replies that it's near its head and about the size of their balloon's basket. It also got sliced up by Anna's flames, and magic is rippling throughout it. Seeing the magic, Lightning wonders if it's a hybrid demon. However, Tilly says they can't be sure, as historical records of the wastelands and demons are scarce. There's still so much they don't know, so she suggests grabbing the crystal and get going. As they enter the belly, Ash complains about the sticky mess, while Sylvie reports that all the rocks in here are crushed, making it impossible to tell what the tower used to look like. Lightning then mentions that there were so many glittering magic stones. She shows one of them, which resembles the crystal they're looking for. Right on cue, Ash finds the crystal after cutting through the flesh. With a few more slices, the giant crystal is finally revealed, and they see the witch trapped inside. Princess Tilly is left speechless as her eyes land on the magnificence of the stone. She quickly tells Anna that it's now her turn to work her magic. Anna quickly uses her fire laser once again, and the princess asks how it's going. Anna replies that it's a little hard, but she can cut it open. The crystal promptly begins to shatter, and the cracks expand around it until, eventually, the crystal blows up. Tilly is shocked to discover that there are 2 layers, with the inner part being the real crystal. Lightning tries to touch it and confirms that it's freezing to the touch. Anna then gives it her all, and finally manages to melt down the second layer as well, and out pops the witch who was stuck inside. Ash quickly takes her into her arms while Tilly asks if she's still alive. The brute lady confirms that she is, but it's very faint, and her heartbeat is still going, which is just barely alive. Even Tilly's mind can't help but wonder how she could survive in a frozen crystal like that. She's definitely a witch, but her name, origin, and why she was stuck in the ruins remain a mystery. She is eager to ask her all these daunting questions once they return. Meanwhile, outside the tunnel, the 2 blonde baddies stand on guard duty. Looks like Andrea is feeling bored and is already missing Tilly. She considers talking to Nightingale, but as an elite from the Kingdom of Dawn, she feels that elegance is a necessary quality for an unmarried woman, so she hesitates to approach her, especially since Nightingale is somewhat of a rival. She has heard that she matches Ash in terms of power and combat, but still, she finally decides that talking to a fellow witch is just a natural thing to do. However, before she can say anything, Nightingale suddenly vanishes from the scene, leaving Andrea startled. Right at that moment, she senses a heavy presence and turns around, but finds nothing. She wonders if it was Nightingale, but then she feels that there is more to that. She eventually summons her weapon, thinking there's an enemy nearby, and the enemy appears to be translucent. Just as she's about to make a move, a gunshot blares right by her left ear, and blood splatters in front of her. The creature that took the shot remains invisible. Once the monster is dead, it's finally visible now, which leaves Andrea shocked to see a praying mantis before her eyes. It was Nightingale who took it out, otherwise, she is pretty sure she would have been toast. Nightingale goes on to blast 2 more mantises, blowing their heads off. Wendy also comes rushing into the scene and asks what in the world are these things. Nightingale mentions that the creatures look like devils, if not demons, but their blood seems even more demonic. Andrea asks her since when she first noticed them creeping around. Nightingale replies that she spotted them the moment they first appeared. She explains that in her mist, their magic shines as brightly as a star, so it was easy for her to see them. Right at that moment, Sister Lightning flashes out of the tunnel, and Wendy lights up, relieved to see that they've made it back safely. Afterwards, they ride their balloon, and everyone gathers around this rescued witch in the balloon basket. Wendy can't believe that this witch was all alone in a place like that for decades. This just fuels her curiosity, and she wants to know what really happened to her. Princess Tilly then explains that she had a bad feeling inside, which is why she wanted to leave in a hurry. She asks if anything happened outside while they were inside. Nightingale explains that there were some weird hybrid demons, but they were dispatched immediately. Suddenly, Sylvie notices something below and exclaims in shock and asks, "What are those things crawling on the ground?" Andrea peers down and wonders if they're demons, but Tilly says she can't see anything except for a bunch of praying mantis corpses. Sylvie urges them to look closely, and they realize the corpses are completely torn apart, like something is eating them. Nightingale then glances down as well, and sees tons of creatures moving in their translucent forms. They are apparently demon monsters, and they are around 100, all rushing toward the hole. She suspects they might be after the dead worm's flesh, but shrugs it off, thinking it's not their problem anymore. However, it looks like Tilly isn't so sure about that. The scene cuts to the military grounds, where we see the new force, known as the police force. Knight Carter explains to every soldier that the police unit will be a part of the public security system. They will be peacekeepers within Prince Roland's territory, responsible for catching criminals, detecting unlawful activity, and maintaining order. They will also make sure to enforce the laws set by the Prince and City Hall, as well as help citizens in need. After a week of training, he imagines everyone will have a solid understanding of their duties. With that settled, he decides to lead them to their first mission and tells everyone to follow him. The group starts trailing Carter promptly, and among the soldiers, we spot a familiar face. Someone who can hardly believe he passed Prince Roland's test and became a police officer after just a week of training. If you don't remember this guy, he's the one who was a refugee and exposed a City Hall official for selling free food in black to other refugees. Let's call him Redhead until we find out his name. The written assessment for this test had been the toughest task for him. He was given a scenario where he had to react cleverly to get out of a bad situation, but he nailed it. Now he's glad to finally have a stable income, and while he'll be assigned to the inner district, at least he can send some money to his old friend Kriegsman as well. Once they arrive at the docks, they see a ship that just came in, packed with refugees from the south and north. Knight Carter informs them that the prince has invited these people to Bordertown to ensure their safety during this harsh winter. So the first task of the police unit is to organize the refugees into lines so they can pass through each station for virus testing and registration. Since the police unit is still a bit short-staffed, the First Army will also be there to support them. In the future, the police will handle this independently. We then see Prince Roland arriving at the docks with Theo and Hunter Iron Axe. The refugees are in awe as the prince personally comes to see them. After all, not many elites would bother to leave their heated homes and comfy beds during winter. Among the crowd, we spot a shady-looking refugee standing in the registration line, eyeing the prince with suspicious eyes. When his turn finally comes, he lies and says his name is Fursona, claiming to be an illiterate farmer from the north. The attendant at the table gives him the green light to move forward, but that's when Redhead steps in and starts grilling this so-called farmer about what month wheat should be planted during the winter. The attendant tells his fellow to let the man go, reminding him that their job is just to sort people out, and they don't have enough time for thorough investigations. But Redhead isn't letting this man off the hook easily, and continues to expose him, pointing out that even though this man claims to be a northerner, his accent sounds more like it's from the central region. So he asks this alleged farmer which town he belongs to in the north. Since Redhead is quite familiar with the northern region, he also notes that the guy's dress code doesn't fit either, because northern folks would at least wear gloves since the temperatures up there often dip below freezing. Right at that moment, the shady guy pulls a red church pill from his pouch. As soon as he pops it in his mouth, his shirt tatters as his muscles bulge out. Redhead is caught off guard, and this madman swings Redhead around like a trash bag before throwing him to the ground hard enough to make him cough up blood. The pill-infused maniac then launches himself toward the prince while poor Redhead struggles to stand. We then see that there are two other assassins also charging at the prince simultaneously. But before they can even touch him, a bullet tears through the head of the pill-infused man, and thanks to Prince's trusted allies, the three assassins are down for the count. Panic erupts among the refugees as they scatter in all directions. But Prince stands there resolutely, shouting for everyone to calm down. He declares himself the leader of the West, assuring them there's no reason to panic. He explains that the border town is offering shelter from the storm, along with food that will fill their stomachs and numerous job opportunities. He promises solid homes without a single crack and beds warmed by furnaces, as comfortable as sun-soaked meadows. He reassures them that by closing their windows, they won't feel the cold, even in thin clothes. He paints a vivid picture of their meals, porridge sprinkled with jerky, where each grain is visible in every spoonful, with one bowl enough to satisfy a person's hunger. Everyone is genuinely touched by his motivating pitch. They can't help but think how they had expected the prince to talk about citizenship and legalities, but instead, he's describing their benefits. The prince then adds that he longs for the day when every citizen won't have to worry about clothing, food, or shelter. However, their enemies crave the opposite, and these monsters were clearly sent by them. He reveals that their enemies want everyone dead, including him. He promises to increase security and ensure that no foes are hiding among the refugees for everyone's safety. As he finishes speaking, the crowd begins to cheer and praise the prince for everything he said and the care he is showing. Redhead manages to get back on his feet and can't help but point out how the prince completely stifled every trace of panic with just a few words. That's when Carter approaches him, giving him props for his keen eyes since he was the one who spotted the shady guy first. Later, Redhead is called to the prince's office, where the prince addresses him as Mr. Wade. Finally, now that we know his name, we don't have to call him Redhead anymore. The prince commends him for his astute observations and wonders if he was really just a normal citizen in the past. Wade reveals that he used to be part of the patrol in Golden Wheat City for about 6 years until the city was invaded by pirates. The prince then points out that his profile shows nothing special, and according to Carter's report, he should currently be living in temporary shelters. Prince finally catches on that Wade basically hid his true talents during registration, and he asks him why he did that. Redhead explains that the reason he's alive in Bordertown is because of a former prisoner he met in Golden Wheat City named Kriegsman. That old guy saved him when times were dire. Since the old man is labeled a criminal, he can't be registered as a citizen, but he can't just leave his old friend behind in the Western District, especially since his friend is getting old and can't take care of himself. The prince asks if the reason Wade wanted to become a police officer was so he could work and protect his friend at the same time. Wade stutters before responding, but the prince tells him to cool it, as there is no crime thinking about anything. He then asks if Wade has any family. Redhead lowers his gaze and explains that his family died in Golden Wheat City. Roland then asks about Kriegsman. Redhead explains that he's all alone because the rat scapegoated him, which led to his imprisonment. The prince reminds him that anyone with specialized skills can rent a place in the city and enjoy the benefits of citizenship, including their families. He asks him if he understands what this means. Of course, the redhead quickly catches on to what Prince is trying to imply, so he starts jumping for joy when he realizes he can bring Kriegsman along. The prince tells him to bring his old friend to registration, and they'll take care of everything. Wade is so happy to hear this news that he literally starts slamming his head on the ground, bowing up and down frantically. Then the prince gets serious, warning him not to let his happiness cloud his judgment. He emphasizes that he should remain cautious, just like he was today. If he doesn't pass the subsequent tests, he'll still have to live in temporary shelters. Of course, Wade quickly agrees. Speaking of tests, Wade then remembers that there were a lot of questions on the written test that he didn't know how to answer, so he just wrote whatever came to mind. So he curiously asks why he got elected for the police unit. The prince smirks and says there was no right or wrong answer. Every answer depended on the person taking the test. It wasn't about getting things right, but more of a literacy test. As long as Wade could understand the question and write a legitimate answer, he passed. A little later, Knight Carter steps forward to remind the prince that they've received intel on the assassins. The prince tells him to go ahead and speak, and Carter explains that Baroff has an apprentice named Salon, who was in charge of gathering refugees in the north. Since they ran out of boats on the way back, Salon contacted some of his friends at the capital to see if any merchant ships heading to the western region were available for rent. That's how the operation got leaked. The refugees stayed in Silver City, which is only half a day's distance from the capital, making it easy for Timothy to make arrangements. He further explains that while Timothy might not be sending armies from the capital, that doesn't mean he isn't trying to get revenge. Prince then reflects on the situation and feels somewhat relieved that the assassins only had pills and not explosives. If those guys had exploded in the middle of the crowd, all of their new workers collected over the past 2 months would have died. He highlights that, considering Salon's mistake came from inexperience, they'll keep the punishment light and cut 2 months' worth of his salary. This is the only way to make him aware of his grave mistake. He also tells Carter to keep a close eye on screening the refugees and to have Sylvie and Nightingale assist his team. They must ensure that no scouts or assassins escape and protect the lives of the refugees. Right at that moment, Lady Leaf bursts into the office, happily announcing that the balloon is back. Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived, and the balloon is here. We're about to hear all the juicy details about that mysterious witch. As soon as the balloon lands, Anna jumps out of the basket and immediately hugs the prince. He embraces her warmly, while the other 2 little girls also jump at the prince and surround him. His sister could not help but to notice how well his brother gets along with every single witch. The prince playfully asks if she wants a hug from her brother too. Tilly just smirks and says she'll pass, reminding him that the last time he tried to hug her, he threw her down on the ground. Finally, Ash steps out of the basket, holding the witch in her hand. As for the prince's first impression, he's just amazed, because the witch's outfit doesn't look cheap at all, and she looks like some rare character out of a gacha game. They fill him in that the witch is fine, but her magic is recovering at a very slow pace, so it'll take 3 or more days for her to get back to normal. The prince decides to call her the Slumberer for now. He announces that he'll open a room on the castle's 3rd floor for her, and the rest of them need to come to the lobby because he wants to hear all the details about what happened. Once they're in the office, Tilly explains everything in detail, and once she is done explaining everything, he admits to himself that he would be unsure of what to do in such a situation. He's impressed by Tilly's decisiveness in selecting the witches to form a perfect team. He then asks his sister if she believes that the massive worm might be related to devils. She responds that it's certainly not impossible since it had a completely different appearance, and it might have been another type of demon. This could mean they can compare devils to humans, while demons as hunting dogs. She believes some of these monsters follow the devil's commands and help them complete tasks. The prince kind of agrees with her assumption, but he's still not entirely sure. You see, if the devils are unable to dominate the continent because of the limits imposed by the red mist, then why don't they just harass the four kingdoms with demons year-round? Why do they always wait until winter? He also notes that the wolf-lion hybrids from last year were clearly more intelligent than the other demons. If intelligence can be gained through age, it will be just impossible for the devils to tame the other race. Tilly then adds that the enemies Nightingale encountered outside of the hole are more concerning because a demon that can conceal itself in daylight and move silently can breach any defenses. Their limited knowledge about demons makes this problematic, and they don't know how to deal with enemies like that at all. The prince agrees, and points out that if Nightingale hadn't witnessed it, he wouldn't be willing to believe in its existence. However, it seems these demons have never appeared in the western region before. Otherwise, a few of them would have reduced Longsong Fortress to ashes long ago. Tilly then mentions that the longer the months go on, the stronger the demons become, and this is a historically proven fact. She points out that it started snowing during autumn this year, which means their enemies will be extremely strong. The prince finds himself startled when he realizes that Tilly is actually considering his enemies as her own. This thought puts a smile on his face. He decides to assign Nightingale to watch the perimeter, and as long as Sylvie stays in the castle, she can keep an eye on the whole wall and alert the other witches as soon as she detects anything suspicious. Later, we see the prince and Lady Scroll walking down the corridor. Lady Scroll expresses concern about the new witch, and points out that until they confirm the identity of this new mysterious witch, they can't guarantee she isn't an enemy. The prince agrees, saying he knows, which is why he's temporarily placed a stone of divine judgment on her. Once they enter the room, they see Anna already inside. When the prince asks about the new witch, the girl explains that Nana and Lily both tried using their powers on her, but nothing worked, so all they can do now is wait. Even though she has been sealed for so long, there isn't a single scratch on her body, which is just incredible. She suspects it's probably similar to herself being impervious to fire, and this new witch's ability might be linked to ice. Roland then gives his most favorite girl a sweet pat on the head, commending her efforts for cutting open the coffin. Anna responds that it wasn't just her. She explains that this witch was very clever in how she encased herself, and must be quite powerful. She reveals that the witch first froze all her internal bodily cycles with extremely cold ice, then used normal ice to seal the cold ice inside her so it wouldn't melt easily. When she cut open the outer layer, the coffin broke instantly, which makes Anna believe that the new witch must have placed certain cracks there on purpose. She can tell that this lady had been waiting for this day, and she's sure that she will definitely wake up. The scene then transitions into the witch's memories, where we see a knight desperately trying to convince her that the wall has been breached and the allied armies can't hold on for much longer, so they have to go. But the lady just tells him to let go of her, insisting that she can fight as well. That's when a giant monster appears, stomping on every human in sight. It's so huge that there are literally 3 devils riding its back, and other devils are wreaking havoc on the ground. Even with all the chaos around her, the icy witch remains stubborn. While the man continues trying to convince her to leave, the witch makes it clear that as a member of the Holy City's witches, her death will also be on the battlefield. But her expression drops when she spots something unexpected in the sky. It turns out to be another witch crashing down with her heavy sword, and she's apparently the divine warrior of the Alliance, the extraordinary Transcendent. This lady has fire in her soul, and as soon as she lands, she literally blows away a bunch of devils like they're just trash bags. Her landing is so badass that it obliterates the ground beneath her from the force. She then tells everyone to go, claiming that she will be fine and urges them to leave while they still have the chance. The soldiers argue that they have nothing left to fight for since this is the last holy city, and yet they haven't been able to stop the devils. The icy witch finally begins to tear up, realizing they've actually lost tens of thousands of people and soldiers. They've played every card up their sleeve, but they're still on the losing side. But this badass lady states they shouldn't give up. There's still hope. She raises her sword, trying to lift everyone's spirits, and orders them to cross the mountains and rivers to the wastelands. She tells them they can rebuild order, and their survival will lead to victory. All of the citizens begin to retreat, but the icy witch still has doubts about whether they can actually rebuild order. She feels hopeless, and the reason for her hopelessness is because even their most prosperous holy city, built on the most fertile lands, has fallen like a child's sandcastle in a flash, leaving panic and chaos enveloping everyone. She wonders if escaping is really enough to avoid the devils. But then Alice's words start to reverberate in her mind, and she begins to believe that as long as they survive, they will eventually reach victory one day. I think that lady with the giant sword must have been Alice. Regardless, she believes that the magic stones and documents she has stored in the Misty Ferret research facility will be crucial for their task. That's why she grits her teeth for now and presses forward, because passing this knowledge to the next generation is the only hope for humanity's survival. She also reveals that there's a popular belief in the Holy City that witches are chosen by the gods, while mortals who can't wield magic are merely their stepping stones. However, the mortals, whose shields are filled with courage and tenacity, possess certain qualities that the witches lack. With the mortal soldiers sacrificing themselves, she is now even more determined not to die here. She knows she must ensure the safety of the data and findings. She crosses the mountains and rivers while the devils continue chasing her. When she finally reaches the Misty Forest Research Lab, she finds the same magic stone. She grabs it and decides to pass along the message. But just at that moment, the devils break into the room. One of them throws a spear with godly speed, but she quickly uses her icy powers to shield herself inside an ice barrier. Alone inside the ice, she isn't sure if she's dead or alive. Suddenly, a bright light begins to shimmer, and the veil of darkness lifts as she opens her eyes in the real world. Wendy and Anna perk up when they see this and shout to the Highness that the lady is awake. The icy witch hears this and wonders why they are using such an outdated, ancient title to address someone. It seems like this lady might actually be from a more advanced era, but who knows? We will have to wait to find out. They quickly gather around her, and the prince asks how she feels. But the first question the lady asks is where she is. The prince reveals that she's in Border Town in the western region of the Grey Castle Kingdom, and that he is the fourth prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon. He introduces all the ladies as members of the Witch Association and then asks her if she remembers anything. The lady feels completely overwhelmed hearing all of this. It's the last thing she expected. Unknown locations, unknown time periods, and unfamiliar people. She has no idea what this Witch Association is, but she's at least relieved that she is among witches, who are her own kind. She's also confused by this title of prince, and thinks to herself that it's something from the First Divine War, from ages ago. Her mind spins as she realizes that she might have returned to a time before the war. She wonders if the gods have given her a second chance to prepare and save the Holy City, but that thought feels utterly ridiculous. Anna can tell that this lady's mind is going haywire with thoughts, and the prince agrees. But just then, the icy witch abruptly sits up and bombards them with questions. She asks if they saved her, if the devils are gone, whether they won the war, and what happened to Tequila City. The prince takes a moment to gather his nerves after getting startled by her abrupt questions, and then promptly tells her that he found her in the basement of a stone tower. The icy witch then quickly flings Wendy's hand away, while our girl was just merely trying to assure her. She looks arrogant and thinks to herself that she usually doesn't care about status, but she feels quite patronized to be interrogated by someone of a lower class. If they were talking to Alice this casually, there would be severe consequences for such behavior. She pushes her arrogance aside and finally introduces herself as Agatha, a witch from the Tequila Research Guild. She then points out that since it's been 450 years, could it be that humans have been fighting devils for that long? Prince explains that she has been asleep for a very long time, so things might be different from what she remembers. If she feels fine, they can explain everything to her slowly. Agatha says she's willing to listen. With that, Prince explains everything to her and reminds her once again that they are currently in Border Town, which is in the western region of Grey Castle, one of the 4 great kingdoms. The witch finds this absurd and claims that the 4 kingdoms he speaks of are nothing but wasteland and have no value for development. She adds that the concept of kings and elites is an archaic construct that disappeared with the First Divine War. She finds it ridiculous that witches are being hunted by mortals and asks who would dare do such a thing. She then quickly tries to use her magic powers, but nothing happens. Pulling the sheets over, she notices a divine stone of judgment resting on her feet and starts freaking out to see this, calling everyone crazy here. She then calls out to the other witches, questioning why they are helping a mortal defend against a high-tier transcendent. She reminds them that using any of these stones is highly illegal according to the law of the Alliance. Prince facepalms himself because he already had expected it to happen, but Wendy reassures him that she'll handle it. She steps closer to the newcomer, introduces herself as Wendy, and tells her that things are not as she claims, and what Prince mentioned is actually true. Wendy admits that she doesn't know much about her life in Tequila City all those centuries ago, but she tells Agatha that today, Tequila doesn't exist anymore, and the alliance she mentioned is gone too. She explains that she and the other witches have been living in hiding until they met Prince Roland, who provided them with a stable shelter and encouraged them to use their powers to help make the world a better place. Wendy then narrates how this world is prejudiced against witches, with divine judgment stones everywhere. In this society, witches are treated like nothing more than mortals. Agatha then also tells her side of the story, revealing that the Alliance was a large organization created by the leaders of multiple witch kingdoms. It consisted of many high-tier witches and transcendent beings. To win the Divine War, they built massive armies, ruled numerous holy cities, and nurtured new witches, settling conflicts and maintaining peace and order. She's baffled by how such a powerful group could just disappear without a trace. She wonders what happened to Master Alice and the survivors who were supposed to rebuild. She desperately wants to know where they are now. Right at that moment, Wendy brings over a cup of tea, and surprisingly, Agatha takes it without making a fuss. In reality, she's hoping to get the Divine Judgment Stone off her, and gaining the trust of the others seems like the only way to do it. But as far as they've told her, she wants to see the truth for herself before believing any of it. Agatha then explains again that she's from the Tequila Research Guild, and that in the 5th year of the Divine War, Tequila was the last holy city to fall. Many people escaped, but she returned to the Misty Forest to collect some things she had left behind. Prince asks if she actually fought the devils, to which she agrees, and she looks a bit annoyed, reminding them who else was supposed to fight them since mortals can't do squat against them. Prince quickly asks if she's a witch from the church, but Agatha says she's never heard of this church he speaks of. She mentions that all the holy cities were built by witches, and that their citizens included both witches and mortals. Mortals handled childcare and reproduction, and when a child awakened their powers, they were sent to specific organizations for training. Of course, combat witches would join the alliance to fight off the devils. Lady Scroll then finally brings up the book Lady Kara had, and she asks her if she can read this. As soon as Agatha takes a look, she confirms that this is a witch's diary. Wendy asks about the mysterious language, and Agatha explains that it was created to be separate from mortal language, so they couldn't participate in higher-level matters. She states that these writings require magic to read, so she can teach any witch how to read it. That's when Prince, with his endless wisdom, chimes in. He points out that writing is meant to be a tool for communication, and its usefulness lies in its accessibility. He says it's quite foolish to exclude mortals from her inner circle because, in reality, mortals can take on many different jobs and positions with the right education and training. They're not inferior, even if they don't have magic. Agatha reflects that while she doesn't mind working with mortals, she dislikes it when they act like they're in charge. Even her family's head servant was more polite than this prince. Then, Sister Scroll asks her if she's heard the name Alice. The mention of that name startles Agatha, and she asks where they heard it, and further asks if knowledge from 450 years ago is still around. Sister Scroll explains that they found this book in the Eastern Forest, and Alice's name was written on the last page in mortal language. Agatha then explains that Alice is the Queen of Comet City, one of the 3 leaders of the Alliance. She's an extraordinarily transcendent being, meaning she's even above the transcendent level, and she's the strongest witch in the Alliance. Agatha isn't surprised that no one here knows about these transcendent witches, especially since this knowledge has been lost over time. She explains that there's really no limit to a witch's powers. With enough time, practice, and experience, very few witches are lucky enough to evolve their abilities into something incredible. This is called a superior awakening, and there's no cap on it. The growth is not always concrete or predictable. Speaking of awakening, Prince recalls that they have 4 witches who have achieved it. This shocks Agatha, as it's something unbelievable, and she asks how many witches the Union have in total. Wendy responds that there are only 10, and this revelation further boggles Agatha even more. It sounds utterly ridiculous to her that 4 out of 10 witches have awakened. She then tries to explain that witches who evolve their powers are no joke. They're the ones chosen by the gods and things like that. That's when Prince hints for Anna to step forward. As she does, ready to demonstrate her abilities, Agatha can't help but think that Anna looks pretty young and shouldn't have enough experience or knowledge to be an awakened witch. At first, Anna displays her fire power, and Agatha confirms that it's a flame ability, which is pretty common. However, Prince tells her there's more to it since this is just the ability Anna started with. Then, Anna shows the second stage of her abilities by solidifying her flames. As she forms a cube out of the fire, Agatha is officially blown away. Meanwhile, Prince casually asks her if this can count as a higher tier awakening. Agatha reflects on how the Holy City is gone and the Alliance is destroyed. Witch powers should be declining as a result of zero training and guidance, so a young witch's awakening twice isn't something that can be explained by luck. She also feels kind of jealous and awe, remembering that she ascended at 26 and was considered a prodigy. Hearing this guy say he has 3 others like Anna makes her feel out of the loop. She can't help but think about how lucky he is. It's like he's the gotcha god with so many SSR witches. It's just unbelievable. Eventually, she gives in and agrees that Anna's abilities do count. She also recognizes Prince's status as Highness and asks at what age Anna awakened. Prince is a bit startled for a moment that she's addressing him by his title, but then he starts patting his favorite girl and says that Anna's first awakening happened when she used her magic to defend against demons, and the second was a result of her education. Of course, Agatha is bewildered and asks what kind of education he's talking about. Prince gets all chummy and excited, saying they'll talk about that later. But first, he asks her what Alice's divine punishment trials were. She then explains that Alice was extremely powerful. Once she wore a stone of divine punishment, no criminal could rival her abilities. However, the number of extraordinary transcendent beings was too small, so they lost out on a variety of witch powers. According to the Alliance data, there was always one combat-oriented witch after every 10 witches, and the same ratio applied to transcendent witches as well. Among those low numbers of combat witches, there wasn't any telling how many could ascend. The Alliance even had a 50-year period when not a single witch ascended, which made their combat power pretty inconsistent. Prince quickly catches on that not all mortals could become witches. Not all witches were fighters, and even among combat witches, not all were strong. Agatha agrees, revealing that while the Alliance created a military of mortals, even armed with stones of divine punishment, they were no match for the terrifying devils. In these desperate times, Alice ordered the entire scholarly guild to research how to push human warriors to their absolute limits. Agatha believes that Alice succeeded in something significant after her experiments, and she left all those messy notes in this diary. When Prince asks if she wasn't part of the guild during that time, Agatha explains that she left after Alice gave that order. Instead, she built her own research facility in the misty forest. Alice quickly found the right direction, using stones of divine punishment to combine the powers of both mortals and witches. However, this process required the sacrifice of witches' lives, something Agatha could never accept. She believed that Alice should have focused more on unlocking the stone's properties, rather than treating witches as expendable resources in a desperate bid for power. Both Prince and Tilly are shocked to hear about this sacrifice thing. Agatha mentions that Alice had no choice but to stoop that low since tequila was at stake. However, with the Alliance gone, it's likely that this method didn't survive and probably won't appear in the future. That's when Prince reveals that the Divine Punishment Army still exists. This revelation comes as a great shock to her, while Prince further explains that the church she's never heard of is the organization that built 2 holy cities in the mountains. They were the ones who started hunting witches. They even adopt orphans and children in poverty to raise in their nunneries. Wendy escaped from one of those places. The church has its own army and territory, and most of their most powerful warriors are part of the Divine Punishment Army. These senseless monsters possess immense strength that rivals transcendent witches, and their numbers are always growing. It wouldn't be a stretch to think that the church also has a division of powerful witches. This is the only reason, he explains, that they had to put the Stone of Divine Judgment on her, because they can't be sure if she works for the church. He explains that if it were not for her clarification, they thought the church had built the city of Tequila in the wastelands, and that the ruins belonged to them too. Agatha, on the other hand, is shocked that some mortal faction stole Alice's secrets and is now hunting witches to create a divine punishment army for their own dominance. Wendy then tells her to stop worrying and suggests she take a good night's sleep. Hopefully they'll find the truth slowly. After that, they decide to leave. But before going, Prince tells Agatha she was wrong about one thing, which is that mortals can slay devils too. And when he says this, he means every word of it. Later that night, while Prince is working, he asks Nightingale how Agatha is doing. Our snack-addicted girl replies that Agatha is asleep and had a bowl of porridge earlier, so her appetite is fine. Sylvie is also keeping watch over her. He then tells her he's already taken the stone off Agatha and tells her to figure out the truth of Agatha's claims when she wakes up tomorrow. She asks if he actually believes her, and he replies that he thinks most of what she said is true. Agatha uses the same writing and language as people today, so even though there's a mountain range from where she is, it suggests these two regions used to be closely connected. He's not sure what went down 400 years ago, but he points out that most of the cities were built around 200 to 300 years ago, and that's when strongholds started popping up. He's always been curious about how astrologers and alchemists knew so much without any records of their experiments. Now, it clicks for him that the survivors of the Alliance probably escaped to this region, bringing their language and civilization with them. They must have helped these folks build their governments, fortresses, and cities along the way. Nightingale asks why he's so confident about this. She jokes that if he's wrong, he'll owe her a deluxe lunch tomorrow. Prince playfully counters as well, asking what happens if she's wrong. She smirks in response, and says she'll give him whatever he wants. He then gets back to his studies, noting that he still has a lot to organize since Agatha's information is so vast. Nightingale points out that Agatha is arrogant, and doesn't really like him, which Prince can totally see. After all, Agatha lived in a world where witches were way above mortals, so in her eyes, he probably looks like just some weeds by the roadside. She then asks him if he doesn't hate her, and he shakes his head, saying no. He explains that she's just a victim who was abandoned by time. Imagine sleeping in an ice coffin for 400 years and waking up to find the world completely different. That kind of unfamiliar fear would raise anyone's defenses. He's sure that once she comes to terms with reality, she'll change her beliefs too. Nightingale acknowledges this, and claims that she already knew he was going to say something like that. But she reassures him that she won't let Agatha insult him in any way. Meanwhile, looks like Agatha is having a tough time falling asleep. She sits up quickly and uses her powers to confirm that the prince hasn't done anything to her. In fact, he even gave her a certain degree of freedom instead of keeping her powers suppressed with the Stone of Divine Judgment. As she glances out the window, she can't help but lament how quiet it is here, especially in contrast to Tequila, where every winter day felt like a celebration. After all, it was the season of Witch Awakening, and the lanterns would burn in the streets all night long. Then she thinks about her current situation, and thinks how witches are being hunted by mortals, and the alliance she once knew has also gone. She has no clue what happened, and how did the two extraordinary transcendent witches, Natalia and Alice, lose to the mortals. That's when Nightingale pops into the scene, asking Agatha why she is not feeling cold. The icy lady quickly turns around upon hearing the voice, and she is fascinated that the door is still closed, and there are no footprints, which makes her wonder if Nightingale used her ability to slip inside. Nightingale then speaks up, and since this is the first time they're really meeting, she introduces herself promptly. Well, it's technically the second time, considering the moment when she was hiding in the mist. Agatha curiously asks her if she is also a high-tier awakener. With a casual shrug, our not-so-studious girl claims that she isn't as smart as Anna, and finds all those books and studying a bit boring, so she doubts she'll ever reach that level. Agatha is intrigued by the mention of those books, and asks if she can read them too. Nightingale responds that she can, but only if she joins the Witch Union and works for the prince. Of course, Agatha protests loudly at the thought of working for a mortal, calling all the witches crazy for following a guy. Nightingale raises an eyebrow and asks why she is so stern about humans. Icy Witch then explains that in Tequila, most awakeners employ mortals as their servants, and they are often used for breeding. She firmly believes that mortals are unintelligent but does concede that they can be useful if taught properly. Still, she finds the idea of following a mortal a bit ridiculous. Nightingale then reveals that the prince doesn't treat witches as servants. He helped them while they were being hunted by the church, gave them new abilities, and made it possible for witches to live among normal people. She emphasizes that everyone has a common goal, which is to defeat the church and ultimately, the devils. Agatha then explains that winning against the devils is nearly impossible, and history is living proof of that. She recounts that about 800 years ago, when both witches and mortals ruled everything, humans populated the entire realm. But when the devils attacked, they lost everything, and all that was left were the barren, fertile lands. She further explains that, according to the Alliance records, the Third Divine War is about to begin, and she believes no one here knows anything about the devils. Agatha argues that the only way to have a chance at stopping the devil invasion is to rebuild the Alliance, unify all witches, and use that knowledge to awaken more transcendent witches. Nightingale looks at her and asks why she's so negative. She reminds her that it's been 400 years since the last war, so a lot of things have changed in that time frame. Nightingale reminds her that she must have heard the prince say how mortals can slay devils too. She explains that it's not just about witches. The prince aims to unify everyone on the mainland. He told her that in order to become powerful, unifying as a nation is important. She adds that there's still plenty of time before the Divine War begins, so she encourages Agatha to witness how the prince is making things happen with her own eyes. Agatha is startled by her bold confidence. She can tell that Nightingale doesn't like her very much, and she wants to know why. Nightingale simply tells her that as long as she can swallow her pride and view the prince as a person, she won't dislike her as much. The prince himself wants Agatha to learn to adapt to the present and catch up with what's happening now, and he does not want her to be abandoned by the time. The scene transitions to the Holy City, where we find Maine kneeling before the Pope. He reports that the tundras have calmed down for now, and the snow has receded significantly. However, the arrival of fearsome devils is a more pressing issue than the casualties from their divine punishment. He asks the Pope for his guidance. The old man gestures for him to stand and walk over to him, and Maine promptly complies, sitting right before the Pope's knees. He hopes the Pope is taking care of himself. To this, the Pope responds that he doesn't need to worry about himself, as he will die soon. Maine is shocked to hear this, but the old fart tells him to save his shock for later and instructs him to listen closely. He reveals that his own end is undoubtedly near, so the reason he called Maine here is that he wants him to inherit the title of Pope. They then walk into mysterious tunnels constructed with layers of stone and mud that no one can breach. There are some secrets hidden, and every pope must come here before they inherit the title, and each one is expected to expand and strengthen the church while holding its goals close to their hearts. Maine promptly responds that he knows his goal is to defeat the devils. But the old coot reminds him that this isn't the main goal. The true objective is to earn the smile of God. Once they reach the end of the corridor, the Pope tells Maine to wheel the wheelchair himself, explaining that no one can go further than this point. Maine acknowledges this and promptly starts pushing his senior's wheelchair. As they enter the chamber, the gates behind them close. They walk past walls adorned with portraits of previous popes, including the image of the current pope, which hangs prominently among them. The old man reveals that his own picture was taken only about 6 months ago, so he doesn't look that old in it. He adds that the portrait was supposed to be hung after his death, but he was too impatient to see how it would look. Maine asks if all the portraits are of previous popes, to which the old man responds positively, saying they are the glorious defenders. The past popes ruled as the voices of God and led the church through trials. As they walk further inside, the old man continues narrating that with each generation, they struggled in the torrents of time. They drifted and eventually collapsed, and the upcoming popes will face the same challenges. Suddenly, Maine spots some portraits of women hanging on the wall, and the old man confirms that the witches were also popes. This shocks Maine, but he is even more boggled to see Alice's photo hanging there majestically. He can't help but call her marvelous. The old man quickly bows his head in front of her portrait, and reveals to Maine that she was the first pope and the extraordinary transcendent, known as Alice. The old man reveals that she also held the title of the Queen of Witches. Maine quickly supports the old man as he staggers, and asks why the creator of the church would be a witch. The old fart tells his junior to kneel down quickly, and Maine promptly pays his respects to the witch as well. At that moment, the pope calls out to Zero, and she promptly appears. The pope orders her to bring Maine into her illusions. The lady agrees, and Maine is surprised to see that a pure witch would be in such a secretive place. Even though they were raised by the pope after awakening, they are still witches. Meanwhile, the witch on the other hand begins to weave some kind of magic, causing Alice's painting to move away, and a hidden door appears. The witch then asks for permission to take the necklace off the old man's neck, and he grants it. She walks through the newly opened gate, and the pope turns to Maine, telling him that the crystal she's holding will soon be in his possession. It has the power to open any fortified door, including the church's classified library and its research facilities. The witch gestures for Maine to follow her, and they both enter the gate, leaving the old man behind. As they walk through the empty space, Maine asks her how His Holiness allowed her to get inside. She casually replies that someone has to activate the Stone of Illusion, especially since it requires magic. Maine isn't really a fan of her nonchalance. He thinks to himself that once he inherits the title, he'll teach her a lesson about who's the boss. He annoyingly sits down and tells her to start the procedure. The girl promptly agrees, but says she'll need a little more preparation since it's the first time she's activated this particular illusion. Maine is shocked to hear that this is her first time, and wonders if her claim of being alive for 200 years is just nonsense. This also means that she has never attended any previous inaugurations. Right at that moment, Maine is sent back in time, finding himself in an illusion where all the witches of the Witch Alliance are gathered in a heated discussion. One of the witches states that it's all thanks to Queen Alice's orders that they've gained an advantage against the Mad Devils and their underworld leader. In the heart of the conference, Maine spots the Queen of Witches, Alice, her presence commanding attention. One of the witches argues against the procedure that requires sacrificing their own, and the chances of producing a judgment night are low as well. But one points out that these issues can be fixed over time with further research. The witches continue to argue among themselves about the lives of their kind, and the room is split. That's when Alice commands them to stop yapping, and everyone promptly falls silent at her single command. She then reminds them that mortals cannot win against devils. They can either do nothing and enjoy their final moments as the devils invade, ultimately being wiped away from history, or they can put up one last fight by placing their trust in their divine punishment soldiers. Alice states that while she may be the queen of Comet City, she is willing to leave this decision to the rest of them. She tells them they can choose whether they want to die in silence or exact revenge for their fallen sisters. She believes they can still purge the realm of the dawn of devils and revive the witches' glory days, granting them the freedom they crave. Alice also reminds them that since none of them will be alive to participate in the Third Divine War, either choice will lead to a peaceful ending to their short lifetimes. Maine finally grasps the situation, which is that the production of divine punishment soldiers was originally started by the witches themselves. Meanwhile, Alice challenges everyone to simply stand if they disagree with her proposal. Maine impatiently looks forward to seeing how many will dare to oppose her heartless solution. Right on cue, one of the witches who had protested before stands up, declaring that killing witches for the sake of witches sounds ridiculous. An older witch quickly tries to calm her down, explaining that if humanity dies, the witches will perish too. Another witch also supports this statement, insisting that no matter how many witches they sacrifice, there will always be more to replace them if humanity survives. The more mortals they have, the more witches will emerge, so their numbers can always be replenished. The old lady then asks if the divine punishment soldiers can really defeat the devils. Alice simply replies that she can't be sure because no one will know the answer unless they try. The failure of the divine war has shed light on many problems, one of which is that the devils have far more power than they do. The only thing holding those devils back is the red mist. This means that even if they create huge armies of divine punishment soldiers, they might not achieve victory. Another witch quickly points out that even if there's just a shred of possibility, they'll still give it their best shot. She votes in favor of Alice's plan, and the other witches agree too, hoping that what Alice said will turn out to be true. With that, Alice rules out the final judgment, and says they'll discuss this decision with the rest of the Alliance. The old witch then points out that others might not listen to her, and if she doesn't want the divine punishment operation to have any obstacles, the witches can't exist as the highest ruling power. Alice quickly says that if that's the case, their alliance will have to dissolve, and they'll need to bury everything they've done so far. She claims she'll try to convince them, but if they can't accept it, Comet City will handle things alone and create a new order. Once the main guy finally learns the origin of this divine punishment army, he's at a loss for words. At just the right moment, Zero grabs him and yanks him out of the illusions. He gasps for breath, and she asks if he needs help on his way out. He tells her he can walk himself and asks her to just open the door. Once they're out, he tries to say something to the Pope, but all the lore he just absorbed is weighing heavily on his mind. He starts to feel dizzy and ends up plopping down at his feet. The old man gently pats Maine on the head. The Pope assures his child that the magic stone imprinted the memory into him, so feeling nauseous is natural. He says he felt the same way and will recover with some rest. Zero then asks why she's not feeling anything. The Pope reminds her that she's a witch, and her body is accustomed to magic, since witches are superior to mortals in both stamina and immunity. Maine asks if this is the origin of the church, to which the Pope agrees. He explains that Alice led 3 cities to victory, created brand new laws, and spread the word that witches were no longer chosen by God, but were instead cursed by the temptation of demons. This historic event became known as the Battle of Faith, and it lasted nearly 100 years. He asks if she lived for that long, to which the Pope replies, no. He explains that Alice died in a fight against another extraordinary transcendent, Natalia, and they both died fighting each other. The second Pope kept her mission alive and continued the fight until the other cities fully came on board. Unfortunately, the battle left all 3 cities severely wounded, and they lost almost all their governing power. The mortals who were unwilling to participate in the war settled on this cramped continent and started building a civilization with the natives, eventually forming the 4 great kingdoms. The church had to prune some scattered rebels, but the structure of the world had already been set, and they ultimately failed to unite the continent, all because of the queen's early death. He explains that not only was her ally, Natalia, unwilling to accept her plan, but she even tried to assassinate Alice during a meeting. This was all recorded in the holy books. He claims that if Alice had lived, the Battle of Faith would have ended 50 years earlier, and the church would have had more than enough time to gather all the witches and unify the continent. Maine still seems confused, and asks why the title of Pope is given to the mortals, since it was carried by the witches in the past. Before dropping any interesting lore bomb, the old man tells Zero she should go. The girl promptly leaves. At first the old man lets out a sigh, then explains that it's because of the fear and weakness mortals feel. Maine is shocked to hear this, and the old man repeats it once again. He explains that Alice mandated that the Pope position must be held by a transcendent witch to restore their glory after the devils were defeated. However, transcendent witches are incredibly rare, so there weren't many suitable candidates. Later on, some accomplished witches with common powers became Pope. But fear and weakness are like venomous snakes. Once they sink their teeth into the heart and mind, there's no stopping them. He reveals that a mortal archbishop worried they would be tricked and oppressed by the witches, so he took the position, and all future popes ended up being mortals. He calls himself and all other mortals cowards who have stolen the fruits of the witches' sacrifice. He insists that no matter what happens, the church will always bury this secret, and the truth of the divine war is all recorded in the Holy Temple. Maine will be the one to carry all of this forward with him. The old man even tells Maine that if he wants to give up the position, that will be his decision to make. Maine asks then, who will carry this burden? But the old man doesn't respond. With that, he dies, leaving Maine shouting in despair. The scene then transitions to the border town, where we see Agatha paying a visit to the prince. He hopes she's enjoying her stay and asks if she likes the porridge and fried eggs of this era. Agatha looks a bit lost in her own thoughts. As a witch of the Alliance, she can usually determine a person's intelligence with just a glance, but she can't do that with him. His eyes are filled with a strange aura and confidence, as if he has lived for thousands of years and has the world in his palm. Anyhow, she responds to the prince, telling him she would have preferred if no witches entered her room without her permission. Prince promptly assures her that he'll have Nightingale knock before coming in. He then mentions that if she wants to go outside and visit the town, Nightingale can show her around. Miss Scroll can also provide any historical information because she has the ability to store every book in her mind. Agatha reminds him that since devils are such a huge threat, she's actually curious to know why he said mortals can win against them. If he can't defend against them, then there will be no one alive to remember history and culture. Prince decides to talk about how the economy works and its benefits for people, but he pushes that aside for now. Since she seems more interested in learning about battles and weapons, he tells her she's in luck because the border town's forces are going to test new weapons this afternoon. But before they head outside, the prince has a question. Agatha sits down in the chair and gives him permission to ask. He asks her how many meals a day the citizens of Tequila City ate, what their staple foods were, how much meat they consumed, what their salaries were like, and if witches ever worked in agriculture or smithing. Agatha nonchalantly reveals that her guards and servants ate 3 meals a day and could have meat every week, except during the months of demons. They served her for life and didn't receive any compensation other than food, shelter, and knowledge. She adds that they did work for witches and handled agriculture by themselves. The prince perks up with excitement at these juicy details, leaving Agatha wondering why he's so interested in Tequila City's quality of life. She's puzzled as to why he seems more focused on these things rather than the devils who dominate most of the realm of Dawn. He then asks her about the Scholarly Guild, which she claims was focused on researching magic stones. Agatha explains that magic stones all began as stones of divine judgment. They could either suppress a witch's abilities or allow witches to tap into different strengths. Tilly curiously asks how the process worked exactly. Agatha explains that the Scholarly Guild dedicated all its efforts to uncovering the secret, and they finally determined the connection between magic and the stones. Many sacrifices were made in the pursuit of this knowledge. She then adds that she could tell him more, but he'd have to exchange it for the method he used to awaken witches. The prince responds that he has no problem with that. Princess Tilly then points out that the magic stone she found in the ruins allows her to fly, and there's no question it's incredibly useful in combat, for both offense and retreating. So, she's curious why someone like Agatha, a higher-tier awakener, chose to retreat to the misty forest on foot instead of using a magic stone like this. Agatha explains that while they understood the relationship between the stones and magic, they weren't able to create the stones themselves. When Tilly asks why, Agatha elaborates that the stones were created by the devils. If the witches had access to a stable source of these stones, support witches could have fought without relying on the divine punishment army. She explains that there is a unique devil they call the Chaos Beast, which looks like a giant flower, about the height of 3 or 4 people, and can use its vines to walk. If it swallows a stone of divine judgment, it can create many different stones. The speed at which it creates them varies depending on the type of stone. Agatha explains that they had ambushed a devil camp far from the battle and captured a chaos beast alive, bringing it back to Tequila for their own benefit. The monster had incredibly low intelligence and converted every stone they fed it, but they didn't know how it worked or how to keep the monster alive. After 6 months, the creature shriveled and rotted like a typical plant. Later, the Scholarly Guild sent many witches to investigate other camps, and all reports confirmed one fact: chaos beasts were the only method for acquiring magic stones. More powerful stones took longer to convert, and most devils used magic stones in combat. For example, mad devils could activate the stones within their arms for powerful ranged attacks. All the stones they had acquired were from enemies or their camps. Tilly is in awe to realize that the stone she possesses is from one of the devils. Agatha confirms this, stating that it probably belonged to an extraordinary transcendent witch. The prince then asks if the devils always possessed multiple types of stones from the beginning. Agatha shakes her head with no, revealing that if that were the case, humans would have been subdued long ago. She explains that during the First Divine War, most devils didn't have stones. They relied on their sheer strength, thick armor, and metal spears to attack human cities, which is extensively detailed in history books. Every battle lasted for hundreds of years until human territory was reduced to just fertile lands. If they had focused all their resources on training combat witches, the devils wouldn't have been able to reach the realm of Dawn at all. During the Second Divine War, the devils gained more methods and strategies, and it only took them 35 years to defeat the humans. The Divine Army might be able to fight toe-to-toe with the leaders of the underworld, but there are just too many devils now. Agatha reveals that she's heard from the elders in the Alliance that witches used to have the upper hand. One extraordinary transcendent witch could slay an army of devils. But the devils have grown in number and efficiency at an alarming rate, so she doesn't know what the next attack will be like. She also goes on to explain how devils are categorized into 3 groups: mad devils, fearsome devils, and the underworld rulers. These terms were only created during the Second Divine War. Before acquiring magic stones, there wasn't much difference between them, aside from size. Tilly curiously asks how the devils reproduce. Agatha is startled by the question and admits she's not sure. It was never recorded, and there's no way to learn it through captives either. What she does know is that without the red mist, devils die quickly. The captured devils always died before witches can even understand their language, and the devils that don't rely on the red mist are low-intelligence beasts, so communication was never an option. She further explains that there are many different types of devils. but they're roughly divided into two groups, those with magic and those without. The latter can live without the red mist, but they are essentially the same as animals in both appearance and intelligence. For example, devils use an 8-legged caterpillar to transport resources and terrifying flying beasts as mounts. The prince pulls out one of Sora's paintings and asks if this is what the flying monsters look like. Agatha looks at it and agrees, then asks where he encountered them before. The prince explains that they aren't far from here. At first he thought they were simply demons that the devils had tamed, but now it seems they aren't the same thing. Agatha confirms, saying that's definitely not the case. Demons are just food for devils, and even large abnormal demons are enemies of the devils. When the months of demons begin, the devils' attacks are reduced since they're busy fighting off the demons too. This always gave the witches some breathing room. She then asks where the nest of the devils is located. Tilly explains that it's to the west of the forest, behind a huge snowy mountain, and it's covered in mist. The prince adds that when they tried to get close, a massive devil in a watchtower spotted them, and it was a miracle they managed to escape. Agatha sinks into deep thought after hearing this, then abruptly stands up, declaring they should attempt an attack on that camp. She explains that those stone towers are used to maintain the red mist, and they regularly diffuse the liquid inside, meaning they have to resupply at times. That's why the devils were burrowing into the ground. They were trying to conserve their consumption. Wendy and the others tense up at the idea of attacking the devils, while Agatha continues, saying that if there's a tower devil, she's almost certain there's a chaos beast in the camp as well. Chaos beasts can always produce the last magic stone the devils created, and even if it's not a high-tier stone, it would allow her to continue the scholarly guild's research. They might even discover how the conversion process works. The prince asks her about the red mist, wondering if it's safe to go near it, even though it isn't corrosive. Agatha explains that the mist reacts negatively toward witches, but according to the guild's research, mortals, animals, and plants can survive in the red mist, and fire can make it dissipate faster. She's fired up about taking on the devils and challenges the prince to prove his bold statement that mortals can defeat them. She lays out a plan, saying that winged devils can be distracted by witches capable of flight, while the rest of the group sets up an ambush to lure the devils into a trap. Tilly, being one of the witches who can fly, feels irritated at the idea of being bait for the devils. That's when the prince reveals to her that their scouting mission was conducted using a hot air balloon, not with flying witches. He explains that this device can only carry 10 people at once, making it impossible to transport an entire army. He points out that her plan just isn't realistic, especially since they don't know how many devils there might be, and expresses concern about the casualties they could suffer in close combat. Besides, luring winged devils is a dangerous task and he can't put anyone at risk. Agatha is forced to reflect on how fighting devils under favorable conditions is nearly impossible. Whenever Tequila sends an assault, everyone is prepared to die. She starts to think of the prince as inexperienced, believing that casualties are typical when trying to achieve a goal. In her mind, he doesn't seem to understand the harsh realities of war if he cares so much about the troops' safety. She is seriously annoyed, and Wendy tries to cool her down, reminding her that maybe they'll think of a better plan once she sees the new weapons in the afternoon. But Agatha remains frustrated with the prince, and she is sure that no matter how powerful weapons this mortal has, he is still no match for devils. The prince then asks why they call it the Divine War, when all they've really been doing is defending themselves against invaders. Agatha replies that she doesn't have a conclusive answer since the books never mention why they fought those wars. However, she does agree that it's not wrong to call it a defense, especially since the devils did come to the realm of dawn through the underworld gate. She explains that, according to history, the gate opens with every blood-red moon to swallow their world. It appears every few hundred years, and that's when the first devils came through, plundering the realm of dawn. The devils can only produce the red mist towers when the gate is active, and these black towers are even taller than mountains. Their range can cover almost the entire fertile lands, and once the devils settle, they attack from the edges of their red mist. Agatha is certain that this time, humanity might not have any chance against the devils at all. At that moment, Tilly offers them a chance to join the shelter on Slumber Island for safety. But Agatha just annoyingly snaps at her, asking how many people a small island can even harbor. And besides, seeking refuge there would only delay their demise, not prevent it. Finally, Prince claps his hands to disperse the tension, urging everyone to maintain a positive attitude, especially since they are already preparing for the Third Divine War in advance. He begins to walk out, saying that they can discuss other matters after lunch. As they head to the lunch area, it's clear that someone is seriously annoyed, and of course, it's Agatha. She can't believe the prince has the mood for lavish food in such desperate times. These ignorant mortals seem to lack vision. What's even worse is that she can't bring herself to reject the delicious spread laid out before her, regardless of how angry she is at the prince. As a high-level witch, she finds it utterly embarrassing to indulge in such feasts when Tequila's name is on the line. Meanwhile, Wendy, as usual, tries to calm Agatha down with her cheerful side, reminding her that enjoying a meal could be a way to keep their spirits up during these difficult times. Once the dinner wraps up, she asks why the prince left since he was supposed to show her weapons. Wendy tells her that he's taking a nap and that it's his habit, and a well-deserved rest is essential for handling his governing duties. Of course, Agatha finds it ridiculous, thinking it's just a lame excuse for his laziness. She then asks him why everyone trusts him, and why they believe he can defeat devils and take down the church. Wendy just smiles and replies that it's because the prince can make the unimaginable a reality. To her, everything the prince has done is a miracle. She explains that when witches were being hunted down, the prince saved the association. While everyone viewed them as evil demons, he created land shared by both mortals and demons. He even defended the town against months of demon attacks with an army of civilians and took down a Duke of Longsong Fortress. Now his enemies think twice before stepping into the western region. Agatha then states that these are conflicts between mortals, which is totally different from a fight between devils and the Divine Punishment Army. Wendy then explains that the prince has also taught them knowledge that helps witches evolve, and he's created mighty weapons and machines. She shares that these are miracles she has witnessed herself. They aren't folk tales or myths. They're happening right before everyone's eyes, and one day he will become the king of Grey Castle and lead them to victory against any enemy. Later, we see Agatha strolling through the town with the prince and other Slumber Island witches. My guy is feeling quite tired, yawning over and over, which is just annoying the hell out of Agatha. She's literally itching to slap him awake with a palm full of snow, but she doesn't want her fellow witches to misunderstand anything. As they walk, she notices that his inner district is far too neat and orderly. However, these houses aren't anything special, and even the castle is nowhere near as grand as the Scholarly Guild Tower. Agatha then asks how many people are living here, to which Nightingale responds that they started with around 2,000. Of course, Agatha is shocked and asks how the hell a town with only 2,000 people is going to take on the devils. But she's even more bewildered when Nightingale reveals that the population has grown to 30,000. Agatha can hardly believe it and wonders if they counted the nearby villages too. You see, cities need to expand when they reach a certain population, and she knows all too well that this can cause problems. The demand for food and water skyrockets, poorer districts suffer huge blows to safety, and an overburdened population can weaken defenses and paralyze the city. She understands all these difficulties that come with expanding civilization from her own experiences, and she can't help but think that maybe Nightingale doesn't realize just how tricky it can be. As they approach the wall, the soldiers promptly salute the prince, and the prince quickly tells them to get ready for the test. Agatha, on the other hand, sneers and asks if this is the wall they've been boasting about. It has neither palisades nor moats, and she's certain that devils could easily climb over it without any tools. My guy just tells her to hold her horses and watch. That's when he proudly introduces the border town's new weapon, the 152mm standard fortress howitzer, powered by Justice and Glory. He boasts that it has many improvements over the 12-pound field cannon and possesses outstanding qualities that make it an age-defining weapon. Nightingale perks up at this speech, clapping in full excitement, while Agatha still looks unimpressed, unsure what's so exciting about it. The prince clears his throat and tells Ironaxe to start the test, while Agatha still looks dejected, thinking to herself that they're just wasting time. The last word he said about Justice and Glory didn't even make sense and sounded completely made up. Once the preparations are complete, the prince tells everyone to cover their ears, leaving Agatha bewildered that they're ready so soon. Every witch in the area covers her ears tightly as they fire the giant shell with incredible speed, leaving nothing but flames behind. Agatha trembles in anxiety at the massive explosion, and once the fire subsides, Nightingale asks her if she's all right, and the icy witch replies that she's fine. She looks ahead and sees nothing, wondering why nothing happened, and if those flames were just for intimidation. Meanwhile, the prince is trying to see where the shell landed, and Sylvie points out that it hit a small hill. The red flag is the nearest marker, but there's still some distance to cover. Agatha asks for clarification about what's going on, and the prince explains to her that this weapon can shoot artillery shells. She can think of it as a ballista bolt aimed at enemies far away. They had planted red flags 5,000 meters away, but the shells only landed a little over 3 miles. Agatha finds it amazing that there are no ropes or anything, so how did they even launch a projectile that far? Even a siege beast powered by magic would have a range of around 2 miles at most. If this weapon is actually capable of such distances, then they can definitely fend off devils approaching the wall. However, she's worried that a weapon of this caliber will take time to reload and fire again. That's where she finds herself mistaken because the prince casually tells everyone that he's not done yet, and that they will now test 3 shells at rapid fire with a closer target. Once the weapon launches those shells, The area where they landed erupts in chaos and fire, leaving Agatha in awe. At that speed, even an extraordinarily powerful creature wouldn't be able to dodge that attack. She's sure that if Tequila had a weapon like this, the devils would never be able to breach their walls. She then asks the prince if this weapon was developed by witches. He replies that it's technically true, as it was the combined effort of both witches and mortals. You see, Anna smelted each part individually, while Usia extracted purified elements, and Sylvie checked for all imperfections. The shells were developed by the alchemists and their apprentices, and every witch involved, except Anna, is a support witch. Well, this is finally a solid slap to her face, and she has started to think that mortals might actually defeat the devils after all. Let's not forget about Princess Tilly as well. She's also not very used to seeing the godly weapons my guy is whipping up. We also see Andrea and Ash. Andrea is confused about how this was even constructed and where its power comes from, while Ash thinks this is just like how Andrea shoots her magic arrows. Andrea proudly reminds her that her radiant magic bow is completely different from this thing. Meanwhile, Princess Tilly feels quite left behind. She can't help but think how her brother is really far away from her in terms of advancements and knowledge, and she has no clue what goes through this goofball's mind. Meanwhile, as much as he might be feeling proud of himself, but he is equally devastated internally because this test has cost him a shit ton of money, and his heart is literally aching. He even looks quite dejected for a moment, leaving Tilly even more confused about his eccentricities. Later that evening, once they found themselves in the castle, the prince invited his sister for a discussion. It was apparently about how he's going to deal with the Third Divine War and their future. He starts the conversation by stating that they've learned from Agatha that the four great kingdoms are merely a fraction of the realm of Dawn. Even the wastelands used to be fertile lands, and humans had no choice but to retreat here after losing to the devils twice. The gate will open soon, and the Third Divine War will soon be upon them, so he's hoping his sister can stay here. Tilly goes quiet for a moment before breaking into a happy smile, saying she didn't think he would say that. The prince then explains that the devil's power is unpredictable, and they have to combine all their forces if they want to win. Although Agatha mentioned that the First Divine War was fought through the efforts of both witches and mortals, it's very likely they were only allies on the surface. It wasn't very different from the Second War. He reminds her that his new plans include weapons that can defeat devils, and he has already shown proof of that. Once he turns these ideas into reality, mortals can be more powerful than they've ever imagined. He believes that the right choice is to send mortals into the war while assigning witches to manufacture weaponry. Before the war begins, every extra worker will only make them stronger. Tilly then asks, if she stays, what will happen to the witches at Slumber Island? Well, this sounds like a green light, and the prince bursts into happiness that his sister is actually ready to stay. He quickly tells her that they can all come to the border town, and they have more than enough space to shelter them. He will assign them a large swathe of land, and make sure they are treated equally to the Witch Union. They don't have to join the Witch Union, and she can remain their leader. Princess asks if he don't mind that most of them are not able to fight. To this, he says he has no problem at all. In fact, he believes that support witches are more useful than combat witches. They don't empower themselves, rather, they benefit thousands of others. The natural world is full of undiscovered potential, and if they utilize it, support witches will be invaluable. His sister smirks upon hearing this and asks if this was his true objective all along, leaving him startled after getting caught. In any case, she finally says that she can work on these terms, as there's no reason for her to reject his offer to fight against the devil's invasion. Personally, she also wishes to stay here and learn about his interesting newfound knowledge, though she can't agree to anything just yet. The prince asks why not, and she explains that since she is the elected leader of Slumber Island, their future cannot be influenced by her personal desires. If they move to the western region, they will lose their independence, and if anything happens, they will be helpless to resist. She reminds him that if a conflict arises between the two siblings, there is no surety that he won't kick out all of her witches from the border town. The prince startles and stumbles over his words while Tilly makes it clear that she cannot entrust their future on just one word alone. She asks him if he would entrust everything if the roles were switched. The prince tries to tell her that she is his sister, and he would never dare to hurt her. But Princess Tilly replies that she still finds it difficult to believe, so she can't accept his offer immediately. She decides to continue their relationship as allies for now. He will have her full support for the border town's expansions, and if he needs any witches, she will do her best to satisfy his request. And if the devils overwhelm him, he is welcome to Slumber Island to live the rest of his life in peace. With that, their discussion wraps up. Once she is gone, Roland sinks into despair. Nightingale pops up beside him and asks what he said to her that day when she arrived at the border town. He replies that he only told her half the truth, so he can understand if she doesn't believe him right away. He then gives an analogy to Nightingale, reminding her that if her brother came back completely different, what would be her honest reaction. She raises an eyebrow and asks if he's talking about the guy who literally stabbed her in the back. The prince feels out of place and quickly says he shouldn't have brought that up. Nightingale reassures him that she has left the Glen family behind. That family feels like strangers to her now. Come to think of it, we have come so far in the story that I have literally forgotten about her tragic background. Anyhow, the prince reminds her that he's now like a stranger to her sister as well, and besides, she didn't like him from the start when they used to live in the castle together. Nightingale leans in and says she's curious about his life in the royal castle. She also wants to know just how awful he was, given his infamy even reached Silver City. The prince feels embarrassed and admits he was much worse than she might think. He figures Tilly probably started hating him after he pushed her into that pile of broken glass. Nightingale agrees that he did some seriously bad stuff, but she doesn't think she hates him now. The prince asks how she knows that, to which Nightingale replies that Tilly has never lied to him, and if she really did hate him, she wouldn't still be here. He then politely asks if she's just saying that to make him feel better. Nightingale pouts and insists she means it. She reminds him how Tilly agreed to send witches to support the town and help fight against the devils. So how is that any different from her staying here? Also, she jokes that if all the witches from Slumber Island come at once, it's going to be really annoying, especially if there are more people like Ash. Not everyone is as friendly as Maggie, after all. Just as they're talking, Nightingale notices someone approaching and quickly starts to disappear. When the prince gives permission for the visitor to enter, Agatha steps inside. As the prince makes her comfortable in a chair, she points out that, according to Miss Wendy, he was the one who developed both the incredibly powerful muskets and cannons that can rival a transcendent. She then asks if there are any mechanisms or blueprints recorded in those books of his. The prince promptly pulls out 2 books and asks if she's referring to Natural Science 101 and Chemistry 101. He explains that these books only highlight the fundamental principles, but they don't contain any blueprints. Agatha then reluctantly says that since only the Witch Union can have access to these books, then she requests to join it. The prince cheekily reminds her that the Witch Union is an organization within Border Town, and he asks if she's really willing to work for it, since its leader isn't a transcendent witch but just an ordinary guy. Agatha bows her head and replies that his knowledge to create weapons capable of destroying devils makes him far from typical. As long as he doesn't oppose alliances and ensures the survival of witches, she wouldn't mind working for the Witch Union. Though she looks a bit reluctant, even the prince is surprised by her acceptance, since he wasn't expecting her to agree so easily. He then asks why she didn't join Tilly on Slumber Island, since it's a city built by witches. Agatha responds that she has no interest in joining a refuge. To her, it's all pointless if they can't fight off the demons. The prince then reminds her that since he also wants to crush the church, she might be seen as an enemy by the Alliance survivors, as it's possible they simply changed their names and stayed hidden all these years. After putting in a lot of thought, he's come to the conclusion that even if the Alliance lost Tequila, they would still have extraordinary transcendent witches and divine warriors. Since they migrated to underdeveloped lands, it's unlikely they just disappeared. He even believes the church might have been founded by the Alliance, not mortals, and that mortals didn't steal the divine punishment method from witches. Instead, it was created by witches to hunt other witches and mass-produce divine punishment soldiers. We, of course, already know the truth, and the prince isn't far off, as the church was indeed founded by the Alliance. Agatha, however, is having a hard time believing that it was the Alliance that started the oppression and slaughter of witches. The prince says it's all just his hypothesis for now. He then pulls out a book and reveals that it's a historical record written by the church, which also includes a chronicle of the 4 great kingdoms. He tells Agatha she can study it if she wants, but no matter what, the church is now their enemy. One of his goals is to destroy them, so if she decides to stand with the witches and fight the devils with him, the Witch Union will welcome her. Well, we all know what her decision will be. The scene then transitions outside, where Agatha demonstrates her abilities. The prince and Nightingale watch closely, and Nightingale notes that Agatha's magic is shaped like pentagonal prisms, with her capacity being at an intermediate level. Sister Scroll categorizes Agatha as a summoning-type witch who has already evolved once. She originally had the ability to create cool temperatures, but after her evolution, she can freeze the air into ice, which is a very convenient power. The prince then asks how she evolved, to which Agatha replies that it was through continuous practice and a sudden epiphany. She explains that she practiced every day to freeze water at a faster speed and lower the temperatures even more. One day, she saw a witch melt lead with her flames, and as the lead started to bubble from the rising temperature, that is when she realized that everything has 3 forms: gas, liquid, and solid. Lead exists as a solid at room temperature, but with enough heat, it can become a gas. Similarly, water exists as a liquid at room temperature, but with enough cooling, it turns to ice. This revelation transformed her magic from within. After ascending to a higher tier witch, She recorded the principle into the Codex of Principles. The prince nonchalantly asks her what this Codex of Principles is. Agatha, a bit bewildered, responds that she's surprised the prince isn't more shocked about the concept of matter shifting from solid to liquid and then to invisible gases. To which the prince asks her why he should be surprised, especially since it's a common observation that gases come in many different types, each with its own boiling and melting points. So there's nothing to be surprised about, and it's all covered in Natural Sciences 101. Of course, poor Agatha is annoyed that her important discovery has been dismissed, like it's just trivial knowledge. She then reluctantly says that the Codex of Principles is a record of every high-tier transcendent witch's awakening process. She further explains that since every witch has different abilities, it's tough to imitate someone else's experiences. The prince then asks her if there weren't any witches with similar abilities that transcendent witches had, since there are thousands in the Alliance. Agatha explains that the scholarly guild believes the shape of magic determines its abilities, and no witch has the exact same shape. But the prince pushes back, asking how she knew that Anna is a flame type. Agatha reveals that it's just a common designation. Any ability that glows or gives off heat can be categorized as a flame type. Agatha goes on to explain that as magic grows, matures, or even awakens, similar abilities can become incredibly different. A basic flame ability might eventually lead to better control of temperature, bigger size, more intensity, or even creating projectiles. The scholarly guild has much more formal categories, which are pretty similar to what they use. Sister Scroll then asks if they also have 3 types of witches, but Agatha explains there are actually 4. The main difference lies in summoning, and the guild splits it into 2 types. First, there's conjuring, and second, construction. The prince then points out that Anna is a conjuring witch because she constantly drains her magic, and the things she summons disappear when she stops. Soraya, on the other hand, would be a constructing witch because her paint can exist on its own. Agatha adds that she's not too familiar with Soraya's abilities, but that sounds about right. She also mentions that a summoning construction magic would hold its form, like her ice. The prince smirks and says that their test will end here for today. When Agatha doesn't have any tasks, she's free to practice her abilities on her own. However, he hints that someone might desperately need her help. Agatha curiously asks who, and the prince tells her that Kyle Sichi, the chief alchemist in Border Town, could use her assistance. Apparently the guy's been acting like a maniac, pushing forward despite the risks, and poor Nana has been terrified, constantly healing him over and over. Later, back at the castle, the prince is deep in thought about how maintaining a stable temperature is crucial for safely extracting nitroglycerin. Agatha's ice coffin could easily keep things below freezing, which is perfect for cooling the reaction vessels under pressure. But he's also a bit worried about whether Agatha will get along with Kyle, given that Kyle is blunt and Agatha comes off as an arrogant royal. Just as he's lost in thought, Margaret tries to pull him out of his daydream. He quickly snaps back to reality, and she asks him what's wrong, wondering if he's upset because she charged too much to transport the refugees. He quickly denies it, saying that if it weren't for her ships, those refugees would have died in the freezing slums of other cities. Margaret then remarks that it's rare for him to ask for her help with such urgency, so she'll try her best. But many of her sailors aren't willing to travel in winter, so she's only managed to gather 13 ships. She also mentions that she probably won't be able to visit as often next year. The prince asks if she's talking about the saltpeter trade convention, and she responds positively. Apparently, Timothy has banned the saltpeter business, and even the cities of Redwater and Silver aren't selling it anymore. Her only options now are to sell at a low price to the Alchemy Association or to elites in the capital. She's also heard from government officials that Timothy plans to lock down the entire western region. It won't just be saltpeter. Merchants will be trapped in Redwater, and Border Town, Longsong Fortress, and Willow Town will all be affected as well. Many elites are opposing this, but Timothy probably won't retract his orders. If they can't trade saltpeter and other resources here, even the steam engine business might have to stop. The prince's expression turns serious as he listens, realizing that Timothy has become desperate ever since the witches dropped that nuke on his castle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making such a risky move. You see, saltpeter is crucial for producing acid and other resources. If they lose access to that, their 152mm cannons will just be decorations, and their new rapid firearms will be useless too. Since Border Town is still in its early stages of development, without income from the steam engines, he is worried the region's economy could easily collapse. The prince reassures her that what Timothy is doing won't last long and that she'll be visiting Border Town again very soon. He adds that when she does, it will be a brand new city. He goes on to share his plans to open a commercial sea route contracted with the bay that won't pass through Seabreeze Town or Clearwater Port. Instead, it will go directly from the western region to the Bay Islands. He asks if she's interested, but she admits she's not sure if there are any harbors that reach the ocean. The prince replies that not right now, but he's going to build one. He reveals that there's a shallow beach south of Border Town with ideal water depth and size, making it perfect for a seaport. With some modifications and clearing the mountains along the coast, they could export goods from the western region. She would manage the ship transportation and sales, while the western region would provide merchant goods. He then calls out to his butler, Sean, telling him to show Margaret the newest goods. Sean promptly brings over a bunch of bottles, and the prince encourages Margaret to open one and smell it. Once she does, she's shocked to realize it's perfume. She can hardly believe he started making perfume. The prince just asks if it compares to what the Alchemy Association makes. Margaret admits that this stuff actually seems more potent, and she can only think of one word: amazing. She wonders if it was made by Border Town's alchemists. The prince tells her she can have those for free. She happily accepts the gift and asks how many bottles he can produce in a year, explaining that the Bay merchants are very particular about fishy odors, and the capital's Alchemy Association can never keep up with demand. The prince keeps his tone low-key and says that if they have enough ingredients, he can produce up to 10 times the Alchemy Association's output. But deep down, he knows it could be even more now that Leaf and Evelyn are collaborating. He's confident their sales will skyrocket, but he can't just sell it like cabbages. The prince is hoping that Margaret will help him spread these goods, and she smiles, saying this is quite a rare opportunity for her, so she will try her best to make the most out of it. A little later, Agatha finally finishes reading the books. She finds it hard to believe that a mortal wrote something like this. The more she reads, the more she understands the world as a chaotic place, with hidden laws that everyone must follow. If this person were in Tequila, the Alliance would definitely accept him, and he would be treated just like a high-tier witch. She wonders where he gained this knowledge because she used to think mortals were limited when it came to technology. Tilly responds that she doesn't have a clue either. She explains that back then, her brother was arrogant, cowardly, and talentless. He was illiterate, and his personality was pretty terrible too. She further says that he was just a waste of oxygen, not a prince, to which Agatha replies that this sounds like a typical mortal. Tilly insists he wasn't even great by mortal standards. She explains that he always keeps things to himself while expecting others to believe in him, which is just impossible. Abruptly, Tilly goes quiet when she realizes she's said too much. Anna reassures her that it's the first time she's heard her talk about these things, but Tilly still feels terrible because she's supposed to be the Witch Union ally, and that was pretty rude of her. That's when Anna assures her it's fine, saying the prince wouldn't care about something like that. She believes he has his own issues to deal with. Tilly then mentions that in the beginning, he was just like everyone else, except maybe a bit more outspoken. However, once she heard rumors that he wanted to marry witches, his older brother Timothy and Gerald started bullying him in the name of justice, and his personality began to get worse. Agatha finds it odd that he was teased for wanting to marry a witch because in Tequila, that would have been a respectable dream. There aren't many mortals who marry witches, and most witches don't want to spend the rest of their lives stuck with a man. Tilly adds that everything is different now. If he marries a witch, it would mean he wouldn't have any heirs. But she figures that since it's been over 10 years, he's probably forgotten about the idea of marrying witches. That's when Anna tells them that the prince still wants to marry a witch, which shocks Tilly, and Anna further claims he said it himself. The scene then transitions to Longsong, and we finally see Ambassador Petrov after a long time. As he gets out of bed, his lover asks if he's not going to sleep a little longer since it's too early for him to be up. He replies that the prince wants to meet him, so he is going to visit the border town. She questions why he's going out in this harsh weather. Petrov explains that it must be something important, so he needs to get ready. He'll be gone by the afternoon, and he tells her to head home. He'll come back for her when he returns. The girl asks why he can't just ignore him. She points out that even though the prince has captured Longsong Fortress, Petrov is still its ruler, and she's sure that even a king's orders wouldn't require such urgency. Petrov gently pats her head, saying that the western region is out of the king's control, but Prince Roland governs it. Roland isn't just the leader of the border town, he oversees the entire western region. With that, Petrov begins his journey, accompanied by a few of his men. As they walk, he reflects on how, ever since the months of demons began, there hasn't been much to do at Longsong Fortress. Since his father is filling in for him, and with the help of his servants and apprentices, they should definitely be able to handle things while he's off visiting the border town. He thinks back to how, just a year ago, he also traveled to the border town in the midst of snow, carrying a warning from Duke Ryan which he had to deliver to Prince Roland. Now he's heading there simply because of a letter from the prince. Suddenly, they hear some commotion nearby. Petrov tells his men to check it out, adding that if it's just a typical scuffle, they should kick the troublemakers back into their homes. Later, Petrov's men take out troublemakers causing the ruckus. One of them is an elderly lady, who points accusingly at a red-haired girl, telling everyone they must kill her because she's a demonic witch. But there's a kid standing by the girl's side, insisting she's not demonic at all. He argues that, just like in the plays, there are good witches and bad witches, so there's no reason to harm her. The poor girl is crying, trembling in fear. Petrov calmly asks the elderly woman if she's certain the girl is a witch. The woman insists it's true and warns him not to be misled by those theater plays. She claims she saw the girl using her demonic powers to melt snow off the roof, saying she witnessed it with her own eyes and doesn't know what this girl is plotting. She then laments how all of the churches have been burned down in the western region, but she is sure that the holy city will build more and everyone will be able to achieve God's pity and protection. That's when Petrov tells his men to lock up the old hag, stating he wants every believer of the church locked away once he returns. With that, they drag the old woman out, and Petrov squats down, gently asking the little girl to show her powers if she really is a witch. The boy beside her warns Petrov not to touch her. The girl, on the other hand, trembles, unsure of what to do, but Petrov reassures her that if she can prove she's a real witch, he'll let her go. She promptly unleashes her abilities and melts the ice on the ground right away. Petrov tells her to come with him, and the girl asks where he's taking her. He replies that he's taking her to a place for witches. Petrov's assistant picks the girl up in his arms, while the little boy left behind shouts for them to let her go, reminding them that they promised to leave her alone. Their boat sails down the river, and that's when we learn the girl's name is Paper. There's no doubt she's an orphan. Only someone with such a simple name would be. I'm glad that even though this is a Chinese comic, they still use English names. Otherwise, I would have had to come up with random names for every witch, which would have been fun too, I guess. Anyway, Petrov promptly offers her some food while asking why she won't use any blankets. He admits that they are definitely not the most comfortable thing, but they'll keep her warm. As the girl blows on the hot food, she says that she'll make it dirty. Petrov reminds her that the sailors aren't any better off than she is, and this trip is going to take 3 days, so she should make herself comfortable as much as she can. Suddenly, she burns her tongue on the hot food, and she looks absolutely adorable. Petrov then asks her about the boy, wondering if he was her friend. She tells him that he was the one who provided food, and requests Petrov to not capture him since he is not a witch. She further reveals that the boy told her that if they cleared the snow from rooftops in exchange for food, everyone would be fed. With the theater in town, no one is afraid of witches anymore. He's the one who negotiates with the adults as long as she's willing to help. Petrov finds it amazing that this little girl is helping her community to earn some honest food. He then asks her if she got any food. She replies that she did. She cleared 3 roofs. One homeowner chased her away, another gave her some bread, but the 4th house belonged to a hateful woman. He pats her gently and tells her to rest and eat well, adding that in 3 days, she'll meet the prince. Of course, the mention of the prince perks her up, and fast forward 3 days, Ambassador Petrov finally meets Prince Roland, who promptly welcomes him back to the border town. Petrov respectfully pays his regards, saying that the Honeysuckle family has sent their greetings to the prince as well. Prince Roland invites him to sit, and reminds him that the reason for this urgent meeting is something that could affect the entire future of the western region, including Longsong Fortress. Petrov promptly asks him to explain further, so Roland then reveals his grand plan to build a metropolis, which will stretch from the misty forest in the west to Longsong Fortress in the east. This metropolis would encompass half of the western region. Since Longsong Fortress would be the eastern half of this new city, it would also become the first line of defense against the church, meaning it would no longer be an independent city as it is now. He further explains that the vast territory will be governed by the same laws and managed by the same bureaucracy. The elite will no longer have any influence in government, not even the 5 great families. Petrov finds all of this absolutely amazing because, a year ago, he had a similar thought about moving their defenses to the border town and utilizing the land between them. But Duke Ryan never made it happen, but the prince is taking it even further. There's no doubt that the prince has already made his decision about this territory expansion, and this is the only reason he's sharing this with Petrov now. No one can stop him at this point, and all Petrov can do is protect his own interests in this grand revolution. With that in mind, Petrov asks him how the Honeysuckle family can help if the 5 families won't be involved in the government. Prince Roland commends Petrov for his quick-witted thinking, saying he has always been impressed by Petrov's insights ever since he accepted the offer to govern the fortress. He appreciates Petrov's positive attitude and acknowledges that these are intelligent qualities he rarely finds in the elite. The prince assures him that as long as the Honeysuckle family continues to serve him, they can manage the Longsong area. Petrov promptly bows his head, saying that he and his father will always follow the Highness's judgment. The prince clarifies that while the Honeysuckle family will still have a role in managing their lands, they won't have the same political power as before. From now on, all elites under his rule will have land but won't govern it. All laws and regulations will be managed by the city hall. He further states that land can be inherited just like elite titles, and the Honeysuckle family will tend to their own crops, workshops, and other businesses. These will all belong to the Honeysuckle family, and no one else will be allowed to intrude on their property. That's his promise. He reassures Petrov that their land won't change, except for the fact that they will have to follow government laws, which may even allow them to flourish more. The prince also tells him that he can return to his own territory and continue the traditional feudal system. However, once he completes the constitution for his new city and starts expanding, that land will no longer belong to its current owner. Once the meeting is over and Petrov is gone, Nightingale pops up, asking if Petrov will even accept this arrangement. The prince replies that he doesn't know. Petrov's agreement alone won't be enough. He'll also need to convince Duke Holmes, and if Holmes wants to remain a feudal elite, there's not much anyone can do about it. Nightingale asks if Petrov convinces Duke Holmes, then Petrov will be the one governing the capital. The prince starts discussing all the political implications and the changes that will come after he unifies Grey Castle. Everything goes over Nightingale's head. She cuts him off, saying there's no need to explain since she can't understand this stuff anyway. Instead, she mentions that a new witch is coming soon, and she's heading out for investigations. The prince asks if she's going alone, and she replies that she'll have Wendy with her since she's better at this kind of stuff than she is. The prince smiles and says he'll leave it up to them then. Apparently, Nightingale needs to verify every new witch who arrives at the border town. Since the new witches have to remove the Stone of Divine Judgment for Nightingale's mist to determine their truthfulness, the prince can't be present in case anything goes wrong. Scroll came up with 10 different identity questions for Nightingale to ask. Since Nightingale can only tell if someone believes what they're saying, the questions have to be straightforward without any loopholes. Even if a witch manages to lie once or twice, they wouldn't be able to deceive her with all the questions. Suddenly, the old man Barov bursts into the scene, frantically asking the prince if it's true that he's recruiting witches at the rate of 1 golden royal per month. The prince agrees right away, explaining that witches are being paid the highest, making it literally the best-paying job in this age. The old man suggests that if the prince wants witches, he should ask the people to find them, just like when he asked them to expose spies. He argues that the people have the sharpest eyes, and they can be rewarded for their efforts. The prince reminds him that this approach isn't much different from what the church is doing. He hopes the witches will come willingly, and that they can continue to use their own power. You see, issuing rewards for witches might create a frenzy around them, and people could start treating it like a business. That's when Wendy appears and says they've verified the new witch's identity, and she exactly matches Ambassador Petrov's description. The prince reminds how he knew too much caution was unnecessary, but Wendy responds that it's necessary because his personal safety is their top priority. The prince then tells her to bring the girl in, and they quickly usher the little timid girl into the room. Wendy reassures her not to be afraid and introduces her to Prince Roland. As soon as the prince sees her, he can tell she must be panicking inside, since she is in a completely unfamiliar place. So adapting to a new life might take her a long time. After all, she's just a little girl who doesn't have Agatha's intellect or Anna's tenacity. Even Moon and Lily had each other as sisters for support. He then tells Wendy that there's no need to test the girl's abilities just yet. He suggests she should get used to this new, unfamiliar place first. Wendy decides to give the little lady a well-deserved bath, and she'll be staying at the witch branch for now. Later, we find ourselves in a steamy bath scene, where Wendy is gently giving a warm shower to this timid girl. Wendy reflects on how taking care of new witches has practically become part of her job, something the prince specifically assigned to her, especially since she's good at comforting others. She had felt a bit sad not having any witches to take care of for a while, but now she's happy she can be a big sister to someone again. She then notices how skinny this child is, but she is relieved that she is a witch, and with some proper nutrition, she'll bounce back to normal soon enough. Wendy checks the water temperature to see if it's not as hot anymore. She helps the little girl step into the bath, and as soon as she does, the kid feels a shiver run down her spine. But pretty quickly, she starts to chill out as she gets used to the warm water. Wendy begins to rub the girl's back and asks Paper when she awakened as a witch. The girl replies that it was 2 years ago, back in winter. Wendy smiles and says that's pretty common since most witches wake up during the months when demons are out and about, and it's said that magic is at its strongest then. The little girl asks if that means they have devil powers. Wendy, being the big sister, corrects her and tells her that this is absolutely not true. Being a witch is totally normal. The only real difference between witches and mortals is that we have amazing powers. She adds that a few hundred years ago, witches were considered the children of God. She further assures her that having magic is as natural as breathing. The girl asks if her powers will grow. Wendy agrees and says they'll definitely get stronger as she gets older, but she'll need to work hard to control the energy. Otherwise, she might go through anti-phases, and the church uses this to spread lies about witches being possessed. The girl looks pretty down about it. Wendy realizes that since it's her second year of awakening, she probably felt some of that awakening pain last year. To cheer her up, Wendy reassures her that now that she's in the border town, everything will be all right. She explains that if she hurries and starts practicing, this year's awakening day will be a piece of cake, and everyone will be there to support her. Suddenly, Lily bursts into the bathing room, super excited to see the new witch. She says Moon wants to see her too, but Moon claims Lily is the one who wanted to check her out. The girl panics when she sees them and sinks deeper into the bathwater. Wendy quickly reassures her that they're just fellow witches, so there's nothing to be worried about. Lily asks the girl about her powers, and she replies that she can melt snow. Lily follows up, asking if she can also turn water into ice. The girl shakes her head, saying she can only make hot water cold. When Wendy hears this, she perks up, realizing that while melting snow means raising the temperature, cooling hot water lowers it. But since she can't change normal water's temperature, it doesn't sound quite right. Lily places a steaming tub of hot water in front of her and tells her to give it a try. As soon as the girl uses her ability, the water starts to cool down, and the steam disappears right away. The bubbles in the water also vanish, and the movement of the water slows, creating a clear surface. All the witches are left wondering what kind of power this is. Before we can learn anything about this magical ability, the scene transitions to the prince's office, where Petrov is preparing to leave for Longsong Fortress. Before heading out, he pays his respects to the prince and promises that the honeysuckle family is ready to serve him. Petrov also assures the prince that he'll convince his father, and he will definitely listen since he is different than the rest of the elites. The prince is pleased to hear this, while Petrov continues, saying he's witnessed the incredible progress in Border Town. If the new city the prince is aiming to build is as advanced as it seems, the honeysuckle family wouldn't mind joining in, especially if it means they could flourish under the prince's vision. The prince then tells him that his goal is to make every part of Grey Castle a comfortable place for its citizens to live. Petrov bows his head in respect, saying he'll hurry back to the fortress and report this news to his father. The prince reminds Petrov not to forget about the other 4 families and the entire elite class. He promises that any family willing to accept their conditions will be wholeheartedly integrated into the new city. He then instructs Petrov to hold a conference at Longsong Fortress to announce this news to everyone. Petrov is startled by this, but the prince reminds him that he'll be the one delivering this message, as he will take on the role of ambassador. The prince also commends him for doing well in his assignment of recruiting witches, and informs him that the operation will no longer be covert. However, he warns that there are still some people who hold hope for the church, and tasks Petrov with clearing those individuals from the western region. He leaves it in Petrov's hands to figure out how to make it happen. Once Petrov leaves, the prince finally lets out a relaxed yawn and stretches, deciding to take a walk in the garden now that he's done with his office duties. As he steps into the garden, he's immediately startled by the sight of large trees surrounding the area, trees that weren't there before. It feels as if he's standing inside a living organism, with the garden itself almost seeming to breathe. As he walks further in, he spots a cozy bonfire, where Wendy gestures for him to come closer. When he steps inside, he notices other witches gathered there as well. He sits down beside his sister and asks what's going on. Tilly reveals that Sister Leaf's ability has evolved, allowing her to create this entire section of the garden. She has fused with the plants, and everything they see is a part of Sister Leaf herself. The prince is shocked and asks if she is still able to return to her human form. That's when Lady Leaf herself speaks up, and she uses the movement of the leaves to create her voice, saying she can return to normal if she deactivates her ability. The prince is amazed by this and asks how she's able to speak using only the leaves. He then wonders if she can hear them talking. Lady Leaf explains that not only can she hear them, but she can also see, smell, and touch anyone within the garden. She can detect every tiny change, the birds building nests, insects crawling on the bark, and the sensation is something she finds incredibly hard to put into words. Using the flow of air within the garden, she gently hands the prince a flower. Nearby, Andrea is cooking some delicious corn, produced by Sister Leaf's power. The prince curiously asks how she achieved such a remarkable ability. Lady Leaf responds that she's not entirely sure. She continued talking with the animals and plants while practicing her abilities, and then one day, they responded to her summons, and perhaps this is what she's always been searching for, a way to combine the forest life forms together. The prince asks what would happen if she tried this in the misty forest. He wonders if it would become a part of her as well. She replies that she's not sure, and even if she could, it would require a long time. She explains that maintaining this form doesn't require much magic, and the forest can even replenish it. However, every time she expands, her consciousness slows down. She struggles to find the right words, but is certain that if she tries to extend her influence over something as vast as the misty forest, she would surely lose her mind. When she first fused with the garden, she felt that her mind wasn't enough, and that struggle made it hard for her to return to normal. However, she doesn't feel that way when she fuses with plants she's controlled before. She just needs to jog her memory, and it works seamlessly. The prince is fascinated by Sister Leaf's ability. While Lily's evolution was on a microscopic scale, Sister Leaf's breakthrough is on a much grander level. If she could eventually control the entire misty forest, No enemy would be able to hide from her. Wendy congratulates Sister Leaf, expressing how glad she is that the Witch Union now has another evolved witch. This means that half of the association's witches have awakened. The prince points out that Agatha would be absolutely shocked if she were here. He then asks about Paper, and we see the timid young witch trying to hide behind Wendy. Wendy reveals to the prince that Paper's abilities need attention too, as there's something odd about them that they need to figure out. Wendy then snaps her fingers, and 2 cabbages fall from the tree. She picks one up and reveals to the prince that she's teaching Paper how to cycle her magic so she can use it consistently, just like he taught her in the beginning. She explains that Paper's control isn't exactly precise yet, but she's making progress. Wendy opens a hole in the thick woods that are blocking the cold and makes the cabbage she's holding freezing cold. Afterwards, she instructs the little girl to use her abilities on it. As Paper focuses her magic, the snow on the cabbage begins to melt. One of the witches wonders if she's speeding up time, but the prince observes that time is just a concept humans created for measurement. It doesn't actually exist, so he's not sure how Paper is creating that effect. Wendy then ties a rock to a rope and lets it hang from a branch. When Paper uses her ability on it, the rock starts to vibrate frantically. This observation makes Wendy think that if Paper's abilities were related to time, the rock would be swinging slow instead. That's when the prince's mind clicks with the realization that she's not actually affecting time. Instead, she's influencing the movement of atoms, and her magic can either slow them down or speed them up, which results in water freezing or melting. Of course, Paper doesn't really understand the science behind her magic, but she uses it based on her feelings. She thinks her magic doesn't affect other things much other than water, because some changes take time, like when things rust. The prince believes her magic is like a natural helper that speeds up reactions. When he gets back in his office, he thinks that once Paper gets better at controlling her magic, they can make their chemical work even better. They're already making a lot of important acids, and they need to improve their explosives. If they can produce more ammunition, Bordertown will easily be able to get new repeating rifles. Suddenly, the prince nearly chokes on his tea when he hears a loud bang outside. Nightingale rushes to go outside, insisting there must be a demon, but the prince warns her to be careful. She reassures him that there's nothing to worry about since they can't touch her once she's in the mist. The prince understands why Nightingale is so eager to go outside. The witches have been feeling cooped up all day because of the winter, especially the battle witches Tilly brought. They've been waiting all day for hybrid demons to fight. He can tell that Andrea, Ash, and Nightingale all want to show off their strength to each other. However, he thinks it would be great if they were this enthusiastic about studying instead. Still, he's glad they have their own kind of fun, especially since support witches don't have that luxury. This is why he's planning to work on a new project to create some fun activities for everyone. Soraya enters the scene, and it looks like she has been called by the prince. He asks her if she's free, and she replies that she's not. A few workers have been going to the factory, so she finished painting the layers in only half a day. Otherwise, she helps Kyle with crafting those metal boxes. She adds that she enjoys her life now much more than during her days in the association in the mountains, and is really happy that her abilities are helping everyone. The prince explains that he called her to help him design some new playing cards. He believes all the witches would appreciate a new pastime since the rules for the previous game were quite simple, and the game would be over quickly. He starts designing the playing cards and gives Soraya a basic idea of how they should look. He explains that there will be 4 suits and 13 ranks, with the last 3 ranks being the Jack, Queen, and King. There will also be 2 Joker cards, making a total of 54 cards. Soraya says she understands and will give it a try. Thinking about playing cards reminds the prince of his past life, where playing poker while watching TV was a Chinese New Year tradition. They would play until the firecrackers went off in the morning to welcome the new spring. Unlike traditional mahjong, playing cards are portable and easy to set up, so anyone can play as long as there's a flat surface. There are plenty of ways to play, making it one of the most popular games in the world. He explains that there are lots of games they can play with these cards, but they can start with something simple. He says he'll call Anna over, and she can teach them how to play Do Dizu. The scene transitions to the bustling market of Bordertown, where Eileen is torn about whether or not to buy some meat. Her husband Ferlin explains that every piece of meat is priced by weight, so they can't really get a better deal. He asks if this is because she prefers lean meat, but he reminds her that it won't taste as good if there's not enough fat. Eileen replies that the best cut has a decent balance of both lean and fat, making it suitable for frying in a pan. She knows she has to pay attention to pick the best one. As she's selecting the meat, Ferlin decides to grab a bag of flour. As he walks around, someone calls out his name, and we see that Ferlin is quite popular at the market. I guess this isn't surprising since he was the first knight of the Western region after all. Once it's Ferlin's turn to grab the flour, a little girl greets him over the counter, excitedly telling him that she's an official apprentice and currently working in the agriculture department. Ferlin congratulates her and wishes her good luck, then asks for the bag of flour. A guy quickly brings it over and hands it to Ferlin. The little girl flashes a smile and tells him to visit again later. As Ferlin walks away, he notices Agatha. He's surprised to see her because the clothes she's wearing look familiar, which resemble his family's paintings from the past. He is totally flabbergasted as he thinks if she might be an ancestor of his, and how it's possible for his ancestors to be alive. Right at that moment, Eileen enters the scene and looks annoyed to see him staring at another girl. Ferlin is lost in his thoughts while she tries to grab his attention. Finally, she shouts near his ear, asking what has gotten into him. He says he is fine, but his mind still seems to stuck over her. Later, Ferlin arrives at his family home, and as soon as he enters, he encounters his brother Mason. Mason tells him that he doesn't belong to the Eltek family, and asks why he has returned. The big brother further asks if he needs money for the winter. He says Ferlin can have money, but he better leave as soon as possible. But Ferlin makes it clear that he does not want any money or inheritance privileges. He explains that Prince Roland has employed him as a teacher, and he is very satisfied with his life. Mason raises an eyebrow and asks since when he gained scholarly knowledge and if he's teaching other elites. Ferlin clarifies that he's not teaching elites, but rather commoners. This shocks Mason, who points a finger at his lil bro and asks if that peasant wife of his has muddled his mind. Just then, their father arrives on the scene and says that Eileen isn't any worse than elites. She just lacks their identity. Both sons bow in respect as they see their father, who looks like a big bearded hobo. He mentions that he's heard from the guards that Ferlin has some news, to which Ferlin agrees. His father instructs him to meet in the office. As they walk, their father points out that he saw Eileen in the theater during autumn. He notes that she looked very healthy, and her performance was on par with Miss May. He hopes Ferlin will have an excellent wife in her. That is when we see Agatha's photo, and while Ferlin is looking at her painting, he agrees with his father and mentions that he and Eileen have their own home in Bordertown now. He adds that he's planning to try for a child after the demon months are over this year. The old man then states that the journey must have been tough to come all the way from Bordertown. Once they finally settle in the office, Ferlin reveals to his father that he saw a woman in town who looked identical to their family paintings. Of course, this absolutely boggles the old man's mind. Ferlin further explains that the woman had blue hair and beautiful features. He swears he saw her with his own eyes and wonders if she could be their descendant. The old man dismisses this as impossible. Ferlin then suggests that he must have misunderstood someone. His father agrees, saying it's impossible for her to be a descendant, but she might be the woman in the painting herself. This idea strikes Ferlin as even more ridiculous because how could she possibly be alive after hundreds of years? They then head down to the basement, where his father reminds him that he used to love coming down there when he was young. He would always punish Ferlin for coming here not because he wanted to be harsh, but because the space contains valuable treasures from their ancestors. Ferlin looks at the stones and asks if they are all stones of divine punishment. As he surveys the basement, he notices boxes scattered everywhere and stones of divine punishment all around, which leads him to wonder if the Eltek family has always been this wealthy. Now he's pretty sure that the treasure map he gave to the prince also came from the basement. That's when the old man opens one of the boxes, revealing a ton of magical stones. He explains that every time he sees these stones, he remembers the grim stories passed down by their ancestors. He tells Ferlin that these are valuable stones that only witches can use. According to family lore, their family was founded under the protection of a witch. The first Eltek didn't come from the western region. Rather, they came over the mountains from the wastelands, where witches had built a vast kingdom. But they were attacked by devils from the underworld, and the surviving witches and people fled wherever they could. The founder of their family is a witch named Agatha. She led a group to the stone tower in the misty forest to collect her research, while the rest followed the masses to Grey Castle. He explains that their ancestors were among them, and he was Miss Agatha's butler, who should have gone to the forest with her but faltered and suggested looking after their supplies instead. The witch agreed to his request, but all butlers live and die with their masters, so his actions were no different from betrayal. As a result, he carried his regrets with him when he arrived in the western region. He says the witch never returned, and he severed all ties with the Alliance. Later, he took a few servants and settled in this area, away from the survivors. Ferlin asks if this means his father knew the church was evil from the beginning. The father agrees, saying he was powerless to do anything about it. If any witches appeared in their territory, he would hide them, but he couldn't do anything about the witches in the fortress. His beliefs are different from Duke Rayan's, who hated witches even more than the church did. He mentions that from the last pages of their ancestors' record, they did the same thing, which was hiding witches. Ferlin then asks what makes his father think Agatha might be alive. The father explains that it's only a possibility since witches have many different abilities, but they're unable to have children. That's why it's just an educated guess. He adds that the ancestor wished his descendants would explore the Misty Forest Tower. He notes that his writing is smudged from the passage of time, but his remorse can still be felt with every stroke. Ferlin then asks him if he doesn't want to see Agatha, to which the father replies that there's no need to contact her for now. He states that ancestors don't visit their descendants. Rather, the descendants should seek out their ancestors. He gives Ferlin permission to bring all of the stones with him, saying that if Agatha is indeed who they think she is, then their ancestors' wish will be fulfilled. The scene then transitions to Border Town, where Prince Roland seems to be working on something new. He announces that anyone who guesses correctly will get an extra serving of ice cream bread. The girls perk up at the mention and start drooling right away. Ash then nonchalantly asks if this provides running water for the room, to which Andrea laughs inwardly, thinking how ridiculous her assumption is. Nightingale also chimes in, stating that this is a crude assumption since typical plumbing doesn't require such a huge pipe, and that Prince isn't inefficient. Andrea perks up to see that Nightingale is thinking along similar lines. Not only that, but Nightingale is also good at combat and has an elite background, and even their hair colors are similar. She has the most elite attitude in the entire Witch Union, and more importantly, she hates Ash. Andrea has no clue why that is the case, but she's sure that the enemy of her enemy is her best friend, which makes Nightingale interesting to her. Ash then asks Nightingale how she can be so sure about her claim, to which Nightingale slips out that she watched Prince draw the blueprints in his office, and saw everything he did. The other witches protest, claiming that this is unfair, so Prince declares that Nightingale is out of the game. He then decides to drop a hint, and states that these pipes are only a part of a whole system. He then tells them to visit other rooms, as it will make it easier to understand the whole system. Lightning and Maggie decide to explore the other rooms, while Andrea leans closer to Nightingale, asking about what Prince is actually making. She promises to share half of her bread if she wins, but Nightingale responds that she doesn't understand most of it, as the technical stuff sounds like gibberish to her. She adds that Anna is probably the only one who can understand Prince's blueprints just by looking at them, and if she asks her, she will definitely have the answer. It seems that Andrea is hesitant to talk to Anna and decides to just figure things out by herself. She examines the copper pipes installed and notices that they're insulated with metal sheets, likely to prevent direct contact with them. She wonders why they need insulation, considering only a barbarian like Ash would be able to damage these pipes. Then, she looks outside at the large hot water facility where all the pipes are leading. But this just makes her even more confused as she has no clue why the pipes are only transferring hot water. Prince finally announces that from this point onward, the castle's heating system is officially ready to be used. This revelation surprises Ash, while Prince explains that after hot water boils in the stove, steam will travel through the pipes into their rooms with diffusers. As long as the doors and windows are closed, the rooms will quickly heat up. Now they can enjoy springtime warmth while they sleep, and once he perfects the system, he plans to start building them in private residences too. Little Nana feels so warm and cozy that she doesn't even want to go home. Prince then reveals that besides Anna, Soraya, Hummingbird, there is another person who will receive the extra ice cream bread for guessing. And as you can imagine, Tilly will be the lucky winner to have some ice bread who guessed correctly. The next scene transitions to a science seminar hosted by Prince, where he plans to give a lesson on nitrogen extraction. Without diving into the technical details, what's clear is that this process is only possible thanks to Agatha's freezing abilities and Kyle Sichi's efforts. Prince is surprised to see how well Sichi and Agatha are getting along. He initially had thought their blunt personalities would clash and cause chaos in the laboratory. Agatha starts using her magic to cool down the canister, and nitrogen begins to emerge from the nozzle. Anna stands by, melting any ice that forms to keep the process smooth. Kyle Sichi brings out a glass jar that contains the nitrogen, but Lily mentions that she can't see anything. This prompts Prince to ask his first question, which is how can they prove that this gas is different from oxygen? 3 students immediately step up with answers. The first one is Princess Tilly, then Agatha, and lastly, it's Anna. After giving their thorough answers, the 3 women smirk at each other, acknowledging each other's intellect while also showing a subtle competitive tension, as if they are quietly competing to outshine one another. Prince couldn't help but feel proud of the top students. Meanwhile, the less academically inclined ones were clearly struggling to grasp the concepts. Even Barov had no idea what kind of sorcery is this. He turned to Iron Axe, asking if he understood anything, to which Iron Axe replies that he has no clue what is going on, but he sure knows that this all sounds cool to hear. With nitrogen now secured, Prince is thinking ahead to producing nitric oxide, key for making nitric acid, and he knows Anna's skills will be critical in this process. The scene shifts to the town wall, where soldiers are dutifully keeping watch. One of them points out that the witches have arrived, and as they look, they can't help but marvel at how beautiful the witches are. It's a far cry from what the church had led them to believe, and they fed everyone that witches were ugly and terrifying monsters. Right at that moment, they notice some commotion, and as we get a closer look, we spot this giant hybrid monster along with other demon monsters too. The soldiers start to panic, wondering if it's an underworld devil, and they're sure their rifles are just as good as water pistols against this behemoth. Only an artillery team could stop it. With the speak of the devil, the artillery shows up and quickly fires a shell, but it misses its mark, and the monsters keep marching toward the wall. The soldiers decide to shoot the demons within their range, while Ash and Andrea step forward to take the monster head-on. The soldiers glance at the witches, wondering if their magic can even take down those monsters. But before anyone can do anything else, everyone's shocked as a booming voice rings out, and a shell pierces through the big monster's chest, killing the big sucker with just one hit. Some soldiers are absolutely thrilled, while others are left in awe. But pretty soon, they all start hugging each other, celebrating the fact that they literally just took down a devil from the underworld. They all praise the prince while the witches smile, seeing how effortlessly the victory was achieved, all thanks to the prince. Agatha, on the other hand, is losing her bananas as well. She can barely believe that this weapon took down an underworld terror beast with just one hit. The prince then asks if that's the name of this hybrid demon, and further asks her if she has seen these in the fertile lands as well. Agatha confirms she has definitely seen them before, because they used to spawn in packs. They're incredibly tough for witches to defeat, and even devils struggle against these monstrosities. Many cities and towns were raided by these beasts, but they only appear during the months of demons. She goes on to explain that the arrival of the red moon is when magic is at its peak, and many witches are born during that time. Devils and demons also grow especially powerful then. Agatha adds that she closely studied the history books he gave her, and she calculated that humans should have at least 20 to 50 years until the next red moon, so it's impossible for this monster to appear now. But the prince points out that the monster did appear, asking what that means. Agatha grimly responds that it only means we don't have much time left. She reveals they only have 5 years at best. The prince snickers at this, and Agatha asks if he really thinks that's enough time to prepare. She explains that this pattern held true during the First and Second Divine Wars, but now, time seems to be shrinking, and it could get even worse in the future. He explains that the reason he was snickering is because he thought the red moon would arrive early, maybe even this winter. But according to his 5-year plan, by then, their population and resources will be at a decent level, their tactics will improve, and if they fail in battle, they'll have a retreat strategy to ensure survival. His most important goal right now is to build 2 to 3 industrial cities, grow their population, and sustain their army's firepower, food, and supplies. He emphasizes that people are the heart of their supplies, so boosting education and employment is essential. If they can fill the entire wall with weapons like the one that took down the monster, they might just be able to stop the devils. Agatha then says she finally understands why she is working in the lab. Apparently, she has been contributing in work related to producing cannons. She promises to do her best to provide distilled nitrogen and oxygen as long as the prince can defeat the devils. To this, the prince confidently assures her not to worry. They will definitely win against the devils. As night settles in, we see all the witches gathered around, playing cards, a game the prince recently introduced. It looks like Ash is having a rough time. She keeps losing over and over, which is driving her nuts. They ask Evelyn if she wants to join in, and she asks what the game is about. Andrea explains that it's a gambling game where the person with the most slips on their face wins, and the loser has to give up their ice cream. Evelyn raises an eyebrow and points out that finals are coming up, so why aren't they studying? Andrea shrugs, saying the foundational classes are pretty easy, and she's confident she can ace them without studying a single word. This doesn't surprise Evelyn, considering Andrea is one of the elites, so she has way more knowledge than the average person. Evelyn starts feeling inadequate, thinking about how even Ash and Xavi already know how to read and write while she feels like she herself is at the bottom of the barrel. Evelyn tells them she can't play cards because she needs to study, so they should go ahead and have fun without her. The 3 ladies are confused about what's gotten into her but agree and let her be. Andrea quickly dives back into the game, and they spend the night having fun. The next day arrives, and the first thing we see is Andrea in the examination hall, feeling quite relaxed. She's excited that after today's exam, the first section of their studies will be over, and everyone will get ice cream bread as a celebration. Andrea is especially looking forward to taking Ash's and Xavi's share since they lost to her multiple times in the card game. She can't help but smirk, imagining them handing over their cakes to her. Lady Scroll distributes the exam papers to everyone, and as soon as the test starts, Andrea starts breezing through it, while Ash is startled that the test has started already. As Evelyn struggles with the exam questions, Andrea confidently finishes the first sheet. But when she flips the paper over, she's immediately hit by unexpected questions she never anticipated. All of these dots and lines do not make sense to her at all. She then suddenly remembers that Nightingale is also an elite witch, so she must know the answers. Andrea sneaks a glance at Nightingale, only to be met with a clueless expression. Now even more nervous, Andrea looks over at Evelyn, who is also trying her best to solve these problems. Maggie also seems to know what she's doing. Then she looks over at Ash, and, not surprisingly, Ash is struggling just as much as she is with these baffling questions. Looks like Andrea is totally screwed with this exam. Later, Lady Scroll collects all the tests and brings them to the prince. The prince smiles as he checks the papers, thinking about how fun it can be sometimes. He enjoys seeing the variety of weird answers students come up with, and he can almost feel their pain and anxiety through their writing. Suddenly, Nightingale pops in, demanding to know why Anna didn't have to take the test. The prince casually reveals that Anna didn't need to because she helped write the test questions with Scroll. Nightingale is stunned to hear this, but then she asks about Tilly. Why didn't she have to take the test? The prince explains that Tilly was responsible for reviewing the test beforehand to make sure there weren't any errors, and she aced it with a perfect score. This revelation throws Nightingale even deeper into despair. The prince reflects on the exam results, noting how much the Slumber Island witches have improved. Evelyn and Sylvie both passed, with Evelyn making the most impressive leap, raising her score from 5 to 62. Even though she still scored the lowest of the three, he can see she put in a lot of hard work. However, it's a different story for the three new battle witches, whose scores are all quite low. None of them managed to pass the 50-point mark. He figures it's because they didn't attend most of the classes, and their language skills were particularly lacking compared to other subjects. But Nightingale fares even worse among them. Despite studying with everyone else, her scores are even lower than last time. The prince muses that maybe she's just not cut out for academics. I can't help but think about how Nightingale has one of the most badass abilities among all the witches. I sometimes wonder what her powers might look like if she evolves. Anyway, Prince laments how she barely got anything right on the math and science parts. Her formulas were completely off. But somehow she nearly nailed the multiple choice and true-false questions, which is a mystery Roland couldn't figure out. Later we see Maggie cracking open an egg, and her lucky star shines so bright that she gets 2 yolks from 1 egg. Even Sister Lightning feels a little jealous about that. The next scene transitions to the Holy City, where we find Pope Main in the underground jail. As he approaches one of the cells, he reflects on how the last time he was here, it was to execute the previous king, Wimbledon. This time, though, he's here because of Zero. Once he enters, he asks her how the disciplinary whip feels and hopes she understands what it means to obey him after this. She teasingly asks him if by obey he means her obedience to him specifically, or if he expects her to be courteous to the other archbishops as well. Pope Main makes it clear that she will need to fulfill his commands, and if he needs her to help the other archbishops with their tasks, she'll have to listen to them. She readily agrees, saying she'll do as he says. At that moment, he tells the soldiers to release her handcuffs. Once they're off, he informs her that he has a mission for her and asks her to come with him. He reveals that the months of demons might last for 5 this year, posing a great challenge for the Holy City and even worse for other areas. He wants her and the other pure witches to leave for Grey Castle and assassinate the rebels Timothy and Roland Wimbledon while everything is still chaotic. Zero just snickers faintly, which angers Maine, and he asks her if those whips weren't enough to tame her. Right at that moment, a light begins to shine brightly in her chest, and Maine finds himself transported to the old Holy City, the time when he first became a follower of the church. The fact that Maine landed in this place reveals that it holds the most memorable moments for him, which Zero finds quite fascinating. He asks her why she's crossing the line by using her powers on him, to which Zero simply shrugs and says she's well aware of what she's doing. But she reminds him that since they are in the world of mind, they have more time than they could ever use, and there is something she wants to explain to him slowly. Of course, Maine already knows that this place is a battlefield of souls, where victims fight their invaders within their consciousness. The winner takes all, and the loser takes the fall. It's a rare type of summoning, almost unavoidable without the stone's protection. But even though he's wearing the stone, Maine is frustrated to see that her powers still work on him. Zero snickers and asks him if he's thinking about his stone, explaining that its effectiveness has been erased. She finds it amusing how mortals can't tell the difference between whether the stone they're wearing is still effective or not. Maine grits his teeth when he realizes this must be Isabella's doing. He knew from the start that these two were unreliable, and he's frustrated with himself for not using them to produce divine punishment soldiers when he became pope. Anyway, he asks her when she removed the stone's effectiveness. Zero reminds her that he had locked her behind the bars, so how would she knows? Maine tries to keep his cool and asks her if what she's doing is revenge for him punching her. He reminds her that even if she kills him, the entire Hermes base is surrounded by stones, leaving her nowhere to run. Once he returns to reality, she'll be detected by the divine punishment soldiers and captured. When they interrogate her, she'll realize that the punishment she's gone through is just child's play. Zero snickers and lets him know that she isn't planning to escape. Instead, she wants to take his place and become the pope. Maine calls her way of thinking ridiculous and reminds her that he is the one who is trusted by their followers and the masses. It's funny how she thinks they would recognize her position if she killed him. She then reveals to him that she doesn't have to show herself. She can just be the Pope's messenger. O'Brien always stayed in the temple and wore a mask when he went out, so no one would ever notice there was a different Pope. But Maine reminds her that she won't be able to hide it. Once the divine punishment soldiers see him missing, she'll be captured right away. He's sure it's not too late to release him, and she will let her off the hook. The girl approaches him and reminds him that once the battle of souls begins, there's no stopping it. Maine gets more annoyed with each ticking second. When he asks her what she exactly wants, she tells him that even giving up would be a wise choice. These words strike Maine hard, because they're exactly what the previous Pope had told him. It seems like the former Pope already knew this was going to happen. To clear up any lingering doubts, Zero also claims that the previous Pope had arranged this battlefield for them. Once it ends, the one who is still alive will become the real ruler of the church. She then tells him not to look too sad because the church was built by the Alliance, and O'Brien did this to give witches a chance at redemption. If he wins, he would acquire her memories and experiences, which is a treasure worth 200 years. Maine asks her what she plans to do with the church if she wins. She laments that it will either be victory or destruction. She then exposes him for the secret orders he had made, but she already knows everything about it. In the midst of battle, Maine sent a shipment of supplies to the ports of Everwinter and ensured the ship's maintenance and wages for the crew, which makes her believe he truly leaves no stone unturned. He literally prepared for his own backup plan while taking the throne in front of so many followers. She states that he lost the belief in victory before God even showed himself, so she asks if he really deserves the smile of God. Maine calls this notion of a smile a complete joke, because if God really cared about them, why would he let humanity lose again and again? Not to mention, the battle against the devils still relies on the divine punishment soldiers in the end. Time is of the essence, so he asks her what she can really change by becoming a pope, reminding her how her brethren lost everything 400 years ago. She quickly raises her sword and declares that witches are just a small group within humanity, and this war will determine their survival as a whole. It requires everyone's participation, whether men, women, old, or young. They will all be glorious warriors on the battlefield, ready to defeat the devils or face extinction. Of course, it doesn't take Maine long to realize that she plans to feed everyone berserk pills, and this wicked woman confirms it with a sinister smile. She explains that if one berserk isn't the same as a divine punishment warrior, then 10 should be enough to take down at least one devil. Since there are plenty of demon beasts roaming about right now, they have a stable supply of pills, and their research might even develop new formulas. In 5 years, she believes the church will have 3 or 4 million pills in stock, and the divine punishment army won't be alone. They will be fighting alongside an entire nation of berserkers. Maine calls her crazy for her twisted way of thinking. A pure witch raised by the church would never say something like this, and he's sure her mind has been corrupted by the infidels. But the girl claims that accepting new knowledge is just part of becoming better, and blending ideas brings progress. With that, she decides they should finally determine who will be the real leader of the church. He quickly shoots an arrow, and she dodges it right away. She calls him foolish for believing that demon-breaking arrows would work against him. She comes crashing down with her sword, leaving Maine disoriented, and makes it clear that this world is hers, and he can't possibly win. But that's when the red mist those devils breathe begins to surround the area, and the lady starts to burn and suffer from it. Pope Maine reveals to her that this mist is a hidden mechanism and is only harmful to magical witches. Once it spreads throughout the entire plaza, she will die over and over, no matter what. The girl snickers at the tactic the Pope has, but she quickly begins to heal herself. She admits that he indeed has some tricks up his sleeve after all. She then tells him that if he had gone to the Holy Library beforehand, perhaps this battle would be even harder for her. But that's just how the Battle of Souls is so much fun. She quickly starts to use wind magic, repelling all of the red mist. This pushes Maine to desperate measures, forcing him to take the berserk pills himself. As soon as he gulps the pills down, Zero also summons a giant shining sword. And once she takes her stance, she almost looks like the former queen of the witches, Alice. That's when she reveals that absorption isn't her only talent. She also values observation and learning. With that, she throws the swords crashing down, and that's how Maine finally meets his end. The knights quickly grab the Pope's robe and put it over her right away, addressing her with the title of Pope. The scene then transitions to the border town castle, where we see Ferlin and his father, Duke Eltec, present. Both father and son are sweating in front of him due to the heat. The prince tells them that they can take off their coats if it's too hot because the castle now has a heating system, making it much warmer inside than outside. He wouldn't want either of them to feel uncomfortable. The both of them take off their warm jackets, and Ferlin inquires more about this heating solution. To which the prince reveals that it's a new way to provide warmth, and it's much more efficient than a fireplace. He then gets back to business and asks both of them if they came looking for Agatha. He tells them that they better take off their stones of divine judgment for the sake of respect if they want to meet her. Once the stones are out of the way, we see that Agatha also arrives in the dining hall right at that moment and asks the prince why he called her. With her usual arrogance, she reminds him that the divine war is about to begin and that she needs to hurry and focus on weapon production. If it's not urgent, she wants him to just send a message next time. To which the prince tells her that this is quite important and promptly asks if she remembers when Takia fell 400 years ago. There was a servant group that broke off and followed other survivors to the south of the mountains. Agatha thinks for a moment and agrees that there was, but she asks him why it matters since it's been a long time. That's when Duke Eltec dashes toward her and both father and son kneel before her. The man reveals that he is a descendant of Cage and asks if she remembers that name, to which she replies that she remembers it because she was the one who named him. She bought 2 servants. One of them was Kraft, who was the leader of the family's patrol guard, and the other was Cage, who was the butler. She throws them a look of disdain as she asks if they're claiming to be descendants of the butler who secretly escaped with the magic stones and research records. The bearded man quickly refutes such intentions, but Agatha doesn't even bother to listen to what they're trying to say. She orders them to leave, stating that she doesn't want to see any of them. With that, she begins to walk away, leaving the 2 of them on the ground, shouting for her to stop. The bearded man even withers on the ground, and right at that moment, Nightingale pops up. The prince asks her what is going on and if she can see anything. Nightingale quickly reports that both of them were telling the truth. It doesn't take the prince long to realize that telling the truth isn't necessarily related to what's happening in reality, which makes him believe that there's something wrong with the family records. The prince then tells the man that he doesn't have to return to Longsong Fortress right away, as he can stay at Ferlin's house and visit their town for a while. He assures them that he will ask them about the details of what happened, so there's a chance that she might finally talk to them. The bearded man acknowledges this and thanks him for it. The prince excitedly asks about the magic stones and records they have brought here. The bearded man reveals that everything is currently in their boat's cargo hold, and there are about 10 chests. The prince is sure that her feelings may soften when she sees her belongings preserved from 400 years ago. Later, all of the chests finally make their way to the Bordertown Castle storeroom. Sylvie takes an observant look and assures them that there doesn't seem to be any danger, so they can open the chests. The prince then tells Agatha that she should listen to Duke Eltec's story. It doesn't matter what her butler did. At least he wanted to return these to their owner. Perhaps it was an effort to repay her for the mistakes they had made. Agatha states that her butler seems to have deceived his descendants and himself. She believes that these people don't owe her anything since witches have lost their power in this era. There's no reason for those who still have power to feel indebted to her or to treat her with any special regard. The prince goes speechless and reluctantly admits that she has a point. However, he still believes that she seems to blame them needlessly. She also agrees that it's unnecessary for her to take out her anger on those descendants, especially since they don't even know what happened back then. The prince then decides to explain this to them personally. He then asks her about these belongings, to which she states that these things don't belong to her, as they are the Scholarly Guild's property. Meanwhile, Tilly opens one of the chests out of curiosity and discovers big shiny stones inside. The prince already knows that these stones were transformed from stones of divine judgment, and a stone of this size would be worth around 300 golden royals. But Agatha reminds him that there is more to that, explaining that magic stones can only be created by chaos beasts, which makes them invaluable, so no amount of money could ever be enough to represent their true worth. Tilly grabs one and asks what kind of stones these are since they don't seem very portable. Agatha explains that they are glowstones. She pours a little magic into one, and the stone begins to shine brightly with a blinding light. The prince is quite excited to see these because they are an excellent source of light before the era of electrical engineering. Anna then asks how these stones were chiseled to different sizes since they were originally stones of divine judgment. It doesn't seem possible that they could have been cut with magic since witches can't go near stone of divine judgment, and a huge natural stone seems to be very resilient, not something that pickaxes could break. Agatha doesn't quite understand what Anna means by huge divine stones, so the prince explains that they are at the bottom of the Bordertown mines, tied to a treasure map that has been passed down through the Eltec family. They also used it to find her laboratory. The lady smiles and agrees that the map was indeed used by the Scholarly Guild to mark the locations of stone veins, prepared for future holy cities. This leaves everyone present feeling a bit clueless. So Agatha further explains that every holy city was built upon veins of divine judgment stones. Besides facilitating research on the relationship between magic and its stones, it was also to prevent conflicts between witches from spreading over large areas. It's similar to the Badlands that border the mountain ranges, what people here call the Plains of Hermes, where the church's holy city is currently located. Tilly thinks that since the church kept the name Holy City, it's even more likely they are the inheritors of the Alliance. Agatha adds that if humanity hadn't suffered such a devastating loss in the last Divine War, a holy city would have been built on these northern slopes. The prince, on the other hand, lets out a heavy sigh, relieved that the church didn't build their holy city in the western region. Otherwise, he would have to focus on defenses while trying to expand his industry, and just the thought of it annoys him. Agatha explains that magic stones can't really be manipulated by force. Breaking them down requires a special chemical solution that contains the magical blood of witches or demons. Sylvie gasps in shock upon hearing this. Agatha goes on to clarify that since every magic stone is different, the amount of blood needed can vary. Back in the Holy City, adult witches are required to donate their blood regularly, and since extracted blood quickly loses its magic once it leaves the bodies, it has to be used immediately. The Alliance orders suitable witches to donate blood every 2 to 3 years, and of course, captured demons are used for the same purpose. Anna asks if Agatha has done this too, to which Agatha replies positively, revealing that even the third seat of the Alliance is no exception. Then Sylvie wonders about demons since some hybrid ones seem to have magic. Agatha agrees, saying that's true, but it's only a small amount. They're useful for dealing with fragments, but not the actual veins themselves. Once the stones are cut away, their strength decreases significantly based on their size, and their effective range is reduced too. For example, the stones that mortals carry around can be easily broken with an iron hammer. The prince asks if the scholarly guild has ever found ways to create magic stones other than from chaos beasts. Agatha acknowledges this, saying that there have been witches in the guild who managed to transform stones of divine judgment into regular stones, but that was just removing their magic. They were never able to create even the simplest glowstone. And since Sylvie can detect magic, she can actually see what the stones look like on the inside. Sylvie agrees that she can see, saying it looks like a weak cloud of mist. Agatha explains that the Scholarly Guild once collected statistics from thousands of witches and stones, and found that before Ascension, most magic took the form of mist, swirling powder, or flame. While these details might look similar, they determine countless variations of magic, which is why they believed there were no identical abilities. Then Tilly notices that the light from the stone is getting dimmer. Agatha explains that it's because she infused only a tiny amount of magic into it. Tilly then mentions that she's seen magic stones still glowing in some underwater ruins at the bay. If those ruins were built by her people, that means the stones have been lit for at least hundreds of years, which doesn't make any sense. Tilly wonders if maybe some members of the Alliance visited that place. But Agatha points out that it's quite possible to keep a stone lit for a long time. It just requires the collaboration of 10 or more witches. They can do this through the transfer of magic. Some witches can provide magic for others, or swap gathered magic between two people, which means the person who enchanted it wasn't alone. Tilly puts a bit of her magic into the stone, and it starts shining brightly again, leaving her over the moon. The prince mentions that this is still really useful for the castle. Just think about it. The castle can be lit up even at night. Agatha agrees as well, adding that it'll be even better in the laboratory. After all, a candle's open flame is too dangerous. This leaves the prince a bit bewildered, thinking about how an 8-hour workday isn't enough for her, and now she wants to work overtime at night. Anyhow, the prince starts looking through the chests, wondering if the books inside are records of experiments. Agatha pretends to clear her throat to cover up the truth and explains that some of them are the Codex of Principles. Of course, the prince quickly picks up on her tone and asks if there's some secret she's trying to hide. Sylvie then notices something strange about the chests. There seems to be a false bottom that she hadn't seen earlier because she thought it was just a normal gap. Anna eagerly tries to unveil what's hidden beneath the false bottom, and they pull out a box that leaves everyone curious. The prince gets a bit excited, thinking there might be some cool treasure that the Scholarly Guild left for them. He's not too far off with his guess, as Agatha goes absolutely bananas when she spots something called a divine sigil. She frantically looks inside the other chests, wondering if her butler Cage might have stolen it from the Scholarly Guild. The prince gives an awkward smile, thinking maybe a caravan was attacked, and someone entrusted Cage with it. After all, it's been 400 years, so it doesn't really matter where it came from. But he wants to know what this divine sigil actually is. Agatha explains that some magic stones have additional effects when their magic is combined. They can change the nature of magic or provide a boost. This was one of the Scholarly Guild's main research topics. Combined magic stones are called sigils, and divine sigils are the most powerful kind. She also adds that these magic stones all come from high-tier devils, and the entire region of Tequila only had about 3 or 4 of them. Curiously, the prince asks how powerful these things are, to which Agatha replies that she could reduce his castle to pieces in an instant. Of course, that doesn't sit well with the prince, leaving him feeling absolutely anxious. Agatha reassures him that he doesn't need to worry, as it takes an immense amount of magic to activate. The more stones a sigil contains, the harder it is to use. Only the top 2 seats in the Alliance could ever manage something like this. Basically, only transcendent witches can use it, because the way they channel magic is completely different from normal witches. It's like they're constantly training their powers. Once they ascend, their magic will eventually reach its peak. That's when Anna nearly blinds everyone by trying to activate the sigil, and a blinding light floods the area. The light is so intense it shoots out of the castle windows like a laser, and Agatha, on the verge of going blind, yells at Anna to let go. Finally, the light begins to die down, and it turns out Anna had perfect control over it the whole time, while Sylvie, standing nearby, feels like someone just bleached her eyes. Agatha breathes a sigh of relief, and Anna casually mentions that it's actually pretty draining, and she thinks she can only use it twice. Even though she says it offhandedly, everyone knows being able to use it twice is nothing to scoff at. The scene shifts to show our little girl, Paper, hanging her laundry out to dry. Wendy arrives and tells her to get some breakfast. Like any doting mother, she asks the little one if she brushed her teeth and everything, adding that she's going to check really quick. Wendy promptly hugs the girl, and she can tell that Paper is indeed clean through and through. Then she takes Paper's hand, and they walk together toward the dining hall. Once they arrive, we see Lightning and Maggie arguing over who will try using the sigil first. Eventually, Lightning decides to give it a go. As she warms up before starting, Paper asks what they're doing. Wendy explains that her sisters are testing their combat points, which is some weird term the prince came up with, and that they don't have to worry about it. She points to a silver square, telling Paper that it's something the witches from the past left behind about 400 years ago. This is what transcendent witches use to fight, so the prince gave it to her sisters to measure their magic levels. Lightning tries her hardest, but after all that effort, she barely manages to make the sigil shine a little, with only 2 gems lighting up. Maggie feels proud, boasting that she can easily get 2.5 gems to glow. The 2 girls start bickering and playfully arguing in the background, while Wendy asks Paper if she wants to try as well. Wendy quickly adds, though, that it might be too early for her since she hasn't learned how to infuse magic into stones yet, so she probably wouldn't be able to activate the sigil. But it's part of the mandatory curriculum, so they'll be getting glowstones to practice with soon. Suddenly, Paper doubles over, clutching her belly in pain, and says that it feels like her magic is trembling, as if it wants to burst out. Wendy quickly asks if she remembers when she first became a witch. Paper answers that it happened during winter, but she doesn't remember exactly when. Wendy realizes that it's already the end of fall, which means winter is approaching. The closer a witch is to their awakening day, the stronger their magic becomes, which is a sign of the antiphase. She pulls Paper into a comforting hug, reassuring her that antiphase is no longer a life or death matter for the witches of Border Town. The next day, Wendy arrives in the office along with Paper to meet the prince. It looks like Paper has signed all the contract papers, and the prince is glad to see this, and reminds her that from this point onward, she's officially a member of the Witch Union. Wendy mentions how amazing Paper was last night, fighting through the pain and staying conscious without giving up. She adds that they had a special team to cheer her on, but it might have been a bit too much for Paper. Paper starts to tear up, saying that's not true. She feels really happy and isn't uncomfortable at all. The prince is glad to hear this, and that's when Wendy notices the book he's reading. The prince explains that it's a translated record of all the sigils that the scholarly guild left behind. It contains all the recipes that the guild found over the course of 200 years. Nightingale then appears, asking him why he finds these sigils so interesting. She reminds him that even though the Witch Kingdom had a bunch of these sigils, they still lost to the devils. The prince admits that he finds them interesting because it's an entirely new horizon for him to explore. He reveals that the documents list countless uses for magic stones and their combinations, but it's like a whole textbook. For example, he can take an echo stone and a marking stone and put them together to create a listening sigil. It seems like whatever the prince just explained went way over their heads. He continues, explaining that according to the book, this listening sigil could stretch up to 3 miles. It might be nothing compared to phones in a world of satellites and signal towers, but it's enough for short-range communication. Nightingale adds that the book says echo stones come from fearsome devils, while marking stones are found in devil camps. She asks him how he plans to get those. The prince reminds her that they already have them. The red stone that Lightning found in the stone tower was an echo stone, and the marking stone is used for tracking sigils. Tilly brought a bunch of them, so they just need to break one down. He then reveals his plan to build a high tower next to the witch building to research and craft Agatha's sigils. Witches and mage towers, he thinks it's all going to be amazing. Later, when he discusses the idea of a mage tower, Agatha finds it ridiculous and calls it unnecessary. She insists that all she needs is a chemistry lab like Kyle's, maybe just a bit more spacious. Besides, She thinks building a tower like that would be troublesome, pointing out that Tequila had towers due to its small size, but they have plenty of land here. The prince sheds a tear of disappointment, muttering that it would have been more thematic. He sighs and reminds her not to worry about the construction. Then he asks if she'd need any other rooms besides a bedroom, office, and apprentice dorms. Agatha replies that if he really wants a tower, then no. Nightingale snickers to see the prince get defeated by Agatha like this. Agatha then explains that they can only build one listening sigil with what they have right now, but if they were to fight devils, they could acquire more. Now that she's mentioned it, the prince reveals there's something written on the last page. Nightingale curiously asks about his findings, but he startles her by asking about her combat points for activating the sigil. Nightingale just shrugs it off nonchalantly, saying it's a secret she can't reveal. The prince notices that she might be embarrassed about Anna's score, which is probably why she doesn't want to share. Anyway, he reveals to them that in this book, the recipe for the stones is unknown, and he's not sure if the scholarly guild didn't write it down for secrecy. But then Agatha chimes in, stating that those stones all come from high-tier devils, and even if it was written, they wouldn't really be able to get them. She can't believe he would think something so precious would just be left sitting around in the lobby. Agatha further explains that sigils might be the connection between different magic stones, but the ingredients required in the process are incredibly complicated. Most importantly, it requires the blood of devils. The prince is absolutely shocked to hear this. Agatha, on the other hand, doubles down on her statement, confirming that it's precisely true and that it requires fresh devil blood. The scholarly guild conducted thousands of experiments while researching the nature of magic, and ultimately concluded that witches, devils, and demons have inherently different magical properties in their flesh and blood. The prince is left in shock after hearing all about flesh and blood. She further drops some truth bombs that the magical properties in witches' blood are used to create divine punishment soldiers. Prince then asks if dead witches can be used, to which Agatha sadly replies that it has to be fresh. This leaves the prince speechless and Nightingale horrified. Agatha continues, explaining that this was the most securely guarded secret of the scholarly guild, and she left the Holy City Tower precisely because of it. She explains that all she knew was that they were mixing the blood of old witches with stones of divine judgment and injecting it into mortals to change their bodies. And as we know, that experiment was likely a success. The prince then asks how much blood it requires, to which Agatha replies that it needs at least half of a witch's blood. This revelation leaves the prince sweating bullets. Agatha further explains that the blood has to come from one person. Otherwise, the magic in the blood will repel each other and inhibit its efficiency. So every experiment resulted in one witch dying. Not only that, but it was also difficult for mortals to withstand the blood. In the beginning, no humans survived, and there were plenty of members who argued that there was no way for mortals to achieve magic at all. But if it weren't for Alice's insistence, this method of divine soldier production would never have succeeded. The prince then adds that now the church has vast armies of divine punishment soldiers, and according to Tilly's report, they have anywhere between 500 to 1,000. Agatha mentions that even if the success rate increased tenfold, it still means a lot of witches were sacrificed. She's sure that the number of old witches would never be enough to mass-produce this many soldiers. It doesn't take long for the prince to realize that the church captured and raised witches to use their fresh blood and create warriors. What annoys him the most is that there were hundreds of witches with unique abilities who were murdered at Hermes, and the church vilified them as satanic beings. Before his head can explode out of sheer frustration, Nightingale places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, helping him calm down. At this point, the prince is convinced that a dangerously foolish organization like this must be destroyed. It does not matter if they are fighting devils or not. He vows to destroy them at all costs. Later that night, we see Wendy stepping out after a refreshing bath. She tells Nightingale to go for a bath as well. However, Wendy finds herself shocked when she sees Nightingale actually studying Natural Sciences 101. It surprises her so much that she loses her grip on her towel and it falls to the floor. Wendy asks her if something happened between her and the prince that led her to study out of the blue. Nightingale then decides to share everything, and the scene transitions to a bit earlier when the prince looks at her dejected face. He asks if she plans to go against the church alone, but Nightingale states that she isn't that foolish. If the church could be toppled by just a single witch, someone would have done it already. The prince explains that the church created divine punishment soldiers to increase its own strength, which means they wouldn't waste powerful witches for blood. Even the mist can't guarantee her safety against those soldiers. The prince wants to handle the church strategically, believing that the best approach will be to launch a steady offense with the First Army once the war officially begins. He assures Nightingale that he's determined to build a new world where witches will be treated as equals to mortals, and their lives will be valued just as any other. Nightingale moves closer with a smile on her face and expresses her confidence that he will make it happen. Back in the present, Nightingale explains that this vision is her motivation for studying. She wants to become stronger, so she can be more useful in the fight against the church. Wendy, meanwhile, is shocked as she realizes that all those nunneries built by the church were really just harvesting centers for fresh blood. She reflects on how if Ash hadn't saved her, she would have shared the same fate as other witches who died at the hands of the church. This revelation fuels Wendy's determination to improve, and she also wants to catch up to her sisters, who are working hard. So she agrees with Nightingale that it's finally time to get stronger. From now on, she will follow the example of her sisters and spend an hour each night learning the prince's knowledge before sleeping. She tells Nightingale they should do their best together. However, it seems that Nightingale has already reached her limit, as she has dozed off already. Well, what can you expect of her? A few days later, we see the prince proudly introducing his new ship to the citizens, claiming it to be one of the best he has created so far. As the ship rolls into the water and lands in the river from the dock, everyone is absolutely amazed to see it floating. This ship was constructed from stone and was completed in just half a month. Word is spreading that even the Plaza billboard is recruiting a captain and crew for it. At that moment, Nightingale appears, asking the prince why he would announce this to the civilians. The prince responds with a confident grin, explaining that it's to showcase their power and boost the morale of the townspeople. He believes this introduction will serve as evidence of their town's massive improvements. In the past, people would have found it hard to believe that a ship made of concrete could float. By exceeding their expectations, the citizens will begin to recognize the progress of their town, which will elevate their attitudes and possibly lead them to believe that anything is possible. He tells Nightingale to think of it as an advertising strategy. A territory's growth will change its citizens' outlook. We then see the redhead with his old friend. The friend comments that even a sailboat would require at least a month to refine its frame, as the wood needs to dry completely before being bent with steam. It's an incredibly difficult process that could never be accomplished in just half a month. The redhead asks his friend how he knows so much about boat construction, to which the old man replies that he used to be a captain. When he was younger, he shipped large amounts of cargo between Seabreeze Town and Clearwater Port. He even traveled to the Bay and the Kingdom of Dawn, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he ended up where he is today. The redhead expresses surprise, saying he never knew this about him. The old man shrugs and says he never asked. He then comments that it seems in just a year or two, the prince has built a fleet capable of sailing through all the rivers of Greycastle. With that said, the old man has also decided to apply for the captain's position. Later, we find ourselves in a forest where Lightning and Maggie are preparing to hunt a wild boar. However, they are soon startled by Lady Leaf, scaring both girls out of their minds. Lightning's face goes pale upon realizing it's Miss Leaf. The girl quickly apologizes and morphs back into her original form, which frightens Lightning even more, though at least it's still better than talking to a tree branch. Maggie tries to bite Sister Leaf and confirms that she has indeed turned into a tree. Lightning asks how she can appear out of nowhere like that, to which Lady Leaf explains that she can appear anywhere in the radius of her control. She wishes to command the entire forest one day, as it will be a great asset to Prince in both defending against demons and collecting resources. However, she admits that she can't nurture it like the castle's garden, as she can only expand her influence a little bit each day. Her vision can jump from one side of the forest to the other, and sometimes she feels even faster than birds. Every inch of land is rich in life. If she follows the roots, she can sense the vibration of animals, wriggling insects, rotting corpses, and tiny paths of water. This all sounds completely bizarre to Maggie, who is quite freaked out by this revelation. But Lightning reminds her that she can literally turn into a devil, which is pretty weird in itself. Sister Leaf then tries to trap the boar by making the bushes sway, and as the boar falls for the bait, it starts to run. Lightning quickly takes her cue, slashing down on the poor creature. After a few cuts, the boar finally collapses, leaving Lightning quite happy with her successful hunt. Excitedly, she decides to drain the boar's blood, recalling that Prince said it would make the meat more delicious. Suddenly, Sister Leaf notices something and quickly mentions that 2 wolves are approaching. She explains that they usually stay deeper in the forest and don't venture out in the winter. As the scene transitions, we see that these wolves are apparently frightened by the arrival of 2 devils. Leaf is terrified and urgently tells both of them to run, revealing that the devils are advancing toward the wall, wearing black iron gauntlets, the same kind of tools used to kill Pepper and the others. She insists they should flee, as these beasts don't seem to bring flying creatures with them. But Lightning steals her resolve, making it clear that she's not going anywhere without putting up a fight. She believes that if they keep running every time they see an enemy, they'll never stand a chance against them. With determination, she pulls out her revolver and states that her father always said that one should always get back up when they fall down, and she adheres to these words and won't run away anymore. She mentions that these devils are just as scary as they look, but they can be killed too. They have a huge weakness that they can't survive without the red mist. Lightning reminds Leaf of how she took down a devil with a crossbow, and Nightingale managed to defeat even more under worse circumstances. Leaf still feels terrified and thinks she should report this to the prince since both Nightingale and Ash have way more experience in killing devils than anyone else around here. But then Lightning starts flying toward the devils, saying they might be gone by the time they get there. It'd be even riskier to let such dangerous enemies roam near the town, and if they leave her detection radius, it would just spell more trouble. Even Hoot seems fired up to take these things on. Leaf asks what Maggie is saying, and Lightning replies that Maggie wants to claw their heads off, flatten them into patties with her wings, and then roast them over a fire to see if they're tasty or not. Jokes aside, they decide it's time to get going. Lightning tells Leaf to immobilize the devils with her vines like she did in the Wastelands, but Leaf hesitates, remembering how everyone got zapped by these creatures back then. Still, she steals her resolve and agrees to do it, but she can only do it temporarily. Lightning winks with a smile, and they shoot off toward the devils, planning to attack from the air since that'll give them the most obscure angle. Plus, they'll be focused on the vines, so it shouldn't be too bothersome. After a quick flight, Maggie spots the devils below. Lightning comes up with a plan and tells Hoot to transform into that big weird bird at half distance while they both split off in opposite directions. They charge at the monsters. If Sister Leaf was right, Lightning is pretty sure the devils should have magic stones in their gauntlets, and their range is about the same as a witch's, roughly 5 meters at best. So, shooting from the sky at 8 meters away should be safe. But just as she's about to make her move, the devils spot her, which sends a wave of terror through Lightning. Right then, vines sprout up from the ground, catching the devils off guard, and Sister Leaf quickly binds them tightly with her vines. Lightning also signals to Maggie to turn into a monster and roar, and Maggie promptly follows the instructions. Lightning quickly lands on the ground, pulls out her revolver, and shoots the monster right in the chest. The monster roars in pain and charges toward her, but Lightning keeps shooting relentlessly. It doesn't seem to stop, though. Finally, with one last shot, Lightning successfully drills a hole right through the monster, causing red mist to leak out in the process. The monster collapses to the ground promptly. Let's not forget about the second devil, who is overpowering poor Maggie. That monster delivers a strong lightning shock with its gauntlet, and the shock is so intense that it renders Hoot unconscious, making her plop onto the ground immediately. As the devil tries to make a run for it, Maggie ends up falling right on top of the dead devil, and that red mist starts to burn her. But Lady Leaf quickly grabs her with her vines and throws her away to save her from the mist.
Please subscribe to my channel.